Working the night shift was never something I dreamed of, but the pay was decent, and I needed to cover my bills. It's one of those roadside gas stations in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees and darkness. The only light around came from the flickering convenience store sign, which kept blinking like it was ready to give out. The night started off quiet, as usual. Only a few cars stopped by, most of them just to refuel and leave without even coming inside. Around 2 a.m., a guy walked in. Tall, wearing a gray hoodie with the hood up and worn-out jeans. He looked nervous, glancing around like he was searching for someone or something. He only grabbed a bottle of water and paid with a crumpled bill. He barely said a word other than a dry, "Good evening." But the way he avoided eye contact made me uneasy. After he left, I went back to my phone, trying to shake off the weird vibe he left behind. But not even 20 minutes later, he came back. This time, though, he was wearing different clothes, a black shirt and a leather jacket. At first, I thought it was someone else, but his face was unmistakable. He walked slowly through the store, grabbed a pack of gum near the register, and this time, he looked me straight in the eye. That's when I saw it. His jacket was open, and something shiny was tucked at his waist. A gun. My heart started pounding, but I pretended not to notice. As he placed the gum on the counter, my hands began to sweat. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel my face heating up, and I avoided looking at the thing on his waist. He didn't seem in a hurry, which only made everything feel more unsettling. He grabbed the gum, pulled some money out of his pocket, and silently placed a $5 bill on the counter. I thanked him, my voice trembling slightly, and handed him his change, not even sure if he would take it. But he did. He took the change, gave a small smile, almost as if he was amused by my nervousness, and walked out slowly. I froze for a few seconds after he left. I looked at the clock. 2:25 a.m. There was a phone behind the counter, and for a moment I thought about calling the police. But what would I say? A guy bought gum and might have a gun? It didn't make any sense. He hadn't done anything wrong, at least not yet. But the fact that he came back wearing different clothes and acted so strangely put me on edge. I kept staring out into the darkness, waiting to see car lights or any sign he was still around. There was nothing. Just silence, heavier than ever. I tried to distract myself by organizing the shelves near the counter, but I couldn't get his image out of my head. The open jacket, the glimpse of the gun. Why did he come back? Why change clothes? None of it made sense, and that only made it worse. Every time the automatic door made that annoying beep as it opened, I jumped. But it was always the wind or some bug flying near the sensor. Then, around 3 a.m., I heard something that wasn't the wind. Footsteps. Quick, coming from outside. I ran back behind the counter and checked the security cameras, trying to see what was going on. No one was in the frame, just the gas pumps and the empty road in the background. My heart was pounding so hard, I almost fell over when the door suddenly opened. It was him again. This time, no jacket, just the black shirt from before. He was sweaty, and his expression seemed different, heavier, like something had happened outside. This time, he didn't wander through the aisles. He walked straight up to the counter, shoved his hands into his pockets, and stared at me. I didn't know what to do. He just stood there, staring at me like he was waiting for me to say something. My mouth was dry, and any attempt to speak would have come out as a stutter. After what felt like forever, he let out a low laugh, almost as if he was trying to mess with me. "Busy night, huh?" he said, his hands still in his pockets. It was the first time he said more than a word, but the tone was unsettling, cold, like he was testing me. I nodded, trying not to show how nervous I was, and muttered something like, "Yeah, you could say that." He laughed again, but this time took a step back, pulling one of his hands out of his pocket. My stomach dropped. But instead of drawing the gun I was sure he had, he just pulled out an already open pack of gum and popped a piece into his mouth. He chewed it slowly, staring at me like he had all the time in the world. Then, without warning, he turned around and walked out. I stood frozen, but this time I went to the door to see where he was going. He didn't get into a car, wasn't in the parking lot. He disappeared into the darkness, as if he was never there. I stood by the door, waiting to hear the sound of a car starting or some movement that would prove he was still around. But there was nothing. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the hum of the fluorescent lights in the store. I went back to the counter and tried to make sense of everything. He had something planned, I was sure of it, but for some reason, he didn't follow through. Maybe he was waiting for the right moment. Maybe he was testing me. The image of the gun at his waist wouldn't leave my mind, and that small smile he gave before leaving felt like he was mocking my fear. Around 3:30 a.m., I decided to check the security cameras again. I rewatched the moments he entered and left. The first time, in the gray hoodie. The second, in the leather jacket with the gun clearly visible. And the third, just in the black shirt. Something strange caught my attention. On his third visit, he didn't appear coming from the parking lot, at least not on camera. He just seemed to appear out of nowhere, already near the store just outside the frame. My stomach churned. I started to wonder if he was still out there, hiding somewhere. After re-watching the footage, the feeling of being watched became unbearable. Every noise outside made my heart race, and every shadow seemed alive. I tried to convince myself he was gone, that he was just some lunatic trying to scare me. But nothing could shake the uneasiness. I couldn't stay still. I got up, went to the door, and locked it for the first time that night. The sound of the lock clicking gave me a false sense of security. But what if he was still out there? That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, dragging, like someone walking right outside the store, close to the wall. I ran to the cameras again, but saw nothing. I grabbed my phone and thought about calling the police. But how could I explain what was happening? A strange guy showed up 3 times, and now might or might not be lurking outside. As I tried to decide, the footsteps stopped. The silence returned, and with it, a chill ran down my spine. I waited, frozen, staring at the locked door, but he never came back. When the sun finally rose, the only thing left was the fear that he might return someday. I worked as a cleaner at a Montessori school for a few years, and I never thought such a peaceful place could leave me so shaken. My shifts were always at night, after the students had gone home, and the halls were quiet. It was just a normal routine, nothing special. But that night, something felt off. As soon as I walked in, I felt this strange uneasiness, like the air was heavier than usual. I thought it was just exhaustion. I went about my work, cleaning one classroom at a time, listening to the sound of water in the mop bucket and the squeaking of the mop on the wooden floor. Everything was normal until, around 9 p.m., a phone started ringing. The sound came from a room at the end of the hall. At first, I was confused because I knew everyone had left, and that room had been locked since earlier in the day. I walked over, convincing myself that someone must have forgotten their phone. But when I opened the door, it wasn't a cell phone. It was the classroom's landline ringing. I don't remember ever hearing that phone ring before, maybe because it was never used. I picked it up hesitantly and said a nervous, "Hello." On the other end, a woman's voice quickly responded, thanking me for answering. She introduced herself as a teacher named Emily and said she was locked in one of the rooms. My heart raced. I had never heard of a teacher named Emily at that school. I asked the voice for more details, trying to stay calm, but my hands were already sweaty. She said she was trapped in the art room on the 2nd floor and needed help getting out. My first instinct was to believe her. After all, who would lie about something like that? But as I climbed the stairs, something started to bother me. I knew all the teachers at the school, even if only by sight, and there was no one named Emily. Still, I decided to check it out. When I got to the 2nd floor hallway, the silence was so complete that even my breathing sounded too loud. I opened the art room door slowly, expecting to find someone inside, but it was completely empty. Everything was in its place, no one there. I pulled out my phone to call the principal, thinking he might know what was going on. But before I could dial, the landline started ringing again. This time, the sound came from another room, 2 doors down. I froze for a few seconds, feeling a chill run down my spine. The only thing that made me walk to the other room was the thought that, if this was some sort of prank, I needed to put an end to it quickly. When I entered the room, the phone had already stopped ringing. It was dark inside, but something in the air felt strange. A faint smell of burnt chalk mixed with mildew. Before I could leave, I heard a soft sound, like faint footsteps, coming from the hallway I had just walked through. That feeling of being watched started to consume me. I walked back to the hallway, trying to convince myself the footsteps were just my imagination. When I got to the doorway, I looked both ways and saw nothing. The place was as empty as it should be. But then, the phone started ringing again, this time coming from the music room at the end of the hall. I don't know what gave me the courage to go there, but my curiosity mixed with a sense of duty, like I needed to figure out what was happening. I opened the door slowly, and there it was, the landline phone on the teacher's desk, ringing insistently. I picked it up again, and the same voice spoke, but this time it sounded different, more hurried, almost desperate. "You need to help me," she said, as though on the verge of panic. I asked her where exactly she was, and her answer sent chills through me. "I'm in the music room, with you." My hand froze on the phone, and my eyes scanned the entire room. There was no one there. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear my own thoughts. Before I could say anything, the call disconnected. That's when I noticed something at the back of the room. The instruments were all covered, as they should be, but the grand piano had its lid open, and one key was pressed down, emitting a continuous, muffled sound. I knew no one had touched it. I had been alone the whole time. I just wanted to get out of there. I grabbed my bag and ran toward the staff room, thinking I could call someone for help and leave the school as fast as possible. As I descended the stairs, I heard another noise behind me. Something hit the floor with a loud crash, like a chair being knocked over. I instinctively turned around and saw one of the second-floor doors swaying slightly, as if someone had just passed through it. The air felt heavy, and I had that kind of chill that you can't explain, like the atmosphere itself was pushing me to leave. When I got to the staff room, I went straight to the locker where I kept my belongings. As soon as I opened it, the landline in that room started ringing too. I knew I shouldn't answer it, but I couldn't help myself. Curiosity and fear mixed together, and before I realized it, I was holding the receiver to my ear. "Why did you leave?" the voice asked, softer this time, almost a whisper. It was the same woman, but something about her tone was different, colder, more unsettling. "I need you. Don't leave me alone here." Before I could respond, something metallic clattered on her end of the line, sharp and abrupt. I hung up immediately and threw the receiver back onto the cradle, trying to convince myself none of this was real. I had to get out of there. I grabbed my bag tightly and rushed to the main door, but when I reached it, something made me stop. The door, which should have been unlocked, wouldn't budge. I tried turning the handle with all my strength, but it wouldn't move, as if it were stuck. I looked back and felt a wave of dread wash over me. All the lights in the hallway had started flickering, one by one, until the entire place was plunged into darkness. My body felt frozen, but my senses were heightened to the point where every breath I took seemed deafening. The silence was broken by a soft, unsettling sound. Murmurs, faint but unmistakable, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. They seemed to be closing in. With no other options, I bolted into the nearest room and locked the door behind me. I chose the library, a place that usually brought me some sense of peace, but now felt as threatening as the rest of the school. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my breathing. The room was dark, except for a dim emergency light in the corner. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. One of the chairs at the back of the library was turned toward me, as if someone had just been sitting there. Worse, there were wet footprints on the carpet near the chair, leading toward where I stood. I knew they weren't mine. As I stared at the footprints, I heard a faint noise from the hallway. It was a whisper. No, several whispers, all overlapping and impossible to understand. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to convince myself it was my imagination. When I opened them, the footprints on the carpet had changed. They had been facing away from me before, but now they seemed to lead toward me. I took a step back, unable to tear my eyes away until I stumbled into one of the library tables. The sound echoed through the room, and the whispers in the hallway stopped instantly, replaced by a crushing silence. Then I heard something worse. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway toward the library. I panicked and turned the key in the door, locking it as quickly as I could. I stepped back, nearly tripping again, as the footsteps stopped right outside the door. I could hear faint breathing, shallow and uneven, on the other side. Was it a person? Something else? I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, but the next sound almost made me scream. A knock, sharp and heavy, against the door. Then another and another. Each knock was louder than the last, making the door rattle as though it was about to give way. My entire body was frozen in fear, but my mind was screaming for me to do something. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, almost dropping it, but there was no signal, as if something was blocking the connection. That's when I noticed something even more terrifying. The breathing on the other side of the door had stopped. The knocking also ceased, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. The feeling that someone or something was still there, waiting, was unbearable. Then, in the dark, I heard the voice again, but this time it wasn't coming from the phone. "You shouldn't be here." The words came from a corner of the library, barely illuminated by the emergency light. I turned toward the sound and, for a brief moment, I swear I saw a figure moving between the shelves. My instinct was to run, but my legs felt like they were made of stone. The figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the faint sound of the shelves swaying slightly, as if something had brushed past them. I tried telling myself I was imagining things, but the smell of mildew mixed with something metallic, like blood, was real. I knew I had to get out before it was too late. I summoned every ounce of courage I had left and ran to the nearest window, thinking I might be able to escape that way. But when I got there, I found the windows locked with chains I'd never seen before. I looked around frantically, searching for another way out, but the library felt more oppressive with every passing second, like the room itself was closing in on me. Then I heard it again, a faint, dragging sound coming from behind me. I turned slowly and saw something that still haunts me to this day. A shadowy figure, elongated and formless, crawling across the floor and up the walls as though it were alive. There was no light source to cast that shadow. It was just there, moving toward me. Without thinking, I bolted for the library door, no longer caring what might be on the other side. I turned the key so hard I thought it might break, but the door finally opened. When I stepped out, the hallway was pitch black, except for a single point of light near the main exit. I ran toward the light, feeling like something was just inches behind me. Each step echoed in the silence, but somehow it didn't sound right. It was as if there were more footsteps than just mine. I didn't dare look back. I just kept running, focused on reaching that light before it was too late. When I finally reached the light, I realized it was coming from a flashlight lying on the floor near the main door. I picked it up with shaking hands and pointed it at the door, hoping to find an escape. But the handle was covered in something black and oily, like soot or grease. I turned it with all my strength, but it still wouldn't budge. That's when I heard it again. The footsteps. Slow, steady, coming from behind me. The flashlight flickered, reflecting in the glass of the door, but I couldn't see anything immediately. I turned around slowly, aiming the light down the hallway, and froze. Standing in the middle of the hall was the shadow I had seen in the library, but now it looked more solid, almost human. It was tall and thin, but its edges shimmered and moved erratically, like smoke caught in the wind. Even without eyes, I could feel it staring at me. A coldness deeper than anything I'd ever felt washed over me. The flashlight began to flicker again, and the shadow took a step toward me. That's when I panicked. I started screaming, banging on the door, begging for it to open, as I felt the presence closing in. Then the flashlight went out completely, and everything went silent. The silence felt like it lasted forever, but it was only a few seconds before something even stranger happened. A low humming sound began to fill the air, coming from every direction. It was like a chorus of voices, distorted and impossible to decipher. I turned back to the door, pounding on it with all my strength, desperate to get out. Then I felt it, a cold, soft touch on my shoulder. It wasn't violent, but it was enough to freeze me in place. I didn't dare look back. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the floor, clutching the door handle like it was my last hope. And then, suddenly, it all stopped. The humming, the footsteps, the oppressive feeling of being watched. Everything vanished. When I finally gathered the courage to look behind me, the hallway was empty. The flashlight, which had fallen next to me, flickered back on, its beam revealing nothing but the silent, still corridor. Then, I heard a soft click from the door behind me, as if it had been unlocked. I scrambled to my feet, turned the handle, and ran outside without looking back. I didn't stop running until I was in the parking lot, gasping for air. I don't know what happened in that school that night, and I still can't explain it. I've never told anyone in person, only here, because I feel like I need to share it. All I know is I never went back, and I hope I never hear that voice again. I've never been one to believe in those strange stories you read online, but after what happened that night, I'm not so sure anymore. It was a Friday, around 11 p.m., and I was alone in the office, trying to finish a report that was due by the weekend. I used to enjoy working late at night with the quiet and no one around to distract me. But that night felt different. I can't explain it, but the whole building seemed restless, like I shouldn't be there. I tried to ignore the feeling because, honestly, I'm a practical person and don't get caught up in these things. As I was typing, I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway. It was faint, like muffled voices, almost a whisper. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. It was late, I was tired, and maybe it was just the plumbing or the wind outside. But then I heard it again, and this time it was clear. Someone was talking. I stood up, more curious than scared, and followed the sound. It was coming from the conference room at the end of the hall, the one we always locked up after hours. The weird thing is, I was sure I was the last one to leave earlier and had already checked the doors before settling in to work. When I got closer to the conference room, the voices stopped. I stood there for a few seconds, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing, just silence. The door was shut, as usual, but something felt off. There was a faint light coming from under the door, a glow that didn't make sense since I'd turned off all the lights before starting my work. My curiosity got the better of me, so I crouched down to peek through the crack at the bottom of the door. I couldn't see much, just vague shadows, like someone might be inside, but the light seemed to pulse faintly. My heart started racing, and for a moment, I thought about going back to my desk and pretending none of this was happening. But then I heard a sharp sound, like a chair scraping against the floor, and I froze. I don't know what gave me the courage to do it, but I decided to peek through the gap between the door and the frame. It was a small space, just big enough to catch a glimpse of the inside. What I saw made me step back immediately. There were people, or at least they looked like people, sitting at the conference table. They weren't talking or moving. They were just sitting there, staring directly at the door. Even with the dim light, I could tell their faces were wrong, like they were covered in a shadow that shouldn't be there. They didn't blink, didn't breathe, but I could feel they knew I was watching. My whole body went cold, like my blood had stopped flowing, and I felt an almost primal urge to run. I slowly backed away, trying not to make any noise, but it felt like every step echoed through the entire hallway. Every second that passed, I was convinced they were watching me, even though they couldn't see me directly. My first instinct was to grab my phone and call the building's security, but of course there was no signal. That had never happened before. I stood there for a few moments, torn between running for the exit or going back to my desk and pretending this wasn't real. But something inside me, maybe pure curiosity or sheer stupidity, made me stay. I needed to know what was going on, even though every fiber of my being screamed at me to leave. I walked back to the door, but didn't look directly this time. I just stood there, trying to hear anything. That's when I realized the silence wasn't normal. It was absolute, suffocating, like the entire building had gone still. Not even the hum of the fluorescent lights, which was always present, could be heard. Then, out of nowhere, a faint scratching sound started, like someone was dragging their nails across the surface of the table inside. The sound was uneven, almost maddening, but at the same time, deliberate. It was impossible to ignore. My heart was pounding, and my legs started to shake. I wanted to believe it was some kind of prank, maybe the security guards trying to mess with me, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The scratching got louder, more frantic, as if multiple hands were clawing at the table at once. My head began to ache, the noise piercing straight into my bones. And then, everything stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. That's when I saw it. A shadow moved across the gap at the bottom of the door. It was large, much larger than any person could be. My entire body froze. Before I could process what I was seeing, the doorknob started to turn, slowly and deliberately, as if whoever was inside wanted me to know they were there. The doorknob stopped moving, but the door didn't open. Instead, I heard a loud click, like the lock had been secured from the inside. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I didn't dare try the door, but the idea of standing there any longer was unbearable. That's when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The hallway around me seemed darker, as if the light was being drained from the space. The darkness spread through the hallway, slow but steady. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, casting shifting shadows on the walls that made everything feel claustrophobic. My instinct was to run, but I was paralyzed, afraid that any movement might draw attention to me, even though I had no idea what was out there. I started to back away, keeping my eyes on the door, but the further I retreated, the heavier the air around me felt. My chest ached, as if something was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. And then I heard it again. The sharp scrape of a chair, followed by a single, deliberate step, like someone inside was standing up. That sound broke my trance. I turned and sprinted back to my desk, grabbing my things in a panic. I didn't know where to go, but I knew I couldn't stay. My hands were shaking so badly that I struggled to unlock my drawer to grab my keys. That's when I noticed something even more terrifying. The desk lamp I had been using was now off. It had been on the entire time. The only light left came from the hallway, and even that seemed ready to go out. I didn't bother shutting down my computer or packing my bag. I grabbed my keys and bolted for the elevator, but, of course, it wasn't working. I was trapped on that floor with whatever was following me. With no other choice, I headed for the stairwell. Every step I took felt like it echoed unnaturally loud, and worse, I could hear another sound. Between each of my steps was a lighter, fainter one, like something was following me. I tried to go faster, but my legs felt like they were moving through molasses. When I finally reached the ground floor, I shoved the door open and stumbled into the main lobby. It was completely dark, except for the faint green glow of the security cameras. Desperate, I ran to the panel to see if I could figure out what was happening. But what I saw made my blood run cold. Every camera feed showed the conference room. The light inside was gone, but the figures were still there, motionless. Then I saw something on the hallway camera that made my stomach drop. There was a shadow, standing perfectly still in the middle of the corridor, facing the stairs. It didn't move, but I could feel it watching me. I dropped the monitor and bolted for the front door, convinced I'd lose my mind if I stayed there another second. When I reached the glass doors that led outside, I froze again. They were locked. They were never supposed to be locked from the inside. My hands shook as I yanked at the handle, trying to get it open, but it wouldn't budge. Then I saw my reflection in the glass. Behind me, at the end of the hallway, the shadow was there, closer than before. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I just kept pulling at the door, begging it to open, until I heard a faint click. The handle turned on its own, and the door creaked open. I didn't stop to think. I ran straight to the parking lot, not even daring to glance back. When I finally did, the building looked completely normal, dark and quiet, just like it should have been all along. No sounds, no shadows. I never went back there again. I quit my job the following week and haven't worked alone at night since. To this day, I have no idea what happened in that conference room, but one thing is certain, those weren't people. I work as a cybersecurity analyst, and my night shifts are usually uneventful, just me and the blinking screens. That night, everything seemed normal until around 2 a.m, when I heard a sharp knock at the back door of the office. It was an odd time for any kind of delivery, and honestly, we rarely use that entrance. I immediately checked the security cameras, feeling a bit uneasy, and saw someone standing there in a generic delivery uniform holding a package. He knocked again, more insistent this time, and said something I couldn't quite make out through the faulty intercom audio. I grabbed the intercom headset and asked what he wanted. He responded politely, saying he had a package for me. That was strange because I wasn't expecting anything, and honestly, no one ever sends deliveries to the office at that hour. When I asked who the package was for, he hesitated before saying my name, but the way he said it felt forced, like he was reading it or making it up. That's when I got that weird chill down my spine. I told him I wasn't going to open the door, and that if it was important, he could return during regular business hours. The guy stood there for a few seconds, staring directly at the camera, before turning and disappearing from my view. After he vanished from the camera, I tried to get back to work, but the strange feeling lingered. To be honest, my office building is pretty isolated. There's just an empty parking lot out back and some trees that make the place feel creepier at night. I checked the cameras again, just to be sure, and there he was, standing in the parking lot. He wasn't leaving or fiddling with his phone like a normal delivery person would. He was just staring directly at the building. His stance was rigid, motionless, as if he were waiting for something or someone. That made me uneasy, but I figured maybe he was just trying to scare me. 20 minutes later, he was still there, completely still. I decided to call the building's security, but, as usual, no one answered. That happens a lot, and I usually shrug it off. But that night felt different, more urgent. To make myself feel safer, I double-checked all the door locks and even pushed a desk against the back entrance. When I looked back at the cameras, I noticed he had moved. Now he was closer, almost under the parking lot light, but his face was still just out of the camera's view. It was like he knew exactly where not to be seen clearly. My concern turned into real fear when I noticed he wasn't holding the package anymore. It was just gone. I kept thinking about whether he had left it somewhere or if this was all just an elaborate act for something worse. Meanwhile, he stood perfectly still, except for his head, which occasionally tilted slightly toward the cameras, as if checking whether I was still watching. By now, my heart was racing. The feeling of being watched so deliberately, so calculatedly, was suffocating. I decided to call the police, but to my surprise and bad luck, the phone line was dead. At first, I thought it was just a technical glitch, but I tested my personal cell phone, and it didn't work either. Internet? Fine. Every other system? Functional. It was just the damn phone line that was out. At this point, everything felt like a psychological game, and I was the target. I checked the cameras again, and he was gone from the parking lot. My stomach dropped. I sprinted to recheck the locks and realized something I had completely forgotten. The small window in the side hallway. It never locked properly. I rushed to the side hallway and crouched near the window. The glass was closed but not locked, just as I had feared. I tried to turn the latch, but it felt stuck, like something was blocking it from the outside. My heart nearly stopped when I heard a faint scraping noise coming from outside. The window was small, high enough that no one could get in without a ladder, but the idea of someone trying to reach me from that angle sent a shiver down my spine. I decided not to turn on any lights in the hallway to avoid drawing more attention. I went back to the control room, trying to think rationally, but the situation had already spiraled out of control. When I checked the cameras, he was back. Only this time, he wasn't in the parking lot. He was at the front door, facing away from the camera. The way he stood there, completely still, as if he knew exactly where the camera would catch him, made my stomach churn. Then he started to move, slowly, until he turned his face just enough for me to see that he was smiling. But it wasn't a normal smile. It was almost a challenge, like he was daring me to do something. I stayed glued to the camera screens, unable to look away. He didn't do anything except stand there, smiling that unnerving smile. It wasn't human. It looked forced, like a grotesque imitation of emotion. Suddenly, he started knocking on the front door. At first, it was slow, almost like he was testing something. Then the knocks got louder, more forceful, like he wanted me to know he wasn't leaving. The sound echoed through the empty office, making my heart pound harder. I couldn't figure out what was happening or what he wanted. I tried using emergency apps on the computer, but nothing would load. Everything seemed to work except anything that could connect me to the outside world. It was like I was being deliberately isolated. When I looked back at the cameras, he was staring directly at one of them, even though it was hidden in the ceiling. He shouldn't have known where they were positioned, but it felt like he could see through them. The sense that he was in control of everything was maddening. The air in the office felt different, heavy. Every noise seemed amplified, like even the smallest movement would give me away. I decided to turn off all the lights to try to hide better, but as I adjusted the cameras to night vision, something even more bizarre happened. He was just gone. I scanned every angle, every corner, and nothing. He wasn't at the door, the parking lot, or near the trees. It was like he had evaporated. For a moment, I thought it was finally over, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Then I heard a muffled sound from the ceiling. Something was moving up there, slow, uneven footsteps. I tried convincing myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon, but the weight of those steps was unmistakable. It wasn't small. Whatever it was seemed to move directly above me, as if it knew where I was. The fear froze me in my chair, but my mind screamed at me to run. I grabbed my phone, still no signal, and hid under the desk, keeping the camera feed in view. Any movement there might give me a chance to act first. I didn't move. Every muscle in my body felt locked, like something was holding me down. The silence was deafening, and even my breathing felt muffled. The air had turned icy, but it wasn't a normal cold. It felt like it was coming from inside me, draining all my energy. I finally worked up the courage to turn my head, slowly. But the room was empty, or so it seemed. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, like someone was standing just out of view, inches away. Suddenly, I heard something scratching the floor behind me, followed by a faint whisper I couldn't make out. That was enough to make me run. I don't know where I found the strength, but I bolted out of the control room toward the emergency exit. I didn't look back, not even once. When I finally got outside, the fresh air hit me like a punch. I looked around, but the parking lot was empty. There was no sign of him, or anything else. It was like the terror had been trapped inside the building, as if it had never existed at all.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. It was my third month working as a cabin steward on the Celestial Voyager, one of those massive cruise ships that carries about 4,000 passengers across the Caribbean. I was 22, fresh out of hospitality school in Miami, eager to see the world while making decent money. The job wasn't glamorous, mostly cleaning rooms, replacing towels, arranging those little towel animals that guests love to photograph. But the pay was good. I got to travel, and my coworkers from the Philippines, Indonesia, and Eastern Europe had become like family. We'd spend our few free hours playing cards in the crew mess or watching movies on someone's laptop, all of us thousands of miles from home, bound together by the strange reality of life at sea. That particular Thursday in late September started like any other day, with me pushing my cleaning cart down the narrow corridors of Deck 7, humming along to whatever song was stuck in my head from the crew bar the night before. Around 11 in the morning, I knocked on cabin 7234, waited the standard 10 seconds, then announced myself, and knocked again. No response. I checked my list. The Thompsons, an elderly couple from Nebraska, hadn't put out the Do Not Disturb sign. I used my master keycard and stepped inside, immediately noticing the strange stillness in the air. Mr. Thompson was lying on the bed, fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, his face an unnatural shade of gray. Mrs. Thompson was nowhere to be seen, probably at the breakfast buffet, I thought. I approached slowly, calling his name softly at first, then louder. When I touched his shoulder to give him a gentle shake, his skin was cold, and I knew instantly. The way his eyes stared at nothing, the complete absence of chest movement, the stiffness in his limbs. My training kicked in and I reached for my radio to call medical. But before I could press the button, my supervisor Carlos appeared in the doorway, as if he'd been waiting nearby. Carlos stepped into the cabin and closed the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed too deliberate. He didn't even look at Mr. Thompson's body at first. His eyes were fixed on me, studying my reaction. "Put the radio down, Miguel," he said in that calm voice he used when dealing with difficult passengers. I started to protest, to explain that we needed to call medical immediately, that protocol was clear about these situations. But Carlos moved past me to the body, checking for a pulse he obviously wouldn't find, then pulled out his own phone and typed something quickly. "Medical can't come right now," he said, which made no sense because medical was always on standby. "We need to handle this quietly. Mrs. Thompson is at the spa until 2. We have time." He went to the closet and pulled out the large laundry bag we used for dirty linens, one of those industrial ones that could fit a whole room's worth of sheets. My mouth went dry as I realized what he was suggesting. "Help me get him in," Carlos said, already positioning the bag next to the bed. I stood there, unable to move, watching him work with an efficiency that told me he'd done this before. He looked up at me and his expression changed. Not angry, but something worse. Disappointed, like I was failing some unspoken test. "Miguel, you want to keep this job? You want to keep sending money home to your mother in Orlando? Then you help me now, and you forget what you saw." The mention of my mother made my chest tighten. Carlos knew things about all of us, knew our situations, our debts, our reasons for being here. He grabbed Mr. Thompson's shoulders while I stood frozen. And that's when he said something that made everything click into place. "Deck 2, storage room C47. We'll use the service elevator during lunch rush when everyone's distracted. Security won't check the cameras if I tell them not to." The casual way he said it, like he was explaining how to fold towels properly, made me realize this was procedure for him. My legs moved before my brain could process what I was doing. Together we maneuvered Mr. Thompson's stiff body into the laundry bag. He was heavier than he looked, and rigor mortis had already started to set in, making his limbs difficult to bend. The sound of his wedding ring scraping against the bag's zipper will stay with me forever. Carlos worked methodically, checking his watch every few minutes, wiping down surfaces we'd touched with a cloth from his pocket. He straightened the bed sheets, fluffed the pillows, even placed Mr. Thompson's reading glasses neatly on the nightstand next to a half-finished crossword puzzle. "Mrs. Thompson will think he went to the casino," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "She always complains he disappears there for hours." When we were done, the cabin looked exactly as it should, except for the industrial laundry bag sitting in the middle of the floor, holding the body of a man who'd probably saved his whole life for this anniversary cruise. We waited until 12:30, when Carlos knew the lunch buffet would be at its peak. He made me push the regular cleaning cart while he handled the laundry bag on a separate cart, covered with fresh towels. The service elevator was empty, just as he'd predicted. As we descended to deck 2, Carlos spoke quietly, never looking at me directly. "You think this is cruel, but imagine the panic if passengers knew. Imagine Mrs. Thompson finding out in front of everyone, the whole ship talking about it, taking photos, posting on social media while she's trying to grieve. This way she gets the news privately, with dignity, when we dock tomorrow." His logic was twisted but almost made sense in that suffocating elevator. Storage room C-47 was at the end of a corridor I'd never seen before, behind the crew laundry. The door had a special lock that required Carlos's supervisor keycard. Inside, the temperature was freezing, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The room wasn't empty. Along the back wall, 5 other industrial laundry bags were lined up, each with a small tag attached to the zipper. Carlos added Mr. Thompson to the row, pulling out a marker to write 7234 9-26 on a fresh tag. The other tags had similar markings, cabin numbers and dates going back 2 weeks. "Natural causes," Carlos said, noticing me staring at the bags. "Heart attacks, strokes, old age. Happens more than you'd think with the demographics on these cruises. Average age of our passengers is 67. He said it like he was reciting statistics from a training manual. I wanted to ask why they weren't in the ship's morgue. I knew we had one. It was mentioned in our orientation. But the answer was obvious now. The official morgue probably had a capacity of 2, maybe 3 bodies. This hidden freezer was the overflow system, the dirty secret that kept the cruise running smoothly, while people died quietly in their cabins, their families none the wiser until we reached port. Carlos locked the door and turned to face me. "Tomorrow morning, when we dock in Fort Lauderdale, a special medical team will come aboard before any passengers disembark. They'll handle everything discreetly. Death certificates will show the correct date and cause. The families will get the bodies for burial. Insurance claims will process normally. But the cruise line avoids the headlines, the bad publicity, the empty cabins for the rest of the season." He pulled out an envelope from his jacket pocket, $500 in cash. "This is yours, not a bribe, just a bonus for handling a difficult situation professionally. You'll get one every time you help with this. Every time." He expected this to happen again. He expected me to be part of this system, this conspiracy of silence that turned human beings into logistics problems to be solved. I took the money because refusing would have meant something worse than compliance. It would have meant I couldn't be trusted. That afternoon, I watched Mrs. Thompson return from the spa, relaxed and smiling, holding a shopping bag from the gift shop. She knocked on her cabin door, calling out, "Harold, I bought you that shirt you liked." When he didn't answer, she used her key and went inside. 5 minutes later, she came to the guest services desk, worried but not panicked, reporting that her husband was missing. The staff followed protocol perfectly. They made announcements, they searched public areas, they reviewed security footage that Carlos had already ensured would show nothing useful. Mrs. Thompson spent the rest of the day increasingly distraught, surrounded by other passengers who tried to comfort her, sharing their own stories of husbands who wandered off on ships. At dinner, I saw her sitting alone at their table for 2, his chair empty, still hoping he'd walk through the door with some silly explanation about losing track of time at the poker tables. The weight of what I knew sat in my stomach like a stone. That night, I couldn't eat. I kept thinking about Mr. Thompson in that freezer, in that bag with only a cabin number to identify who he'd been. I thought about his wife sleeping alone, not knowing she was already a widow. Around midnight, I found myself back on deck 2, standing outside C-47. I could hear the cooling system humming through the door. Using my regular keycard, I tried to open it. Access denied, of course. Only supervisors could enter. But I noticed something else. There were other storage rooms along that corridor, C-45, C-46, C-48, C-49. When I pressed my ear against C-46, I heard the same mechanical humming. I tried to do the math. If each room could hold 6 or 7 bodies, and there were at least 5 cold storage rooms, and cruises ran year-round, how many deaths were they hiding? How many families were lied to? How many crew members like me had been pulled into this system, paid off, sworn to silence through fear and cash? The next morning, just as Carlos had promised, we docked in Fort Lauderdale. I watched from a crew deck as unmarked white vans pulled up to a service entrance I'd never noticed before. Men in medical uniforms, but no company logos, wheeled gurneys up a ramp, moving with the same practiced efficiency I'd seen in Carlos. They were gone within an hour, before most passengers had even finished breakfast. Later that day, Mrs. Thompson was called to the medical center. The ship's doctor, a pleasant woman from South Africa named Dr. Kruger, told her they'd found her husband collapsed in a maintenance area where passengers weren't supposed to go, that he'd apparently suffered a massive heart attack, that everything possible had been done, but it was too late. I know because I was cleaning the corridor outside and heard every word through the thin walls. Mrs. Thompson's sobs were quiet, dignified, muffled by the doctor's shoulder. She thanked them for trying to save him. She actually thanked them. I quit 3 days later, after we'd returned to sea with a fresh load of passengers. I told Carlos I had a family emergency, and he didn't argue. He just looked at me with those knowing eyes and said, "Not everyone's cut out for the realities of this industry." He handed me my final pay envelope. It had an extra $1,000 inside. Blood money, or silence money, I'm not sure which. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? What proof did I have? The cruise line would deny everything. Carlos would disappear into another ship, and I'd be just another disgruntled employee making wild accusations. But I know what I saw in that freezer. I know Mr. Thompson died alone in his cabin and spent his last day on Earth in a laundry bag with a number tag instead of his name. Sometimes I check cruise message boards, looking for posts from people whose loved ones died at sea, wondering if they ever questioned the official story. The industry processes over 30 million passengers a year. If even 0.5% die on board, that's 150,000 bodies that need to be handled quietly, efficiently, without disturbing the paradise illusion. I still have nightmares about those storage rooms, about what's behind all those locked doors on ships floating in international waters where laws become suggestions and death becomes an inconvenience to be managed. I spent 6 years as a communications officer on various cruise ships before that night in 2022 changed everything. Most people picture cruise work as glamorous, tropical destinations, endless buffets, meeting people from all over the world. The reality is 12-hour shifts in a windowless room filled with monitors, radio equipment, and the constant hum of electronics. I was stationed on the Meridian Pearl, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers through the Mediterranean. My job was simple enough: monitor all radio frequencies, log communications, coordinate with other vessels, and relay important information to the bridge. That particular night in early August, we were somewhere between Sicily and Malta, cruising through calm waters under a moonless sky. I'd just finished my dinner, lukewarm pasta from the crew mess, and settled in for what I expected would be another routine graveyard shift. The communications room was tucked away on deck 3, far from passenger areas. Just me, my colleague Brandon, who was catching some sleep in the corner, and walls lined with equipment that looked like it belonged in a submarine movie. Around 2 a.m., I picked up something on Channel 16, the international distress frequency. At first, it was just static mixed with what sounded like voices. barely audible through the interference. I fine-tuned the frequency, adjusting the squelch and gain controls until the transmission became clearer. It was another cruise ship, the Ocean Harmony, operating about 40 nautical miles from our position. Their communications officer sounded panicked, his voice cracking as he repeated the same message. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ocean Harmony. We have 17 passengers unaccounted for. Repeat, 17 souls missing. Conducted 3 full searches of the vessel, requesting immediate assistance from any ships in vicinity." The timestamp on my equipment showed 02:13 when I logged the first transmission. I immediately reached for the direct line to our bridge, but before I could dial, more transmissions flooded in. The Ocean Harmony's officer was now communicating with what sounded like the Italian Coast Guard, though their responses were breaking up badly. Through the static, I heard fragments. "Searched all public areas. Cameras show nothing. Between 23 and 1 hours. No signs of struggle. Personal belongings still in cabins." Each detail made my chest tighten. 17 people don't just vanish from a cruise ship. I'd been doing this job long enough to know that when someone goes overboard, there's usually witnesses, security footage, something. But 17 people disappearing within a 2-hour window with no trace? I started recording everything on our backup system while simultaneously transcribing the key points by hand. Brandon stirred in his chair but didn't wake up. He'd been pulling double shifts all week and could sleep through anything. The transmissions continued for another 20 minutes, growing increasingly desperate. The Ocean Harmony's captain had taken over the radio now, his deep voice cutting through the static with practiced authority that couldn't quite mask his concern. He was requesting helicopter support, asking nearby vessels to adjust course for search patterns, coordinating with maritime authorities from at least 3 different countries. I plotted their position on my navigation screen. They were close enough that we could reach them in 2 hours at full speed. Protocol demanded that I report this immediately to our bridge officer. I grabbed the phone again, dialed extension 501, and waited. Lieutenant Morrison answered on the 3rd ring, sounding irritated at being disturbed. When I explained the situation, there was a long pause. Then he said something that made my entire body go rigid. "Keep monitoring. Don't log anything officially yet. I'm coming down." 5 minutes later, Morrison walked in, but he wasn't alone. Our hotel director, a thin man named Garrison who always wore perfectly pressed suits even at 3 in the morning, followed him into the room. They both looked wide awake, like they'd been expecting something like this. Garrison went straight to my station, leaning over to look at my handwritten notes while Morrison stood by the door, arms crossed. "Play back everything you've recorded," Garrison ordered. His cologne was overwhelming in the small space, something expensive that made my nose itch. I hit playback, and we listened to the Ocean Harmony's distress calls again. Garrison's expression never changed, just that blank corporate stare I'd seen during staff meetings. When the recording ended, he pulled out his phone and stepped into the hallway. I could hear him speaking in hushed tones, though I couldn't make out the words through the heavy door. Morrison moved closer to my station, scanning through the digital logs on my screen. "How many other vessels have acknowledged these transmissions?" he asked. I pulled up the frequency log. 2 cargo ships had responded, along with an Italian patrol boat, all confirming they'd received the distress calls and were adjusting course to assist. Morrison nodded slowly, then did something I'd never seen in my 6 years at sea. He reached over and started deleting entries from our communication log, not just archiving or marking them classified, actually removing them from our system entirely. "Sir, those are official maritime records," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're required by international law to maintain those." He didn't even look at me, just kept clicking delete. "No, what we're required to do is protect our passengers from unnecessary panic. News about a competitor's crisis could cause chaos on our ship. Imagine if 4,000 people suddenly decided they wanted off." Garrison returned, slipping his phone into his jacket pocket. "The situation is being handled through proper channels," he announced, though his tone suggested those channels had nothing to do with maritime safety. "From this moment forward, we received no distress calls tonight. Our logs will show routine commercial traffic only. The Ocean Harmony situation doesn't concern us." He turned to Brandon, who was now awake and looking confused. "That goes for you too. You were asleep. You heard nothing." Brandon glanced at me, then back at Garrison and simply nodded. Smart kid. He had a family back in the States and needed this job. Garrison pulled out a tablet and had us both sign something labeled as a communications protocol review, corporate speak for a gag order. The document was pages long, filled with legal language about proprietary information and competitive intelligence. Nowhere did it mention the 17 missing people who were somewhere out there in the dark Mediterranean waters. For the next 2 hours, I sat at my station listening to the ongoing search and rescue operations while pretending to monitor routine channels. The Ocean Harmony's transmissions grew more frantic. They'd found personal items floating in the water: shoes, a handbag, what looked like pieces of clothing. The Italian Coast Guard had deployed helicopters with searchlights, sweeping the dark waters in expanding grid patterns. A Norwegian cargo vessel reported possible debris about 2 miles from the Ocean Harmony's position. Through it all, I maintained our fake log, entering fictional routine communications while the real crisis unfolded in my headphones. Around 4:30 a.m., Garrison finally left, but not before reminding me that my contract included substantial financial penalties for violating confidentiality agreements. Morrison stayed until his shift ended at 6 a.m., sitting in the corner where Brandon had been, occasionally glancing at me to make sure I was following orders. When my replacement arrived at 8 a.m., a cheerful woman named Janet who had no idea what had transpired during the night, I handed over the falsified log without a word. Walking back to my cabin, I passed hundreds of passengers heading to breakfast, laughing, taking selfies, completely unaware that just 40 miles away, families were receiving the worst news of their lives. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those 17 people. Were they traveling together? Were they strangers who'd met the same fate? The Ocean Harmony's manifest would list them as missing, their cabins would be sealed, and somewhere, 17 families would be destroyed. I lay in my narrow bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the constant rumble of our engines. Every cruise ship has cameras covering almost every inch of public space. For 17 people to disappear without being caught on a single camera meant either a massive technical failure or something far more orchestrated. That evening, I made a decision that probably ended my maritime career. Before my shift, I stopped by an internet cafe in port. We docked in Valletta, Malta for the day. Using a prepaid connection that couldn't be traced back to me, I searched for news about the Ocean Harmony. Nothing. Not a single article, blog post, or social media mention about missing passengers. I checked maritime incident databases, Coast Guard reports, even shipping industry forums where sailors gossip about everything. The rescue operation I'd listened to for hours, involving multiple vessels and helicopters, had left no digital footprint whatsoever. The Ocean Harmony was listed as operating normally, currently docked in Marseille according to the Port Authority website. Either everyone involved had agreed to bury this story, or something even stranger was happening. I spent €30 printing out everything I could find about the ship's recent movements, passenger reviews from previous cruises, anything that might explain what I'd heard. When I returned to the ship for my evening shift, Garrison was waiting in the communications room. He wasn't alone. 2 security officers flanked him, and there were boxes stacked near my station. "We're upgrading the equipment," he said, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You'll be transferred to the Celestial Dream, departing from Barcelona next week. Promotion to Senior Communications Officer, 20% pay increase." It wasn't a promotion, it was exile. They were separating me from Brandon, from anyone who knew about that night. The security officers watched as I packed my personal items from the desk drawers, photos, my coffee mug, the notebook where I'd transcribed those desperate calls. Garrison held out his hand for the notebook. When I hesitated, one of the security officers stepped forward. I handed it over. Garrison flipped through it, tore out the pages with my handwriting from that night, and fed them into a shredder that had mysteriously appeared in our usually equipment-only room. The next 6 days before my transfer were surreal. I worked my shifts, maintained the logs, acted normal. But every night I'd lie awake wondering how many other communications officers had heard similar calls and been silenced. How many missing passenger cases were being erased from existence. On my last night aboard the Meridian Pearl, Brandon found me during dinner. He slipped me a USB drive hidden inside a napkin, whispered, "Backup from that night," and walked away. I never saw him again. I quit 3 months later. Couldn't handle the weight of what I knew. The USB drive contained 4 hours of recordings. Every transmission from the Ocean Harmony, every coordinate, every desperate plea for help. I've shared it with journalists, maritime safety organizations, even law enforcement. They all say the same thing. Without official logs or corroborating evidence, it's just audio that could be fabricated. 17 people vanished that night, and the only proof sits in a safety deposit box in Geneva, waiting for someone to believe it's real. The galley kitchens on cruise ships become your entire world after a while, and I'd been running them for 12 years when everything went to hell that April morning in 2023. I was 43, divorced, and honestly preferred the constant motion of the sea to any apartment back in Boston. Most people don't realize that executive chefs on these massive vessels oversee operations that feed 4,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members every single day. We're talking about 21 restaurants, 800 pounds of lobster per voyage, and a supply chain that would make most hotel managers weep. I'd worked my way up from a line cook on smaller boats to managing the entire food operation on one of the industry's flagship vessels. The money was excellent, the team respected me, and I genuinely loved watching sunrise through the porthole windows while inspecting the morning bread production. That particular Monday started like any other, with me arriving at the main galley at 4:30 a.m., my clipboard ready for inventory checks, completely unaware that within 6 hours I'd be facing the kind of decision that destroys careers and maybe lives. The first complaint came through at 10:15, just as breakfast service was winding down and we were prepping for the lunch rush. Nancy, one of our guest services coordinators, appeared at my office door with that particular expression that meant trouble. Her usually bright face pulled tight with concern, her fingers drumming against her radio. A family of 5 from Deck 7 had reported severe stomach problems after eating at the Sunrise Buffet, and they weren't the only ones. Within 20 minutes, my phone was ringing nonstop, and the medical bay started sending urgent messages about passengers flooding in with violent symptoms, vomiting, severe cramping, some people collapsing in hallways. Dr. Brennan, our chief medical officer, a former Navy surgeon who never panicked about anything, called me directly and said we might be looking at over 60 cases already, with more coming every minute. The pattern was clear. Everyone affected had eaten breakfast between 7 and 9 that morning, mostly from the main buffet, but some from our specialty restaurants too. I immediately initiated our containment protocol, shutting down all food service except for sealed beverages and prepackaged items, then assembled my senior staff in the main prep kitchen to figure out what the hell had gone wrong. We pulled every single item that had been served that morning: eggs, bacon, sausages, fruit salads, pastries, yogurt parfaits, everything. My sous chef Kevin and I personally inspected each batch, checking temperatures, examining prep logs, even tasting small samples ourselves despite the risk. The scrambled eggs looked perfect, fluffy and yellow like always. The bacon was crispy. The hollandaise sauce had been made fresh at 6 a.m. exactly according to protocol. Every temperature log showed proper readings. All the HACCP charts were filled out correctly. Timestamps matched. Signatures were in place. But something was catastrophically wrong, and the numbers kept climbing. Dr. Brennan's latest update put us at 143 passengers affected, with 12 in critical condition. The captain had already notified corporate headquarters and the nearest port authority, and I knew that within hours we'd have health inspectors crawling through every inch of my kitchens. The weird thing was that my staff seemed unusually quiet during our emergency meeting, avoiding eye contact in a way that made the hair on my neck stand up. Kevin pulled me aside near the walk-in freezers while the others were gathering samples for testing, his face pale and sweaty, in a way that had nothing to do with the kitchen heat. He'd been with me for 3 years, a solid professional who'd never given me any reason to doubt him. But now, he kept glancing at the security cameras like he was checking their positions. "Chef, we need to talk, but not here," he whispered, gesturing toward the loading dock area where deliveries came in during port days. I followed him through the maze of storage rooms, past the blast chillers and the dry goods storage, until we reached a corner where the camera coverage had a known blind spot. Something I'd reported to management months ago, but they'd never fixed. Kevin rubbed his face hard with both hands before speaking, and when he finally looked at me, I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "The delivery last Friday in Port Canaveral," he started, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of refrigeration units. "Corporate made us take a shipment that wasn't on our manifest. 3 pallets of frozen proteins, no proper documentation, just a verbal order from someone way above our pay grade." I stared at him, trying to process what he was telling me while my phone buzzed incessantly with updates from the crisis. Kevin continued, explaining how the night shift had been instructed to use these unmarked packages for the breakfast sausages and meat preparations, mixing them with our regular stock to stretch the inventory through the next 2 weeks at sea. The packages had arrived partially thawed, he said, with ice crystals melting and refreezing in patterns that suggested multiple temperature breaks during transport. But here's where it got worse. Our night supervisor, Robert, had been specifically told by someone in corporate procurement to bypass the usual receiving protocols, skip the temperature checks, and just get everything into the freezers before the morning shift arrived. Kevin showed me photos on his phone that he'd taken secretly. Boxes with labels that had been peeled off and replaced, dates that looked altered with different ink, and most disturbing of all, a faint stamp on one box that appeared to be from a supplier we'd blacklisted 2 years ago for repeated safety violations. The more he talked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just negligence or a mistake. This was deliberate, systematic corner-cutting to save money, and now people were seriously ill because of it. The head of guest services burst through the dock door before I could respond to Kevin, her face flushed and panicked. "Chef, we have 3 passengers being airlifted to shore right now," she gasped, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. 2 elderly women and a 7-year-old boy, all in critical condition with severe dehydration and organ stress. The Coast Guard is 30 minutes out. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. A child was fighting for his life because of food that came from my kitchens. Food that I was responsible for, even if I hadn't known about the contaminated shipment. I thought about my own nephew, just about that age, and felt bile rise in my throat. Behind her, I could see other department heads gathering in the main galley, including our hotel director, Mr. Fitzgerald, a company man through and through who'd been with the cruise line for 25 years. He caught my eye through the doorway and made a subtle cutting motion across his throat, a clear message to keep quiet about whatever I might have discovered. The ship's internet had already been throttled to prevent passengers from posting on social media, and I knew from experience that corporate's crisis management team was probably already crafting a story about an isolated norovirus outbreak, completely unrelated to food handling. I walked back into the main galley, my mind racing through the implications of what I knew versus what I was expected to do. "Mr. Pahu." Fitzgerald immediately cornered me near the pass where we usually plated desserts, speaking in that smooth, practiced tone that company executives perfect after years of handling disasters. "Chef, the testing lab will be here within the hour," he said, straightening his tie with manicured fingers that had never touched a hot pan. "They'll find nothing because there's nothing to find. Our supplies are all properly sourced, properly stored, and properly prepared. Whatever made these people sick came from somewhere else. Perhaps they ate at port yesterday. Perhaps it's viral. Your kitchens are spotless. Your procedures are impeccable. And that's exactly what you'll tell the investigators." He placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing just hard enough to convey threat rather than comfort. "You've got 14 years until full pension, if I remember correctly." Your son's at Northwestern University studying medicine, expensive school. It would be unfortunate if budget cuts forced us to restructure the galley management. The message was crystal clear. Play along or lose everything I'd worked for, everything my family depended on. My phone rang with another call from Dr. Brennan, and this time his voice had lost all professional composure. We're at 208 cases now, and I need to know what they ate because standard food poisoning treatment isn't working, he said urgently. Some passengers are showing unusual symptoms. Their white blood cell counts are through the roof. Liver enzymes are spiking in ways I've never seen from typical bacteria. Whatever this is, it's not Salmonella or E. coli or any of the usual suspects. I could hear chaos in the background of his call, alarms beeping, people retching, someone crying hysterically. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald stood 3 feet away from me, arms crossed, watching my every expression. I told Dr. Brennan I'd get back to him and hung up, my mind churning through the horrible calculus of this situation. If I stayed quiet, more people might get sick from the remaining contaminated stock still in our freezers. But if I spoke up, corporate would destroy me financially and professionally, blacklisting me from every cruise line and major hotel chain they had connections with, which was basically all of them. They'd paint me as a negligent chef who'd failed to maintain standards, making me the scapegoat while the executives who'd actually ordered the corrupt shipment remained untouched in their shoreside offices. The health inspectors arrived faster than expected, a team of 3 officials in Navy windbreakers who immediately commandeered my office and started demanding documentation. I handed over everything they asked for, the filtered version, the official logs that showed perfect compliance, while the real evidence Kevin had shown me burned like acid in my consciousness. They took samples from every station, swabbed surfaces, checked temperatures, interviewed my staff who all stuck to the script with practiced efficiency. During a brief break, I excused myself and went to the crew bathroom, where I found Kevin's assistant, Maria, crying in one of the stalls. She'd been working the night shift when the contaminated meat came in, and through her tears, she told me that Robert had made them repackage everything, transferring the suspicious proteins into our standard containers with our regular labels. He said it was a special arrangement to help the company during supply chain problems, she sobbed, mascara streaming down her cheeks. But chef, some of those packages, they smelled wrong even while frozen, like ammonia mixed with something sweet and rotten. We tried to refuse, but Robert said we'd all be fired and put off at the next port without our wages. She showed me videos on her phone that she'd secretly recorded, timestamp showing 3:47 a.m. last Saturday, of Robert and 2 other supervisors literally peeling labels off boxes and replacing them with fresh ones from our standard supplier. I made a decision in that bathroom that would change everything. I told Maria to send me those videos immediately, then walked back to my office where the inspectors were still working. Mr. Fitzgerald had positioned himself in the corner, supposedly reviewing paperwork but really monitoring every word I said. I pulled out my personal laptop, not the company one, and started compiling everything. Kevin's photos, Maria's videos, screenshots of the altered delivery manifests, even recordings I'd made of previous conversations where corporate had pushed us to cut costs. The lead inspector, a woman named Diane with 30 years of experience and eyes that missed nothing, noticed my agitation. "Chef, is there something you'd like to share with us?" she asked quietly. And I saw Fitzgerald tense up, his hand moving to his phone probably to alert legal. I looked at Diane, then at Fitzgerald, then thought about that 7-year-old boy fighting for his life in a helicopter somewhere over the ocean. "Yes," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "But I need protection from retaliation, and I need it in writing before I show you what really happened here." The room went completely silent, except for the distant sound of the ship's engines, and I could practically hear my career crumbling like overbaked pastry. What happened next was like watching a dam burst in slow motion. Diane immediately called for federal marshals who were apparently already on standby at the nearest port, then began documenting everything while Fitzgerald tried desperately to reach corporate legal on his phone. Within an hour, they'd seized all the remaining contaminated products, locked down the entire kitchen operation, and started interviewing every single member of my staff separately. The truth came pouring out. Apparently, this wasn't the first time, just the first time people had gotten this sick. Robert, when faced with federal charges, cracked completely and admitted that corporate had been doing this for 18 months across their entire fleet, saving approximately $12 million by purchasing rejected and expired proteins through shell companies and relabeling them. The ammonia smell Maria had noticed was from chemicals used to mask decomposition, a practice that's literally criminal in food service. Dr. Brennan later confirmed that the unusual symptoms were from a rare bacteria that only develops in meat that's been thawed and refrozen multiple times in contaminated conditions. By evening, FBI agents had boarded the ship, and Fitzgerald was in custody along with 3 other executives who'd tried to destroy evidence. The 7-year-old boy survived after intensive treatment, though his family would deal with complications for months. The cruise line tried to fire me the next day, but the whistleblower protection Diane had arranged held firm, and the story exploded across international news within 72 hours. I testified in federal court 6 months later, providing evidence that led to criminal charges against 14 corporate executives and a complete restructuring of the company's food safety protocols. The cruise line paid out $300 million in settlements and criminal fines, and new federal regulations were passed requiring independent food safety audits for all cruise operations. I never worked on a ship again. No cruise line would touch me after I'd exposed the industry's dirty secret, but I found something better. Now I run a food safety consulting firm that trains kitchen staff to recognize and report exactly these kinds of violations, and Maria works with me as my lead inspector. Kevin took over as executive chef on a competitor's ship, where he implemented the strictest food safety standards in the fleet. Sometimes I miss the sunrise through those porthole windows and the rhythm of life at sea, but then I remember that little boy's family sending me a photo of him on his 8th birthday, healthy and grinning with cake all over his face. That photo sits on my desk now, reminding me every day that some things matter more than careers or corporate loyalty. The galley might have been my whole world once, but saving lives by speaking truth became my purpose, even if it meant I'd never sail again. February 2016 was when everything went sideways for me. I was 34, recently divorced, and desperately needed the money when I took that job as a night watchman on the Oceanic Pearl, one of those massive cruise ships that holds about 4,000 passengers. The pay was decent, better than anything I could find on land at the time, and they were offering 6-month contracts with overtime guaranteed. I'd worked security at a mall in Phoenix before, nothing fancy, just checking doors and walking around empty corridors at night. The cruise line job seemed like the same deal, except floating. My buddy Frank had done it for 2 years and said it was easy money. Just patrol the decks, make sure drunk passengers got back to their rooms safely, and keep an eye on restricted areas. Simple enough, right? The first 3 weeks were exactly what I expected. I'd start my shift at 11 p.m., do my rounds through the passenger decks, check the pool areas, make sure nobody was climbing on railings or doing anything stupid after too many drinks at the bars. Most nights I'd help maybe 2 or 3 people who couldn't find their cabin, guide them back while they rambled about how amazing their vacation was. The ship had this whole city inside it: restaurants, theaters, casinos, shopping areas. And at night, when most passengers were asleep, it became this quiet, humming maze of corridors and stairwells. I actually enjoyed those first weeks, walking through the empty spaces, listening to the ocean through the walls, feeling the slight sway under my feet. It was peaceful in a way that my life hadn't been for a while. It was a Wednesday night in my 4th week when I first noticed something weird. I was doing my usual patrol near the aft section of Deck 5 when I saw 2 crew members I recognized from the entertainment staff, a guy named Victor from Romania and a woman called Sophia from Greece. They were practically carrying this passenger, a middle-aged woman in a sparkly dress who could barely stand. Now I'd seen plenty of drunk passengers, but this was different. Her head was completely limp, rolling back and forth with each step, and her feet were dragging on the carpet. I started walking toward them to help, figured they were taking her to the medical center on deck 2, but then they turned left instead of right. Left led to a service elevator that went down to the crew quarters and storage areas, definitely not where passengers belonged. When I called out to them, Victor just looked at me, put his finger to his lips, and shook his head. Sophia mouthed something that looked like special arrangement, and they disappeared into the elevator. The next morning, I mentioned it to Gary, the security supervisor who worked days. He'd been with the cruise line for 15 years, knew everything about everything. Gary just laughed it off, told me sometimes VIP passengers get special recovery services when they party too hard. Private medical attention in better-equipped rooms away from the regular medical bay. He said the cruise line didn't advertise it, but wealthy passengers paid extra for discretion when they got too wasted. Made sense at the time, I guess. Rich people always got different treatment, and the cruise industry was all about keeping high rollers happy. But something about the way Victor had looked at me stuck in my mind. It wasn't conspiratorial, like we were in on some secret together. It was more like a warning, like I should mind my own business and forget what I saw. 2 nights later, it happened again. Different crew members this time. Guys from the restaurant staff I'd seen around but didn't know by name. They had a young man, maybe 25, wearing an expensive-looking suit that was all disheveled. This time I was closer, could see his face clearly under the corridor lights. His eyes were open but completely unfocused, pupils dilated so wide they looked black. Drool was running down his chin. The weird part was how systematic they were about it. One guy had him under the arms, the other had his legs, and they were moving fast, efficient, like they'd done this many times before. They took the same service elevator, going down to the restricted areas. I followed them this time, took the stairs down to deck 1, but when I got there, the corridor was empty. Just the hum of the engines and the smell of industrial cleaning products. There were dozens of doors down there, storage rooms, crew quarters, mechanical areas. They could have gone anywhere. I started paying more attention after that, changing my patrol routes to spend more time near those service elevators. Over the next week, I saw it happen 4 more times. Always late, always between 2 and 4 a.m. when the ship was quietest. Always crew members from different departments, entertainment, food service, housekeeping, carrying passengers who were beyond drunk, practically unconscious. And always down to the restricted areas below the passenger decks. I started keeping notes in my phone, writing down dates, times, descriptions of the passengers. There was a pattern forming that I couldn't ignore. The passengers were always alone, always wearing expensive clothes or jewelry, always so intoxicated they couldn't speak or walk. And here's what really got me. I never saw any of them again during the rest of the cruise. Now, it's a big ship, sure, but I had a good memory for faces, especially ones I'd seen in such strange circumstances. The breaking point came on a Saturday night, almost 6 weeks into my contract. I was near the casino on deck 8 when I saw them carrying a woman who looked exactly like someone I'd helped earlier that same night. Around midnight, she'd been tipsy but coherent, asking me for directions to her cabin. She'd shown me her key card, cabin 742, and I'd walked her there myself. She was traveling alone, she told me. A recent widow spending some of her husband's life insurance on a trip she'd always dreamed about. Now, at 3:30 a.m., here she was being carried by 2 crew members, completely unconscious, wearing the same silver dress. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stepped right in front of them, badge out, and demanded to know where they were taking her. The taller one, a Lithuanian guy from maintenance, just stared at me. The other one, someone from the spa staff, actually smiled. Not a friendly smile, but the kind that made your spine go rigid. "Step aside," the Lithuanian said, his accent thick. "This is authorized." When I asked for what authorization, whose authorization, he pulled out a radio and spoke rapidly in a language I didn't understand. Within 2 minutes, Gary appeared, which was strange because Gary never worked nights. He was wearing regular clothes, not his uniform, and his face was all business. He pulled me aside, gripped tight on my arm, and walked me away from the crew members who continued on with the woman. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, and his voice was different, harder than I'd ever heard it. "You're going to forget what you saw. You're going to go back to your normal patrol route, and you're going to stop making notes about things that don't concern you." When I protested that this was my job, that something illegal was happening, he leaned in close. "Your job is whatever we say it is. You've got 4 months left on your contract. You can finish it quietly and get your bonus, or you can be terminated at the next port for insubordination. No references, no final pay, and good luck explaining to your next employer why you got fired from a cruise ship." Then he said something that really chilled me. "That ex-wife of yours back in Phoenix, she's getting those alimony payments on time, right? Be a shame if you couldn't keep up with them." I went back to my cabin that morning and sat on my narrow bunk, trying to process what was happening. The threat was clear, but the reality of it was hitting me hard. I needed this job. The divorce had cleaned me out, and those alimony payments were court-ordered. If I lost this gig, I'd be in contempt of court within 2 months. But those passengers, something was happening to them. I couldn't just ignore it. I decided to be smarter about it. Instead of confronting anyone directly, I'd gather evidence quietly. I started using my phone to record videos during my patrols, keeping it in my chest pocket with the camera slightly exposed. I'd walk by those service elevators, hoping to catch something on film. For 3 nights, nothing. Then on night 4, I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. I captured clear footage of 3 crew members carrying an unconscious man into the service elevator. His wallet had fallen out of his pocket, and one of them picked it up, pulled out the cash, and tossed the wallet into a trash bin. That was straight-up theft. No way to explain that away as VIP service. The next morning, we docked at Nassau. I had 6 hours of shore leave and used it to find an internet cafe away from the ship's Wi-Fi. I uploaded the video to my cloud storage and emailed copies to myself at 3 different email addresses. Then I did something else. I searched for news about missing cruise passengers. What I found made me sick. Over the past 2 years, 17 passengers had gone missing from various ships operated by our cruise line. The official reports always said the same thing. Passenger disembarked at port and failed to return. Or voluntary disembarkation documented. But family members were quoted saying their loved ones would never just leave, that their belongings were still in their cabins, that something was wrong. One woman's daughter said her mother had called her the night before she supposedly disembarked voluntarily in Jamaica, excited about the formal dinner that evening. She never made it to dinner, and according to the cruise line, she'd left the ship at 6 a.m. the next morning. No security footage, no witnesses, just a notation in the ship's log. I knew I had to do something, but I also knew I was trapped on that ship for another 4 months. Going to the authorities at port seemed like the obvious choice, but I needed more evidence, something undeniable. That night I did something stupid but necessary. I waited until 3 a.m., then used my security override to access the passenger manifest system. I looked up the woman from cabin 7412, the widow I'd tried to help. According to the system, she had disembarked that morning in Nassau. Voluntary departure, no forwarding address, no contact with the cruise line needed. But I'd seen her being carried unconscious just hours before we docked. Her cabin had already been cleaned and prepared for a new passenger arriving that day. I checked the others I'd made notes about. All of them showed the same thing. Voluntary disembarkation at various ports, always within 24 hours of when I'd seen them being carried away. The pattern was clear and horrifying. They were taking passengers who were alone, getting them severely intoxicated somehow, and then making them disappear at port, probably dumping them somewhere or selling them to human traffickers. The cruise line was covering it up with false records. My last night on the ship came sooner than expected. 3 days after Nassau, Gary came to my cabin with 2 other security officers. They searched everything, found my backup phone hidden in my mattress with all the videos and notes. Gary deleted everything while the others held me against the wall. "You're done," he said. "Next port is Cozumel. You're getting off there. Your final pay is forfeit due to breach of contract. We found evidence you've been stealing from passenger cabins." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "That's the story if you try to make trouble. We have your fingerprints on items from 3 different cabins where valuables went missing. You think anyone will believe a disgruntled fired security guard over a multi-billion-dollar cruise line?" They escorted me to a storage room in the crew area and locked me in. No phone, no way to contact anyone. They brought me food twice a day and let me use the bathroom under guard. When we docked at Cozumel, they marched me off the ship with just my passport and the clothes I was wearing, handed me $200 cash, and told me if I ever tried to contact the authorities or the media, they'd make sure I was arrested for theft. It took me 3 days to get back to Phoenix using the $200 for bus tickets and gas station food. When I got home, I found an email waiting in one of my backup accounts. The cloud storage links I'd sent from Nassau were still active. They'd deleted everything on my phones but hadn't known about the uploads. I had the video of them stealing from the unconscious passenger, plus all my notes with dates and times. I spent weeks trying to figure out what to do with it. Went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, but they said maritime crimes were complicated, especially in international waters. Tried calling journalists, but nobody wanted to touch a story about a major cruise line without more proof. The few who showed interest backed off quickly, said their editors wouldn't run it. I even contacted a maritime lawyer who told me bluntly that suing would be pointless. The cruise line would bury me in legal fees, and those employment contracts have arbitration clauses that basically sign away your right to sue anyway. Eventually, I gave up trying to go through official channels. But I couldn't just let it go completely. I started posting on cruise forums and travel warning sites, using anonymous accounts and VPNs, sharing what I'd witnessed without naming the specific cruise line. My lawyer had warned me about defamation suits. Some people believed me, others called me a conspiracy theorist, but every few months I'd see another news story about a missing cruise passenger, another voluntary disembarkation that didn't make sense. I know what's happening on those ships. Crew members are drugging solitary passengers, probably with something slipped into their drinks at the bars, then robbing them and getting rid of them at ports. Maybe they're selling them to traffickers. Maybe they're just dumping them unconscious in dangerous areas where they become robbery victims or worse. The cruise line covers it up, doctors the records, and threatens anyone who tries to speak up. I still have that video saved in a dozen different places, waiting for the day someone with real power decides to investigate. Until then, I tell anyone who will listen, if you're traveling alone on a cruise, never accept a drink you didn't see poured, never get severely intoxicated, and always make sure someone on land knows where you are. Because once you disappear at sea, you're just another voluntary disembarkation in the ship's log, and nobody's coming to look for you. I need everyone here to understand that what I'm about to share cost me my career, my reputation, and probably my sanity. 10 months ago, I was working security on the Atlantic Empress, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers plus crew. I'd been doing maritime security for 12 years before that. Started in the Coast Guard, then moved to commercial vessels. The pay was decent. The work was usually straightforward. Drunk passengers getting rowdy, occasional theft from staterooms, maybe a fight at the casino. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened during that voyage from New York to Bermuda. I still wake up at night thinking about Cabin 8247, about the Anderson family, and about how 4 people can simply stop existing while surrounded by thousands of others. The call came in around 10:30 p.m. on our second night at sea. I was doing my rounds on Deck 9 when my radio crackled. Housekeeping was reporting an issue with a stateroom on Deck 8. The night supervisor, a woman named Yolanda who'd been with the cruise line for 20 years, said something was wrong with one of the family suites. She wouldn't elaborate over the radio, just kept insisting I needed to come down immediately. Her voice had this edge to it that I'd never heard before. When I got there, she was standing outside 8247 with 2 of her staff members. They all had the same expression, confused and genuinely disturbed. Yolanda handed me the master keycard without saying a word and just pointed at the door. When I opened that cabin, I expected maybe vandalism, a medical emergency, or even a crime scene. What I found was nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing. The suite was pristine, like it had just been prepared for new passengers. The beds were made with fresh linens, corners tucked military style. The bathroom had wrapped soaps, folded towel arrangements, those little shampoo bottles lined up perfectly. The closets were empty, hangers evenly spaced. Even the welcome basket with the champagne bottles sat untouched on the coffee table. The promotional cruise materials fanned out like a deck of cards. But here's what made everyone uncomfortable. The manifest showed the Andersons had checked in 36 hours ago. A family of 4 from Michigan. Parents in their 40s, 2 teenage kids. I pulled up their records on my tablet right there in the doorway. Everything looked normal at first glance. They'd completed online check-in 2 weeks prior, uploaded their passport photos, selected their dinner seating. The embarkation system showed them boarding at 2:47 p.m. on departure day. Their keycards had been activated. Their safety drill attendance was marked complete. The dining system even showed they'd eaten dinner the first night. Table 42 in the main dining room. Orders placed at 7:23 p.m. The father had the salmon, the mother chose pasta primavera, the kids both got burgers. Their server, a guy named Antonio from Portugal, had even noted that they'd mentioned celebrating their daughter's acceptance to college. But standing in that empty cabin, none of it made sense. I immediately called the bridge and requested a full security protocol. Within minutes, I had 3 more officers with me, and we began a systematic search. We pulled the keycard logs for cabin 8247. The last entry was at 9:14 p.m. the previous night, right after dinner. The hallway cameras? Here's where things got weird. The footage showed the Andersons returning to their cabin at 9:14 p.m., exactly matching the keycard data. 4 people walked down that corridor. I watched it myself at least a dozen times. They were laughing about something. The father had his arm around his son's shoulder. They entered the cabin, the door closed, and that was it. No one left that room according to the cameras. But the next footage, from Yolanda's team arriving at 10:15 p.m. tonight to do turn-down service, showed them entering an already empty cabin. We reviewed every single camera on the ship, every elevator, every stairwell, every public area. The Andersons appeared in multiple locations throughout the first day and a half. The pool deck, the buffet for breakfast, walking through the promenade. The son played basketball with other teens at the sports court. The mother got a coffee at the cafe on deck 6 around 3 p.m. on day 2. But after they entered their cabin at 9:14 p.m., they never appeared on another camera. I had my team check everything. The medical center in case they'd had an emergency. The brig in case something had happened that wasn't logged. Even the crew areas in case they'd somehow wandered where passengers shouldn't go. We discreetly checked other passenger cabins near 8247, thinking maybe there'd been a mix-up with room numbers. Nothing. 4 people had simply vanished from a locked metal box floating in the middle of the ocean. The chief security officer, a former Navy man named Douglas Crawford, took over the investigation around midnight. He brought in the hotel director, the staff captain, and eventually even woke up the captain himself. The entire senior leadership was now in the security office, watching the same footage, reviewing the same records, coming to the same impossible conclusion. Crawford made the call to begin interviewing staff members who'd had any interaction with the Andersons. That's when the inconsistencies started piling up. Antonio, the waiter from dinner, swore he'd served them both nights. He described their conversations in detail, mentioned the father was from Detroit, worked in automotive manufacturing. But the dining room manager showed us the system. Only 1 dinner was logged. When we checked Antonio's other tables from the second night, table 42 was marked as vacant, never seated. The pool attendant, a kid named Jeremy from California, remembered the son because they'd talked about surfing. He insisted he'd seen him at the pool that very afternoon, around 2 p.m. But when we checked the towel checkout system, the Andersons' cards had only registered on day 1. The spa had a booking for Mrs. Anderson for a massage at 4 p.m. on day 2. The therapist, Helen, said she'd waited 45 minutes, but the woman never showed. Yet Helen's colleague, working the next station, swore she'd seen Mrs. Anderson leaving the spa around 5 p.m., looking relaxed and thanking the staff. The boutique clerk had a receipt showing Mr. Anderson bought a watch that afternoon, paid with his key card, signature on file. But inventory showed that exact watch still in the display case, and the transaction wasn't in the point-of-sale system anymore, just the paper receipt that shouldn't have existed. By 3 a.m., Crawford pulled me aside into his private office. His face was gray and he looked older than I'd ever seen him. He told me that in 30 years of maritime security, he'd encountered 3 similar situations. Never 4 people at once, but passengers who just stopped existing. The cruise line had a protocol for this, he said, though it wasn't in any manual I'd ever read. We were to document everything, secure all evidence, and then wait for instructions from corporate. He made me sign something right there, a document I'd never seen before, with legal language about proprietary information and national maritime security. The way his hands trembled when he handed me the pen told me this was bigger than just our ship. He said corporate would handle the family notifications, that there would be a cover story about a medical evacuation by helicopter that happened while most passengers were asleep. The next morning came too fast. At 6 a.m., 2 men in suits boarded via the pilot boat. They weren't introduced to anyone, just went straight to the security office with Crawford. By 7 a.m., the Andersons' cabin was being occupied by a different family, the Washingtons from Oregon, who'd supposedly won a last-minute upgrade in a contest nobody remembered running. The crew members who'd reported inconsistencies were all called in for individual meetings. When they came out, they wouldn't talk about what was discussed, just went back to work like nothing had happened. Antonio suddenly remembered he'd been confused. That table 42 had been empty the second night after all. Jeremy admitted he must have mixed up the days. Helen's colleague realized she'd been mistaken about seeing Mrs. Anderson. The receipt from the boutique had disappeared, and the clerk insisted he'd never made that sale. I was given 2 choices that afternoon in Crawford's office, with those 2 suits standing behind him like gargoyles. Option 1, accept a promotion to a shoreside position with a 50% pay increase, full relocation package, and a glowing recommendation. Option 2, refuse and face immediate termination for security protocol violations they'd already documented against me, violations that hadn't existed an hour earlier. The catch with option 1? I had to sign another document, this one stating that the Anderson family had never boarded the Atlantic Empress, that cabin 8247 had been vacant due to a booking error, and that any suggestion otherwise would result in criminal prosecution for fraud and defamation. They had a psychiatrist ready to declare me unfit for duty if I chose wrong. Crawford wouldn't even look at me while they explained this. He just stared at his desk, jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. I took the promotion, God help me. Moved to a desk job in Seattle, never set foot on another ship. But I kept copies of everything, the original passenger manifest, the security footage on a drive I smuggled off the ship, the keycard logs, even photos of that impossible receipt. The Andersons were real. They boarded that ship. They ate in that dining room. They walked those corridors. And then somewhere between 9:14 p.m. when they entered their cabin and 10:15 p.m. when housekeeping found it empty, they ceased to exist in our reality. The cruise line knows this happens. They have a system for it. People who come aboard to clean it up, documents ready to silence anyone who asks questions. I've spent months trying to find the Andersons' family, friends, anyone who knew them. But every lead goes cold. It's like they never existed anywhere except on that ship for those 36 hours. Whatever took them, whatever happened in cabin 8247, the Atlantic Empress is still sailing, still carrying thousands of passengers who have no idea that some of them might simply disappear between one heartbeat and the next. I've worked on ships most of my adult life, and at the time of this story, I was serving as the chief engineer on a mid-sized cruise liner. The job wasn't glamorous. Most of my days were buried in noise, heat, and the constant vibration of the engine room. I lived for the routine, though. The checklist every morning, the hum of the machinery when everything was running right, the sense of responsibility that came with keeping the ship moving. It was during one of those routine maintenance checks, the kind you could almost do with your eyes closed, that things went very wrong. That day I remember stepping into the engine room with a mug of coffee that had already gone cold. The air was heavy, thick with oil and the faint metallic tang of heated steel. I was going over the generator's auxiliary system, something that should have been simple, but the pressure readings didn't match the logbooks. At first I thought it was just my eyes. Maybe I hadn't slept enough, but the numbers were way out of range. I leaned closer, listening to the uneven rattle of the machinery, and before I had the chance to shut things down, there was a snap so loud it felt like a gunshot. The sound was followed by a rush of steam and a jolt that knocked me back against the wall. When the emergency lock kicked in, sealing off the compartment, I realized I was trapped inside. My radio had slipped from my belt during the impact, skidding across the grated floor into a shallow pool of coolant. I could still hear the engines hammering away, steady as ever, but the room was filling with a thin mist that stung my throat every time I inhaled. My first thought was that someone would be on their way fast. Engine failures don't go unnoticed for long. But minutes kept passing. The lights above flickered, turning the room into a strange strobe of shadows and glints of metal. My watch ticked loud in the silence between the hums, and it hit me that nobody was coming right away. That's when I began noticing the little things. Gauges taped over, inspection tags with handwriting that didn't look like the usual signatures, dates that didn't line up. It wasn't just one oversight, it was deliberate. The logs had been padded, checks signed off without anyone actually doing them. Sitting there with my back against the trembling steel wall, it sank in that my accident wasn't just bad luck. It was the byproduct of someone cutting corners. I tried forcing the hatch open, but the emergency seal held tight, locking with a mechanical finality that told me I wasn't going anywhere until someone up top decided it was safe. My throat burned from the residue in the air, and every breath felt heavier than the last. I started pounding on the steel with a wrench, hoping the noise would carry, but all it did was echo back at me. It gave me too much time to think, and the more I thought, the clearer it became. Those logs hadn't just been fudged, they were falsified intentionally, probably to keep the ship on schedule. I'd heard rumors before. Engineers grumbling that inspections were rushed, or that management pressured crews to sign off on maintenance without shutting systems down, because downtime meant lost money. I always thought those stories were exaggerated, the kind of complaints guys made after long shifts. But sitting there, staring at the sloppy ink marks on tags that should have been official records, I couldn't deny it anymore. It was right in front of me, and now I was paying for it with every wheeze of my lungs. What really scared me was imagining how many other systems had been cleared the same way. If the auxiliary generator had been neglected, what about the emergency pumps, the lifeboat winches? The thought that passengers upstairs were trusting a ship being held together by forged paperwork was worse than my own situation. I couldn't stop picturing a full blackout in the middle of open water, alarms blaring while families lined up at lifeboats that might not even lower properly. Eventually, I heard voices faintly through the walls, muffled at first, then closer. They weren't rushing, though. It was almost casual, like they were debating what to do instead of scrambling to pull me out. That chilled me more than the steam. If they'd cut corners before, maybe rescuing me too quickly would raise questions they didn't want asked. I sat there gripping the wrench, not to defend myself, but because it was the only thing grounding me as I realized my accident wasn't just a fluke. It was a symptom of something bigger, and the people in charge might not be in any hurry to expose it. When they finally unsealed the hatch, 2 crewmen stood there, faces pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. They didn't look relieved to see me alive. More uneasy, like my survival complicated things. One of them, A younger guy named Ellis muttered something about a malfunction as he helped me out, avoiding my eyes the whole time. The other scribbled notes on a clipboard without even glancing at the wrecked equipment. It felt rehearsed, like they already had a story prepared before opening that door. I expected to be rushed straight to medical, but instead they led me down a service corridor that bypassed most of the passenger areas. The doctor only showed up after a long delay, gave me a quick check and told me to rest. No real questions, no thorough examination, just a pat on the shoulder and a promise everything was handled. Lying there, my chest still raw from breathing in the fumes, I couldn't shake the thought that what they wanted most was for me to shut up and move on. The next morning, I went back to the engine room on my own. The section that nearly killed me had already been cleaned up, the tags replaced with fresh ones, dates neatly aligned this time. It looked like nothing had ever happened, but I knew the truth. I'd seen the altered logs, the fake signatures, the sloppy ink smears. Someone had buried the evidence overnight, and I realized if I spoke up too loudly, I might not have a career to return to, or worse, I might disappear into the sea like plenty of other problem ships conveniently lose. I never told the passengers. I couldn't. But after we docked, I turned in my resignation and walked away from that ship for good. To this day, I don't know how far up the chain the cover-up went, but I know what I saw down there wasn't a mistake. It was systematic. Every time I hear about another accident at sea, I wonder if the same shortcuts are still being taken, hidden behind polished brochures and promises of safety. I survived that night, but I'll never step foot in an engine room again. Back then, I worked as a safety officer on a passenger ship. It wasn't glamorous like people imagine. Most of my days were spent buried in manuals, making sure procedures were followed, and checking that drills didn't turn into chaos. I'd been on that particular contract for 3 months, and by then I had memorized every corner of the vessel, the narrow stairwells, the smell of oil near the engine access, even the echo of the PA system when announcements crackled late at night. Life at sea felt repetitive, but that repetition was supposed to mean safety. That was my job. Predictability, order, and control. Or at least that's what I thought. The incident happened during a mandatory lifeboat drill. These drills were routine, nothing the crew or passengers ever got excited about. My role was to oversee the release system, make sure each boat lowered smoothly into the water and came back up without a hitch. I remember standing near the launch mechanism, clipboard in hand, trying to ignore the grumbling of passengers who didn't understand why the process took so long. Everything was supposed to run by the book that day, except it didn't. The first jolt was so sudden that people screamed before they even realized what had happened. One of the lifeboats slammed down against the side of the ship, the cable grinding as if it had snapped halfway. The boat didn't detach completely, but it hung at an angle so sharp I could see 2 passengers gripping the rails with white knuckles. Another lifeboat, moments later, dropped so violently, it nearly crushed a deckhand who had been signaling with his flashlight. The sound was deafening, metal scraping against metal, followed by panicked shouts that rolled down the deck like a wave. I rushed toward the panel, my mind racing, but the override controls lagged as though the system had been neglected far too long. We managed to stop the drill before anyone was physically hurt, but the air was thick with fear and confusion. Passengers were escorted back inside while officers tried to reassure them it was only a mechanical error, but I knew better. The equipment didn't just fail out of nowhere. I had flagged those very cables in previous notes, pointing out the wear, the rust, the stiffness that meant inspections were overdue. And yet, the official logbook, the one I wasn't allowed to access directly, always showed every inspection as complete and passed. That was the first moment I realized something wasn't adding up. After the drill, a meeting was called in one of the small conference rooms reserved for crew briefings. The captain tried to keep the tone calm, but his jaw was tight the entire time. I sat near the back, listening as the chief engineer blamed unexpected stress on the system. That explanation didn't sit right with me. I had seen the frayed cables, the faded labels, the kind of small details you only notice when you actually spend hours inspecting equipment. When I spoke up and said those lifeboats should have been serviced weeks ago, the room went silent. Few officers glanced at me, then quickly looked away, like I had broken some unspoken rule. Later that evening, I decided to check the maintenance logs myself. Normally, those records were kept in a locked cabinet in the safety office, but I had a key as part of my role. When I pulled out the binder, the pages looked too perfect. Every inspection marked passed, every box ticked with the same neat handwriting. But here's the thing. I knew the officer whose signature was on the forms, and his handwriting had always been sloppy, barely legible. These entries looked like they had been copied straight from a template. I remember staring at the pages, realizing someone had gone to the trouble of forging entire months of inspections. The following day, I was summoned by my direct superior, a man named Captain Lewis. He wasn't unkind, but he had a way of speaking that left no room for questions. He closed the office door behind me and slid a stack of new paperwork across the desk. "We'll need you to sign this, confirming that yesterday's drill was successful and that no safety hazards were present." His tone was casual, almost rehearsed. I stared at the paper, then at him. The form essentially erased everything that had just happened. The near miss, the terrified passengers, the obvious equipment failure. It was as if the whole event was being rewritten before it had even settled in people's memories. I pushed the papers back toward him and said I couldn't sign something that wasn't true. His expression hardened instantly. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, telling me that if I refused, it would create unnecessary trouble for the company and for me. That phrase stuck with me. Unnecessary trouble. In his eyes, a lifeboat nearly crushing people wasn't the issue. The issue was me putting it on record. I left his office with my chest tight, caught between the duty I had sworn to uphold and the unspoken expectation to stay quiet. It was the first time I truly questioned whether integrity had a place on that ship. That night I couldn't sleep. I walked the length of the deck, the ship cutting through the dark water, and I kept thinking about how close we had come to a disaster. Passengers were laughing in the lounge, drinking cocktails, completely unaware of the fact that the very boats meant to save their lives might not even hold together in an emergency. The contrast between their carefree faces and the weight pressing on me made me feel isolated, like I was carrying a secret no one wanted to admit existed. Every creak of the ship, every vibration from the engines made me wonder what else had been ignored or covered up. 2 days later, I was approached by another officer, Mark Holloway, someone I'd known since training. He caught me in the corridor and quietly warned me to drop it. His eyes darted to the security camera above us before he walked away. That shook me more than anything because Mark wasn't the type to get involved in politics. If he was telling me to stay quiet, it meant the problem was bigger than I had realized. I started to notice how conversations stopped when I walked into a room, how certain crew members avoided eye contact. It was like the entire ship had agreed that silence was safer than truth. I held my ground until the end of that contract, refusing to sign any false documents. When I finally disembarked, I filed an anonymous report with the Maritime Safety Board. I never heard back directly, but months later I read a small news piece about a fleet-wide audit for the company and several senior staff members being retired early. There was no mention of forged logs, no details about lifeboats, but I knew what had triggered it. The ship I had worked on was reassigned, and the next time I looked, its name had disappeared from the company's official brochures. Even now, years later, I think about those passengers clinging to the rails of that lifeboat, their faces pale under the emergency lights. It still bothers me that the official story erased what they went through, that their fear was rewritten as a successful drill. I sometimes wonder if anyone else on board remembers it the way I do, or if they've all convinced themselves it never happened. What I do know is this: I'll never forget standing there, holding a clipboard, realizing that the very systems built to save lives had been turned into props for a lie. And that silence, not the sea, was the real danger on that ship. I'd been working as a bartender on cruise ships for a few years when this particular trip happened. At that point in my life, I was 26, single, and mostly living out of a suitcase. I liked the routine of setting up the bar, hearing where people were from and catching little glimpses of their vacations. I knew regular passengers came and went, but crew members like me stayed long enough to notice patterns: who drank too much, who tipped well, and who made others uncomfortable. That night started like many others, with music in the background, laughter echoing from the pool deck, and the smell of salt drifting in whenever the doors opened. There were a few men who always stood out. They weren't the type of people who blended into the crowd. They dressed sharp, but it wasn't just the clothes. It was the way they carried themselves, too sure of their place, always leaning on the bar like they owned it. They were pushy with their orders, tossing bills onto the counter without even making eye contact. What really caught my attention was how security treated them. Normally, security checked IDs for anyone who looked even slightly underage or suspicious. But with these guys, it was as if they were invisible. No questions, no hesitation. Drinks passed straight into their hands. I started paying closer attention when I saw how they targeted younger women. Most of the girls were clearly college age, traveling in groups of friends, soaking up the freedom of being away from home. The men would buy rounds without asking, sliding drinks into hands like it was part of some unspoken agreement. I noticed a girl one evening. Her name was Emma, if I remember correctly. She had auburn hair tied up in a messy bun and wore this oversized hoodie that made her look even younger than she probably was. One of the men kept circling her group, offering cocktails and trying to separate her from her friends. Later that same night, I saw Emma again, this time walking toward one of the side exits with that same man trailing beside her. Something about the way he held his hand just barely on her arm made me uneasy, like he was guiding her somewhere she hadn't fully agreed to go. I thought about stepping in, but there's this unspoken pressure when you're crew. You don't cross certain lines unless you're ready for a storm of trouble. Still, I made a mental note of it, promising myself I'd keep an eye out for her the next day. The following afternoon, her friends came up to the bar asking if anyone had seen Emma. They were laughing nervously at first, assuming she'd stayed out late and crashed in another cabin, but as the hours passed, the joking tone faded. I checked the usual spots: the pool deck, the casino, even the lounge where passengers sometimes napped, but she was nowhere. When her friends circled back again, they looked different, more restless. That's when I mentioned I'd last seen her walking with one of the men. Their faces tightened, like they suddenly realized something they didn't want to say out loud. I brought it up discreetly to one of the security guards I knew, a guy named Ryan, who'd been on several contracts with me. His reaction was strange. He didn't ask for details, didn't even look surprised. Instead, he told me to let it go, and that passengers wandered off all the time. But Emma wasn't the type to just vanish. Her hoodie had still been hanging on the back of a chair near the bar that morning, the same one she'd worn the night before. It felt like a breadcrumb left behind, proof she hadn't just wandered off the way Ryan tried to explain. Following night, I decided to check the security office myself. Crew aren't supposed to just walk in there, but I'd built a rapport with some of the guards, and I used that to get inside. The screens showed feeds from every corner of the ship. I asked to review the footage from the side exit where I'd seen Emma leave with that man. The room fell quiet. One guard clicked through the system, and the feed jumped strangely, like time had been cut away. Hours of recordings were gone, replaced with blank gaps. The guard avoided my eyes and muttered something about technical errors, but I'd worked long enough on ships to know what that really meant. By then, the whispers among the crew had started. Other bartenders and cleaners told me stories of women who had gone missing before, brushed aside with official statements about seasickness or choosing to disembark early. The pattern lined up too neatly. The same men, the same avoidance by security, the same erasures in the surveillance logs. I realized then that this wasn't some isolated incident. It was something bigger, something the cruise line itself was willing to bury as long as it kept the money flowing and the passengers entertained. I filed a written report anyway, even knowing how things usually ended. The following day, I went back to check whether any progress had been made, but the supervisor acted like the report had never existed. My words had vanished, just like the footage. Emma's friends were told she must have decided to cut her trip short, even though her belongings were still in her cabin. I overheard one officer saying she'd probably just slipped away at port, but that didn't explain why her room key hadn't been used again after that night. A few days later, I confronted one of the men at the bar. He smirked when I mentioned Emma, leaning in close enough for me to smell the cologne heavy on his jacket. "Careful what you ask," he said, before sliding a wad of bills across the counter and walking away. It wasn't a threat in words, but it was enough to keep me awake for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling in my tiny cabin, wondering just how much the company knew and how much they were willing to cover up. When the cruise ended, I tried reaching out to authorities on land. I explained what I had seen, who the men were, and how the footage had been wiped. The officer on the phone listened politely, but stopped me as soon as I mentioned the missing video. "If the ship's logs don't show it," he said, "then it didn't happen." That was the line. Without proof, Emma was just another passenger who supposedly chose to disappear. I realized then that the system wasn't built to help someone like her. It was built to protect the company. I still think about Emma more than I'd like to admit. Her friends never got answers, and I never got closure. I eventually left that job, not because of the long hours or the endless nights, but because I couldn't keep pouring drinks for men like that knowing what might happen after. Even now, whenever I hear stories of people vanishing at sea, I picture her hoodie draped over that chair and the gap in the security footage where she should have been. It's the silence around it that haunts me most. The kind that tells you the truth was buried long before anyone ever asked the questions. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. My sister had just given birth to twins when everything started falling apart. It was a Friday in early March 2024, and I remember being on the phone with her, laughing about how she had not slept in 4 days, when my doorbell rang. I was living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in Albuquerque, New Mexico, working as a project manager for a construction company. At 34, my life had settled into a comfortable routine. Wake up at 6, hit the gym, work until 5, come home to my golden retriever Murphy, and spend most weekends helping my dad restore his old Chevy truck. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous, nothing that would ever make me think I needed to look twice at strangers or check my locks more than once. The 2 men standing at my door wore dark suits and carried themselves with that stiff posture you see in movies about government agents. I told my sister I would call her back, and I never did finish that conversation the way I intended. The taller one introduced himself as Special Agent Novak, and his partner, a woman with short gray hair and sharp eyes, was Agent Brennan. They asked if they could come inside, and something about the way Brennan scanned the street behind her made me step aside without asking questions. They sat on my couch, declined water, and then Novak pulled out a folder that would change everything I thought I knew about my own life. He explained that the FBI had been investigating a dark web marketplace, one of those sites where people supposedly hire hitmen, though most of them are scams designed to steal cryptocurrency from desperate or deranged customers. A massive data breach had exposed thousands of requests, and my name had appeared in one of them. Not as the person hiring, Novak clarified, watching my face carefully. As the target. Someone had uploaded photographs of my apartment building, my car, my morning running route through the park 3 blocks away, and had paid nearly $8,000 in Bitcoin to have me killed. I asked them if this was some kind of joke. Novak opened the folder and spread the photographs across my coffee table, and I felt the room tilt sideways. There was my Subaru Outback parked in its usual spot, taken from across the street. There was the entrance to my building, the potted cactus my neighbor keeps by the door clearly visible. There was me, actually me, walking Murphy through Coronado Park, wearing the blue windbreaker I bought last winter. The angle suggested someone had been sitting on one of the benches near the playground, maybe 50 feet away, pointing a phone or camera directly at me while I threw a tennis ball for my dog. The timestamp on that photo was February 12th, less than a month before the agents showed up at my door. I kept staring at my own face in that image, trying to remember that specific morning, trying to recall if I had noticed anyone watching. But I could not remember anything unusual. That was the worst part. Someone had been close enough to capture the stubble on my jaw, and I had walked right past them without a single alarm going off in my head. Agent Brennan asked me if I had any enemies. The question almost made me laugh, because who actually has enemies outside of crime dramas and true crime podcasts? I told her I could not think of anyone who would want me dead. No bitter ex-girlfriends, no business disputes, no family feuds over inheritance or property. My life was aggressively ordinary. Novak then asked if I had ever used the dark web, ever accessed any illegal marketplaces, ever purchased drugs or weapons or anything else through anonymous channels. I told him no, absolutely not, and I meant it. I barely understood how cryptocurrency worked, let alone how to navigate hidden corners of the internet. He nodded slowly, then explained that the account used to place the hit request had been created using my name, my email address, and the last 4 digits of my social security number. Whoever did this had not just wanted me dead, they had wanted it to look like I had somehow ordered the hit on myself, like some elaborate suicide scheme or insurance fraud that made no sense to anyone, least of all me. The agent stayed for almost 2 hours, asking about my coworkers, my neighbors, my family, anyone who might have access to my personal information. They wanted to know about my daily habits, whether I varied my routine, whether I had noticed anyone following me or any strange vehicles parked near my home. I answered everything as best I could, but my mind kept drifting back to those photographs. The person who took them had been patient. They had studied me, learned my schedule, figured out exactly where I would be and when. This was not some random act by a stranger who picked my name out of a phone book. This was methodical, planned, almost professional in its execution. Before they left, Novak gave me his card and told me to call immediately if anything unusual happened. He also suggested I vary my routine, maybe stay with family for a while, consider installing a security system if I did not already have one. Brennan added, almost as an afterthought, that the marketplace had been a scam. No actual hitmen, just criminals collecting money and disappearing. That should have been reassuring. It was not. I called in sick to work the next day and spent the morning on my laptop, searching my own name obsessively, trying to figure out how someone could have gathered so much information about me. I checked my credit reports for signs of identity theft and found nothing unusual. I scrolled through my social media accounts, Instagram mostly, a Facebook I barely used, looking for anything that might explain how a stranger knew my running route or what time I left for work. My posts were mundane, unremarkable, the kind of content everyone shares without thinking twice. A picture of Murphy at the dog park, a sunset from my apartment balcony, a plate of tacos from my favorite restaurant downtown. Nothing that should have made me a target, nothing that revealed enough about my schedule for someone to track my movements with such precision. By noon, I had convinced myself that maybe this was all connected to a data breach I did not know about. Some hacker selling personal information in bulk, and I had simply been unlucky enough to catch the attention of someone unstable. That theory held together for exactly 6 hours, until I checked my mailbox and found a plain white envelope with no return address and no postage. Just my name printed in neat block letters. Inside was a single photograph. Me again, but this time sitting at a booth inside Frontier Restaurant, a place I had eaten at exactly once in the past month, on a Saturday afternoon when I met an old college friend passing through town. The photo was taken from somewhere near the entrance, probably through the window, and it captured me mid-laugh, a half-eaten burrito on the plate in front of me, On the back of the photograph, someone had written a single sentence in the same neat handwriting. "You should chew slower." I read those words maybe 15 times, trying to make sense of them, trying to understand what kind of person watches a stranger eat lunch and then delivers a cryptic message about chewing speed. My first instinct was to call Agent Novak, and I did, leaving a frantic voicemail because he did not pick up. My second instinct was to walk through my apartment checking every window lock, every door, every possible entry point. Murphy followed me from room to room, wagging his tail like this was some new game, completely unaware that his owner was quietly losing his grip on reality. I barely slept that night, sitting up in bed with the lights on, listening to every creak and groan of the building settling around me. Novak called me back the following morning and asked me to bring the envelope and photograph to the FBI field office downtown. I drove there with the evidence sealed in a plastic bag, checking my rearview mirror every 30 seconds like I expected to see someone tailing me. At the office, Brennan examined the photograph while Novak took notes, both of them wearing that carefully neutral expression that cops and agents must learn in training. They told me they would dust for fingerprints, analyze the handwriting, check security cameras in the area around my apartment building. But I could tell from their voices that they did not expect to find much. Whoever was doing this knew how to avoid leaving traces. Brennan asked me again if I could think of anyone at all, who might have a reason to frighten me like this. An ex-partner, a former friend, a co-worker I might have offended without realizing it. I mentioned a few names, people I had minor conflicts with over the years, but none of them seemed remotely capable of this level of obsession. She wrote down the names anyway and promised to look into them, but her tone suggested she was going through the motions more than expecting a breakthrough. I took 2 weeks off work after that. My boss was understanding when I explained there was a security situation, though I kept the details vague because I did not know how to summarize what was happening without sounding paranoid or crazy. I installed cameras around my apartment, 2 covering the front door, 1 on the balcony, 1 in the living room pointed at the main entrance. I changed my locks and added a deadbolt. I started parking in different spots each day and taking alternate routes whenever I left the building. Murphy and I stopped going to Coronado Park entirely, instead driving 20 minutes to a different part of town where I could walk him without feeling like prey in an open field. Every stranger became suspicious. The woman reading a book on a bench, the guy in the pickup truck parked across the street, the jogger who passed me twice on the same path. I analyzed faces, memorized license plates, looked for patterns that might reveal who was watching. The paranoia was exhausting, but I could not turn it off, not when I knew for certain that someone out there had documented my life in photographs and decided I was worth $8,000 dead. The second envelope arrived exactly 1 week after the first, same handwriting, same lack of postage. This time the photograph showed my apartment building at night, taken from the parking lot, with my living room window circled in red marker. The lights were on in the photo, and if I looked closely I could make out the shape of myself standing near the kitchen counter, probably cooking dinner, completely unaware that someone was standing in the darkness below with a camera aimed at my home. The message on the back read, "New locks won't help." I remember sitting on my kitchen floor after reading that, my back against the cabinets, trying to breathe through the tightness in my chest. This person had been there. They had stood in my parking lot, maybe 100 feet from where I was at that moment, and they knew I had changed my locks. That meant they were still watching, still paying attention to every adjustment I made. The cameras, the new deadbolt, the varied parking spots, none of it mattered because they were always close enough to notice. I called Novak again and he answered this time, his voice tired and apologetic. The fingerprint analysis had come back empty. The security cameras near my mailbox had been angled wrong, capturing nothing useful. They were still investigating, he assured me, but there was nothing new to report. I decided I could not stay in that apartment anymore. My dad lived about 40 minutes outside the city, in a small house on 3 acres of land, with good sight lines, and a German shepherd named Duke who barked at anyone who came within 50 feet of the property. I packed a bag, loaded Murphy into the car, and drove out there on a Sunday afternoon. telling myself it was just temporary, just until the FBI figured something out or the stalker got bored and moved on to someone else. My dad did not ask too many questions when I showed up, just handed me a beer and said I could stay as long as I needed. He was a retired electrician, practical and calm, the kind of man who fixed problems instead of worrying about them. That night, sitting on his back porch watching the sun go down over the desert, I felt something close to safe for the first time in weeks. The property was isolated, hard to approach without being noticed, and Duke patrolled the perimeter like he was bred for exactly this purpose. I let myself believe just for a moment that maybe I had outmaneuvered whoever was doing this. Maybe distance was the answer. Maybe they would lose interest now that I was no longer following my predictable routine in the city. That belief lasted until Wednesday morning. I had just finished breakfast and was helping my dad replace a fence post in the back pasture when I noticed something stuck to the windshield of my Subaru, parked in the driveway near the house. At first I thought it was a flyer, some advertisement that had blown in from the road, but as I got closer my legs almost gave out beneath me. It was another envelope, same white paper, same block letters spelling my name. Inside was a photograph of my father's house, taken from the road at the edge of the property, with the kitchen window visible and two figures standing inside, me and my dad, drinking coffee that very morning. The message on the back was longer this time. Family is nice, shame to involve them. I stood there in the driveway, the desert wind pulling at my shirt, and I understood something with horrible clarity. This person was not going to stop. They had followed me 40 minutes outside the city to a location I had never mentioned to anyone except my sister and my boss. They had found me within days, and now they were threatening my father, a 67-year-old man who had nothing to do with any of this, whose only crime was letting his son hide in his home. I told my dad everything that afternoon. He listened without interrupting, his face growing harder with each detail, and when I finished he walked to the hall closet and came back with a shotgun I had not seen since I was a teenager. He loaded it calmly and set it by the back door, then called his neighbor, a retired sheriff named Hector who lived about a mile down the road. Hector came over within the hour, listened to the whole story again, and suggested we set up a watch schedule. He had trail cameras on his own property for tracking coyotes and offered to install a few around my dad's land, motion-activated units that would send alerts to his phone whenever anything larger than a jackrabbit moved through the frame. By nightfall, we had 6 cameras positioned along the road and the perimeter fence, covering every angle of approach. Hector also made some calls to friends still working in law enforcement, people who might be able to push the investigation forward in ways the FBI field office had not managed. I felt like I was living inside a siege, my elderly father and his neighbor arming themselves against an invisible enemy who left photographs instead of bullets. The break came 4 days later, and it did not come from the FBI or from Hector's contacts. It came from my sister, Caroline, who called me in a panic because she had received an envelope too. Same handwriting, same block letters, delivered to her home in Denver where she was recovering from giving birth to her twins. The photograph inside showed me standing in my dad's driveway, holding the previous envelope, my face frozen in that moment of realization. But Caroline, being Caroline, did something I had not thought to do. She checked her doorbell camera footage and found a clear image of the person who had placed the envelope in her mailbox. It was a man, average height, wearing a gray hoodie and jeans, his face partially visible as he turned away from the camera. She sent the image to me, and I forwarded it immediately to Agent Novak, who ran it through their facial recognition database. The match came back within 24 hours. His name was Theodore Sills, 41 years old, a former IT contractor who had worked briefly for my construction company almost 3 years earlier. I had never spoken to him directly, had no memory of his face, had probably passed him in the hallway without a second glance. But according to the FBI's investigation, Sills had been fired for accessing employee files without authorization, and somewhere in his twisted mind, he had decided that I was responsible for his termination. They arrested Theodore Sills at his apartment in Las Cruces on a Saturday morning, 2 weeks after my sister captured his face on camera. Inside his home, they found what Novak later described as a shrine. Hundreds of photographs of me printed and pinned to a corkboard, handwritten notes detailing my schedule going back almost 18 months, maps of Albuquerque with my regular locations circled in red, and a journal filled with rambling entries about how I had ruined his career and deserved to suffer. He had never intended to actually kill me, the agents concluded. The dark web hit request was theater, a way to terrify me while maintaining plausible deniability, a game designed by someone who wanted to watch me unravel from a safe distance. Sills was charged with stalking, criminal harassment, identity theft, and making terroristic threats. He is currently awaiting trial, denied bail after a judge determined he posed an ongoing risk. I moved back to my apartment eventually, though I still flinch when I check my mailbox, and I probably always will. My dad kept the trail cameras, says they help him sleep better at night. Caroline installed a security system and taught her husband how to check the footage every evening before bed. We are all different now, more careful, more aware of how easily a stranger can insert themselves into your life without you ever noticing. I still do not understand why Sills chose me specifically, why my face in a hallway 3 years ago sparked something so dark and obsessive in his mind. Some questions do not have answers that make sense. Some people carry damage that the rest of us cannot see until it spills over and stains everyone around them. All I know for certain is that for 3 weeks in the spring of 2024, I learned what it feels like to be hunted by someone who knows everything about you. And I will never take my ordinary, boring, predictable life for granted again. Curiosity has always been my worst trait. My wife Bethany used to joke that I would be the guy who dies first in a horror movie, because I just had to open that door, just had to check what was making that noise. She was not wrong. By the time I graduated college back in 2015, I had already gone through 3 laptops trying to learn about things most people never think about: how to access parts of the internet that do not show up on Google, what kind of markets exist in the shadows, who sells what to whom when there are no rules. It was never about buying anything. I worked as an IT consultant for a mid-sized insurance company in Milwaukee, made decent money, paid my taxes. But at night, after Bethany went to sleep, I would sit in our spare bedroom with a VPN running and Tor open, just exploring, just looking. That was what I told myself anyway. I was a tourist in someone else's nightmare, and tourists always think they can leave whenever they want. It was a Thursday in March of 2022 when I found it. The temperature outside had dropped to single digits, and our old Victorian house creaked and groaned against the wind like it was trying to warn me about something. Bethany was visiting her mother in Arizona for the week, so I had the place to myself, just me, the hum of my computer fans, and a mug of cold coffee I kept forgetting to drink. I had been browsing a forum that specialized in exotic animal trade, the kind of place where people discussed buying tiger cubs or rare birds smuggled out of South America. Disgusting stuff, but nothing I had not seen before in my years of digital wandering. There was a thread buried near the bottom of the page with a strange title: Premium Cuts, Verified Suppliers Only. At first glance, it seemed like another subsection about rare meats, bush meat, endangered species, that sort of illegal but ultimately unsurprising content. I clicked it without thinking much, the same way you might click any link that catches your eye. That single click would become the thing I regret most in my entire life. The forum looked different from the main page I'd been browsing. The layout was stripped down, almost primitive. Black background, gray text, no images visible at first. There were maybe 40 or 50 usernames listed as active members, each one a string of random letters and numbers that meant nothing on their own. The first few posts seemed to confirm my initial assumption. People discussing the logistics of shipping product across state lines, debates about the quality of different cuts, complaints about delivery times and packaging. Someone with the username X7R4N mentioned that their last shipment from the farm in Nevada had arrived in poor condition, and another user responded with advice about temperature control during transit. I scrolled through these conversations with the detached interest of someone watching a documentary about a world they would never enter. These people were criminals, sure, but they were just poachers and smugglers dealing in animal parts. Sad and illegal, but not exactly shocking. Then I noticed the way they talked about weights and measurements, and something in my chest began to tighten. The weights were wrong for animals. Someone requested a young female, preferably under 90 pounds, healthy teeth. Another user offered 2 males, early development stage from the Midwest collection point. A moderator posted guidelines about how to photograph inventory without showing identifying features, and specified that faces should be obscured but body condition should be visible for quality assessment. I read those words 3 times before my brain allowed me to understand what they actually meant. These people were not talking about animals. They were not talking about exotic meats or bushmeat, or anything that had ever walked on 4 legs. I pushed back from my desk so hard that my chair slammed into the wall behind me. My mouth had gone completely dry, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears like a drum that someone was playing too fast. I wanted to close the browser. I wanted to shut down my computer and go downstairs and watch television and pretend I had never seen any of this. But I did not do any of those things. Instead, I kept reading. There was an archived section of the forum that contained posts dating back several years. The moderators had organized everything into categories with labels that made my stomach churn. Available inventory, successful deliveries, supplier reviews, and one folder simply titled Retired Stock. I clicked on the archives with the kind of compulsion that I imagine drives people to look at car accidents on the highway. You know you should not. You know it will haunt you. But some part of your brain needs to see it anyway. The oldest posts used even more coded language than the recent ones, referring to livestock and breeding potential and shelf life. But as I read through months and months of conversations, I started to recognize patterns. Suppliers talked about acquisition costs in certain geographic areas. They mentioned that product from rural regions was easier to obtain than from cities because fewer people noticed when someone went missing. One user with the handle Farmhand61 complained that the young ones from the foster system were becoming harder to source because of increased oversight. I felt bile rising in my throat as I read that sentence, and I had to close my eyes for a full minute before I could continue. The thing that finally broke something inside me was a photograph. Most of the images on the forum were blocked or deleted, replaced with text that said, "Image removed for security." But in one archived thread from 2018, someone had posted a picture that the moderators had apparently missed. It showed a room with concrete walls and a drain in the floor, the kind of industrial setup you might see in a meat processing plant. There were no people in the photograph, nothing explicitly violent or graphic, just that empty room with its harsh fluorescent lighting and a metal table in the center, positioned directly over the drain. The table had leather straps attached to its sides. Below the photograph, a user had commented, "New facility looking clean. Should increase processing capacity by 40% this quarter." I stared at that image until my vision blurred, trying to convince myself that it could be something else, anything else. A veterinary clinic, a butcher shop, some kind of legitimate industrial space that just happened to look like a scene from my worst nightmares. But I knew what I was looking at. I knew exactly what that room was designed for, and I knew that real human beings had been brought there against their will. I should have stopped there. I should have taken screenshots, contacted the FBI, and walked away from my computer forever. But something else had caught my attention in the archived threads, references to specific locations and dates that seemed too detailed to be random. A user called Transit9 had posted about a pickup near a truck stop outside of Tucson in November of 2017. Another mentioned a batch that had been processed in a rural area of eastern Missouri the following spring. These were not vague comments. They included highway numbers, approximate mileage from major cities, and sometimes even weather conditions on the day of the operations. My hands moved to my keyboard almost without my permission, and I opened a new browser window, a regular one this time, not running through Tor. I typed the date and location from the Tucson Post into a news search. It took me less than 30 seconds to find an article about a missing 17-year-old girl named Brittany Saunders, who had last been seen at a gas station along that exact stretch of highway, just 2 days before the forum post was made. Her case was still unsolved, her family was still looking for her, and someone on that forum had referred to her as fresh product, minimal transport damage. I spent the next 4 hours cross-referencing forum posts with missing persons databases. By the time the sun started coming up through my office window, I had matched 7 different discussions to real disappearances. A 19-year-old boy from rural Kansas who vanished while walking home from his night shift at a warehouse. Twin sisters from a small town in Minnesota who went missing during a family camping trip. A homeless woman in her 20s whose case had barely made the local news in Albuquerque. Each time, the forum posts lined up with the locations and time frames in ways that could not be coincidental. The users talked about these people the way restaurant suppliers might discuss shipments of beef or chicken, quality ratings, complaints about damaged goods, arguments about pricing. One thread contained a detailed review of a supplier who operated somewhere in the Great Lakes region, praising his ability to acquire clean product with no prior documentation. I realized with a sickening clarity that they meant people who would not be missed. Runaways, homeless individuals, undocumented immigrants, people whose disappearances would never make national headlines, whose faces would never appear on primetime news segments. The system was designed to target the invisible, and it had been operating for years right beneath the surface of the world I thought I knew. By mid-morning, I had compiled a document with everything I had found. Screenshots of forum posts, links to news articles about the missing persons cases, a timeline showing how the dates matched up. My eyes burned from staring at the screen all night, and my body ached from sitting in the same position for hours without moving. I had not eaten anything since dinner the previous evening, but the thought of food made me physically ill. I saved the document to an encrypted folder, and then sat there for a long time, trying to figure out what to do next. Calling the local police seemed pointless. This was clearly something that spanned multiple states, maybe even multiple countries. The FBI had a tip line for crimes like this, but I had no idea how to explain what I had found without also explaining how I had found it. Would they take me seriously, or would they treat me as a suspect? I had spent years poking around in corners of the internet where illegal things happened. My browsing history alone could probably get me flagged by a dozen different agencies. But I kept thinking about Brittany Saunders, about her photograph in that news article. A senior portrait with a bright smile and a blue background. The kind of picture that ends up on missing posters and milk cartons. Someone on that forum had called her fresh product. Someone had weighed her like meat and assigned her a price. I picked up my phone and dialed the FBI tip line before I could talk myself out of it. The woman who answered sounded tired, like she had already taken 100 calls that morning and expected 100 more before lunch. I told her I had found something online that I believed was connected to human trafficking. She asked me a series of questions in a flat, professional voice. What website? How did I access it? What specifically did I observe? I answered as clearly as I could, though my voice kept cracking in places where I had to describe the content of the forum posts. When I mentioned that I had matched some of the discussions to real missing persons cases, her tone shifted slightly, not quite interested, but more alert. She took down my name and contact information and told me that someone from the cyber division would be in touch within 48 hours. Then she thanked me for calling, and the line went dead. I sat there holding my phone for several minutes, unsure whether I had just done something brave or something incredibly stupid. The forum was still open on my computer screen, those gray letters glowing against the black background like a warning I had ignored. I closed the browser without looking at it again and went downstairs to make coffee, my legs unsteady beneath me like I had just stepped off a boat after weeks at sea. The FBI did call back, though it took them 5 days instead of 48 hours. A man named Special Agent Thornberry asked me to come to their field office in downtown Milwaukee to give a formal statement and hand over the files I had compiled. I spent 3 hours in a gray room with fluorescent lights, answering questions from 2 agents who treated me with a mixture of professional courtesy and barely concealed suspicion. They wanted to know how I had accessed the forum, what other dark websites I had visited, whether I had ever purchased anything illegal online. I answered everything truthfully, including the parts that made me look bad. When I finally showed them my document, the matched cases, the timeline, the screenshots, their expressions changed. Agent Thornberry leaned forward and studied my laptop screen for a long time without speaking. His partner, a woman with short gray hair and reading glasses, excused herself from the room and did not come back for almost an hour. When she returned, she told me that some of the information I had found corroborated details from an ongoing investigation that I was not authorized to know about. She could not tell me anything more, but she thanked me for coming forward and said that my materials would be extremely valuable. I left the FBI building feeling hollow, like someone had scooped out my insides and replaced them with cold air. 3 months later, I saw a news story about a federal raid on a compound in rural Nebraska. 17 people were arrested and charged with various crimes related to human trafficking, kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. The article did not mention anything about a forum or the dark web, and it did not reference any of the specific cases I had found in my research. But one of the photographs showed officers escorting a man in handcuffs, whose face was partially obscured by a jacket pulled over his head. Below the image, a caption identified him only as a key figure in the trafficking network believed to have operated across multiple states. I stared at that photograph for a long time, wondering if he was one of the usernames I had seen on the forum, Farmhand61 or Transit9, or any of the others who had discussed human beings like cuts of meat. I never found out for certain. The FBI never contacted me again after that initial meeting, and I never tried to access that forum or anything like it ever again. I deleted Tor from my computer, canceled my VPN subscription, and told Bethany that I was done with my late-night explorations of the internet's dark corners. She did not ask why, and I did not offer an explanation. Some things are too heavy to share, even with the person you love most in the world. To this day, I still think about Brittany Saunders and the others whose names I found in those archives. I think about the ones I did not find, the ones who disappeared without anyone ever noticing. And sometimes late at night when I cannot sleep, I wonder how many forums like that one are still out there, operating quietly in the shadows while the rest of us scroll through our phones and pretend the world is a safer place than it actually is. My buddy Owen and I had just finished our junior year in the cybersecurity program at a small college in Michigan when we came up with what we thought was a brilliant idea for our summer research project. We were both 23, way too confident in our own cleverness, and completely obsessed with studying how criminals operated online. The plan was simple. We would create a fake service on the dark web, something that offered vague problem-solving for people who needed things handled discreetly. We figured we would attract a bunch of scammers trying to scam us, maybe some curious people poking around, and we could document the whole thing for a paper on criminal psychology and online behavior. Owen had the technical skills to set up the hidden service, and I handled the writing, creating this mysterious persona that promised results without ever specifying what kind of results. We thought we were so smart, 2 kids playing pretend in a world we did not actually understand. We launched the site on a Saturday morning in June 2023, sitting in Owen's cramped apartment with the blinds closed and energy drinks scattered everywhere. The interface was deliberately minimal, just a black background with white text, a contact form, and a Bitcoin wallet address. We called it The Fixer because it sounded generic enough to attract attention without being too specific. For the first 3 days, nothing happened. We got a couple of spam messages, one guy asking if we sold drugs, and someone who just typed random letters into the form. Owen and I joked about how anticlimactic the whole thing was, how we had built this elaborate trap and caught nothing but bots and teenagers. We were actually considering shutting it down and pivoting to something else when the first real message came through on Tuesday night. I remember Owen calling me over to his laptop, his voice different than usual, and when I read what was on the screen, neither of us said anything for a long time. The message was detailed in a way that made my throat tighten. Someone with the username NeedHelp99 had written 3 paragraphs about a woman named Jennifer Ashworth who lived on Crescent Drive in a town called Millbrook, Pennsylvania. The message included her daily schedule, what time she left for work, what car she drove, a silver Toyota Camry, and the fact that she lived alone with a small dog. The person writing wanted to know our rates for making her go away permanently, and emphasized that payment would not be an issue. They had already sent $500 worth of Bitcoin to our wallet as a show of good faith, asking us to confirm receipt and provide further instructions. Owen and I just stared at each other. This was not some edgy teenager trying to be scary. This was someone who had done research, who had watched this woman, who had real money to spend. The Bitcoin was already sitting in our wallet, and suddenly our little academic experiment felt like a weight pressing down on my chest. We did not sleep that night. Owen wanted to shut everything down immediately, delete the site, abandon the wallet, pretend none of it ever happened. But I kept thinking about Jennifer Ashworth, this random woman in Pennsylvania who had no idea that someone out there wanted her dead badly enough to pay for it. We looked her up, and she was real. I found her on social media in under 5 minutes. A dental hygienist in her early 40s who posted pictures of her garden and her terrier named Biscotti. She had a sister in Philadelphia and liked to comment on local news articles. This was an actual human being with a life, and someone had just paid us money to end it. The weight of that realization was unlike anything I had ever felt. We were not researchers anymore. We were not clever college kids running an experiment. We were 2 idiots who had stumbled into something genuinely dangerous, and we had no idea what to do next. Owen suggested we just ignore it, let the message sit there unanswered, and maybe the person would give up and move on. But by Wednesday afternoon, 2 more messages had come through, and these were worse. One was from someone asking about a business partner who had allegedly stolen money from them, wanting to know if we could arrange for the guy to have an accident that would look natural. They included the target's home address in suburban Chicago, his gym schedule, and the make and model of his car. The second message was shorter but somehow more disturbing, just a name, an age, 15, and a school address, followed by a question about whether we handled younger problems and how much extra that would cost. I actually had to get up and walk away from the computer after reading that one. I stood in Owen's kitchen with my hands pressed against the counter, trying to breathe normally, trying to process that someone out there was asking us to hurt a child. These were not hypothetical situations or dark fantasies people were typing out for shock value. These were requests with real information, real locations, real people who could be found and verified. By Thursday morning, we had received 11 messages total, and the Bitcoin wallet had grown to almost $3,000 in unsolicited deposits. Owen had not left his apartment in 2 days, and I had barely eaten anything since Tuesday. We kept going back and forth about what to do. Going to the police felt impossible, because we would have to explain that we had created an illegal service on the dark web, even if it was fake, even if we never intended to actually do anything. We could face charges ourselves, expulsion from school, maybe even federal prosecution for soliciting crimes across state lines. But staying silent meant that these people, these real people who wanted real harm done, would just find someone else to do it. Someone who would actually take their money and follow through. I remember sitting on Owen's couch at around 4 in the morning, both of us exhausted and terrified, when another notification popped up, another message, another request, another life that someone wanted erased, and all I could think was that we had opened a door we did not know how to close. Owen finally broke down on Friday. He said we had to tell someone, that he could not carry this anymore, that every time he closed his eyes he saw that 15-year-old kid whose name he had memorized without meaning to. We decided to reach out to one of our professors, a guy named Dr. Whitfield who taught network security, and had done consulting work for law enforcement in the past. We figured he might know how to handle this without immediately destroying our lives. I sent him an email asking if we could meet urgently about a research situation that got out of hand, and he responded within an hour, saying to come to his office that afternoon. Walking across campus that day felt surreal. Students were throwing frisbees on the quad, laughing about summer plans, complaining about the heat. And there we were, carrying screenshots of murder requests in a folder, about to confess that we had accidentally built a marketplace for violence. I kept looking at people's faces and wondering how many of them had dark thoughts they never acted on, and how many were like the people messaging us, just waiting for the right opportunity. Dr. Whitfield listened to everything without interrupting. We showed him the messages, the wallet balance, the details people had provided about their intended victims. When we finished, he sat back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands, and for a long moment he did not say anything. Then he told us something I will never forget. He said that what we had stumbled into was not unusual, that the dark web was full of services exactly like the one we had created, and that law enforcement knew most of them were scams or honeypots. But the people sending those messages did not know that. To them, our fake service was real, and their intentions were real, and the money they sent was real. He said we had two options: shut everything down and hope nothing came of it, or work with him to hand the information over to the FBI through proper channels that might protect our identities. He could not promise anything, but he knew people who handled these cases. Owen and I looked at each other, and for the first time in days, I felt like maybe there was a way out of this nightmare. We agreed to let Whitfield make the calls. He told us to keep the site running for now, to not respond to any messages, and to document everything that came in. The FBI would want as much data as possible, and shutting down prematurely could spook the people who had already made contact. That weekend was the longest of my life. I went back to my own apartment, but I could not stop checking my phone, waiting for updates from Owen about new messages. They kept coming. A woman in Texas wanting her ex-husband dealt with before their custody hearing. A guy in Minnesota asking about pricing for surveillance and intimidation of a coworker. Someone offering $10,000 for a clean job on a landlord who was trying to evict them. Each message was a window into a life I never wanted to see, a person who had decided that violence was a reasonable solution to their problems. I started having trouble distinguishing between sleep and waking because the same thoughts cycled through my head constantly. How many of these people would actually go through with something if they found a real service? How many already had? On Monday, Whitfield called us back to his office and introduced us to two federal agents who had driven up from Detroit. They were calm and professional, not at all what I expected, and they treated us more like witnesses than criminals. They explained that our situation was not unique, that they had seen college students and amateur hackers stumble into similar traps before. What mattered now was cooperation. They took copies of everything: the messages, the wallet addresses, the server logs that Owen had meticulously kept. One of the agents, a woman with short gray hair whose name I never caught, told us that at least 3 of the requests we received matched ongoing investigations. Real cases with real suspects who had been looking for exactly the kind of service we pretended to offer. She said our data could help build cases against people who might otherwise never face consequences. I should have felt relieved, but instead, I just felt hollow. These were not abstract criminals. These were regular people with jobs and families who had typed out requests to have other human beings killed, and they were everywhere. The agents told us to take down the site that same day, and Owen did it right there in Whitfield's office. I watched him type the commands, watched the server go dark, and felt nothing close to closure. We were told not to discuss the case with anyone, that we might be called as witnesses if any prosecutions moved forward, and that our identities would be protected as much as possible. They thanked us for coming forward and said we had done the right thing, but those words felt empty. We had not done the right thing. We had done a stupid, reckless thing that happened to produce useful information by accident. The agents left. Whitfield told us to take care of ourselves, and Owen and I walked out of that building into the summer heat without saying a word to each other. I remember the sunlight feeling offensive somehow, too bright and too normal for what we had just been through. We parted ways at the edge of campus, and I did not see Owen again for almost 2 weeks. Neither of us knew how to talk about it. That was over a year ago now. I finished my degree, got a job at a small IT firm, and moved to a different state. Owen and I text sometimes, but we never bring up that summer. The FBI contacted me once, about 6 months after everything happened, to let me know that 2 arrests had been made in connection with information we provided. They did not give me details, just said that our cooperation had helped. I should feel good about that, I guess, but mostly I just feel different. I look at people differently now. The guy behind me in line at the grocery store, the woman walking her dog past my apartment, the coworker who complains about his divorce every day at lunch. I wonder which of them has thought about crossing a line they can never come back from. I wonder how many people out there right now are typing messages into dark corners of the internet, looking for someone to solve their problems permanently. We ran that site for less than a week, and we received over 30 requests. 30 people willing to pay money to have someone hurt or killed, and that was just our tiny fake operation in one small corner of the web. I do not sleep well anymore. I probably never will again. Most people my age spend their evenings watching television or scrolling through Facebook, but I have always been drawn to the forgotten corners of the internet. I work as a digital archivist for the county library system in Albuquerque, a job that sounds boring until you realize it gives you access to tools and knowledge that most civilians never encounter. My daughter left for college in Arizona back in 2018, the same year my husband started traveling 3 weeks out of every month for his consulting firm, and suddenly, I had more empty hours than I knew what to do with. That was when I taught myself to navigate the deep web. It began as professional curiosity. I was trying to recover old community forums that had disappeared when their servers went offline, preserving digital history that would otherwise be lost forever. I learned how to use Tor, how to read onion addresses, how to trace the ghosts of websites through mirror sites and archive services. My coworkers joked that I was becoming obsessed. They had no idea how right they were. On a Wednesday night in early March, I found something that I cannot stop thinking about even now, months later. I had been following a trail of dead links for hours, starting with an old photography forum from 2004 and bouncing between archive mirrors until I barely remembered where I had begun. That was when the page loaded, a personal blog that looked like it belonged to another era entirely. Plain white background, Times New Roman font, no header images or sidebars or any of the things modern websites have. The URL was a meaningless string of letters and numbers, the kind that gets auto-generated when someone does not bother choosing a real address. What caught my attention was the date on the most recent post, just 3 weeks earlier. Everything about the site screamed early 2000s, yet someone was still updating it. The post was titled, "Lessons from February," and I assumed it would be the usual self-help nonsense or amateur creative writing. I scrolled down and started reading, and within 30 seconds I felt my entire body go rigid in my chair. The writing style was fragmented, almost stream of consciousness, like someone jotting down thoughts without any intention of making them coherent. The first entry talked about mistakes and lessons learned, phrases that seemed innocent enough on their own. But the context was all wrong. The author wrote about someone who did not cooperate and how frustrating that had been, how it had forced a change in plans. There were references to timing, to patience, to the importance of observation. Between the blocks of text, there were photographs, not of people but of objects. A single house key on a wooden table labeled with a date and the words, "Riverside Drive, unsuccessful." A pair of running shoes, white with pink laces, photographed on what looked like a garage floor, labeled November 14th, Cedar Hills Park. A silver bracelet with a small charm in the shape of a butterfly, resting on a dark surface I could not identify, labeled only with a date from January. I kept scrolling, my mouth dry, telling myself there had to be an innocent explanation. Maybe this was some kind of art project, a fictional horror blog meant to unsettle visitors. People create things like that all the time. But the deeper I went, the harder it became to convince myself this was fiction. The entries spanned almost 2 years, and they followed a pattern that made my skin prickle. The author would write about watching someone, learning their schedule, noting when they left for work and when they came home. Then there would be a gap of a few weeks, followed by a post about what went wrong or what went right. The language was clinical, detached, like someone reviewing their own performance. She was more alert than expected, had to abort. The window was a better access point than the door. Next time I need to account for neighbors who keep irregular hours. And always, there were photographs of objects, jewelry, keys, shoes, a hairbrush, a coffee mug with a logo I did not recognize, each one tagged with a date and a location. I found myself breathing faster, my pulse hammering in my temples. I grabbed a notebook from my desk and started writing down every location mentioned, every date, every detail I could extract from those cryptic entries. I needed to prove to myself that this was fake, that none of it matched anything real. It took me less than an hour to find the first match. One of the entries from October mentioned a location called Ridgecrest Avenue, a name I did not recognize, but that sounded local enough to search. I typed it into a regular browser along with the word missing and the year, and the results made me push back from my desk so hard my chair nearly tipped over. A woman named Felicity Dunn had disappeared from Ridgecrest Avenue in October of the previous year. She was 26 years old, a veterinary technician, last seen leaving her apartment complex around 7 in the morning. Her car was found parked at a trailhead 15 miles outside of town, but she was never located. The case was still open. I pulled up every news article I could find about her, scanning for details, and then I went back to the blog and read that October entry again. The author mentioned watching someone who walked a small dog every evening, someone who kept her blinds open, someone who drove a dark blue sedan. Felicity Dunn owned a Chihuahua mix named Peanut. She lived in a ground floor unit. Her missing person flyer showed her standing next to a navy blue Mazda. I sat in my chair, unable to move, reading those two sources side by side until the words blurred together. I wanted to believe it was coincidence. Ridgecrest Avenue is not an uncommon street name, and plenty of young women have small dogs and dark sedans. But something in my gut knew better. I went back to the blog and found the photograph attached to that October entry. A single silver stud earring shaped like a tiny star, resting on what looked like concrete. I searched for more images of Felicity Dunn and found an Instagram account her family had kept public as part of the search efforts. In photo after photo, she wore the same small silver stars in her ears. They had been a gift from her grandmother, according to one of the caption. I closed my laptop and sat in the dark for a long time, listening to the hum of the refrigerator down the hall, trying to process what I had just found. Either I had stumbled onto the personal journal of someone who was fantasizing about crimes he had read about in the news, or I had found something much worse. A record. A trophy case. The private documentation of someone who was actively hunting people in my city and getting away with it. I did not sleep that night. I made coffee at 2 in the morning and sat at my kitchen table with my notebook, going through every entry on the blog and cross-referencing each location and date with local news archives. By sunrise, I had found 3 more potential matches. A woman named Iris Calloway, who vanished from a neighborhood called Sunset Terrace in August. The blog mentioned that same area and described someone who moved too quickly and noticed things she should not have noticed. A college student named Brooke Ellison who disappeared from near the university campus in December. Her backpack found abandoned in an alley behind a coffee shop. The blog had an entry from that same week about a near miss and the difficulty of working in areas with too many witnesses. And most disturbingly, a Jane Doe case from the previous spring. A body discovered in an arroyo on the outskirts of the city, never identified. The blog entry from that period talked about finishing what was started and included a photograph of a thin gold necklace with a broken clasp. Each connection I found made me feel more certain and more terrified. This was not fiction. This was not a game. Someone was documenting their crimes in a hidden corner of the internet, and I had found it by accident. The entry that finally pushed me to action was dated just 6 weeks before I discovered the site. It mentioned a location I recognized immediately: Lomas Boulevard, less than 3 miles from my own house. The author wrote about a new subject, someone they had been watching for several weeks, someone whose patterns were predictable and whose building had poor security. There was a photograph of a keychain, a small leather strap with a brass initial charm, the letter K, and a note about how easy it had been to make a copy while the subject was distracted at a laundromat. I searched for recent missing persons reports from that area and found nothing, which should have been a relief but instead filled me with dread. The blog entry was recent. The author was still watching. Whoever owned that keychain might still be alive, still going about their daily routine, completely unaware that someone had copied their key and was waiting for the right moment. I could not just sit on this information. I could not go back to my normal life and pretend I had never seen any of it, but I also had no idea what to do next, or who would even believe me. I called the Albuquerque Police Department that same morning, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what I had found. The woman who answered transferred me twice before I finally reached a detective in the missing persons unit, a man named Sergeant Orozco, who listened patiently while I stumbled through my story. I told him about the blog, about the photographs of personal items, about the locations and dates that matched open cases. I gave him the names: Felicity Dunn, Iris Calloway, Brooke Ellison. I described the entry about Lomas Boulevard and the copied key. When I finished, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. Sergeant Orozco asked me how I had found this website, and I explained about my work, about the deep web, about following dead links through archive services. He asked if I had saved any of the content, and my heart sank because I had not. I had been so focused on researching the connections that I never thought to take screenshots or download the pages. He gave me his email address and asked me to send him the URL so their digital forensics team could take a look. I thanked him and hung up, already opening my laptop to retrieve the address from my browser history. The site was gone. I clicked through my history, found the exact link I had followed the night before, and watched it load into nothing but a blank page with an error message. Connection refused. I tried again, cleared my cache, restarted Tor, used a different browser. Nothing worked. The blog had vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. I sat there staring at the error message, feeling a cold weight settle in my stomach. Whoever ran that site had either taken it down on their own or had some way of knowing when they were being watched. I emailed Sergeant Orozco anyway, sending him the URL and explaining that the page was no longer accessible. I attached my handwritten notes, everything I had documented during my sleepless night, every name and date and location I had connected. His response came 3 hours later. A polite thank you for my concern, a note that the digital forensics team had been unable to locate any content at the address I provided, and a suggestion that I might have encountered a hoax or an elaborate piece of horror fiction designed to seem realistic. He said they would keep my notes on file, but there was nothing actionable without evidence. I read that email 4 times, each time feeling more sick than before. For the next 2 weeks, I became obsessed with finding the site again. I spent every free moment retracing my steps through the deep web, following every dead link I could remember, searching for any fragment of the blog that might have been cached or mirrored somewhere. I found nothing. It was like chasing smoke. Meanwhile, I kept checking the local news, dreading the moment when a new missing person report would appear, when another woman would vanish from Lomas Boulevard or somewhere nearby. I thought about the keychain with the letter K, about the person who owned it, about the copied key sitting in some predator's pocket. I thought about knocking on doors in that neighborhood, warning strangers about a threat I could not prove, but I knew how that would look. A middle-aged woman ranting about a website nobody else had seen, sounding exactly like the kind of person people cross the street to avoid. My husband came home from one of his trips and found me sitting in the dark at 3 in the morning, laptop open, eyes red from exhaustion. He asked me what was wrong and I tried to explain, but the words came out scattered and paranoid. He held my hand and told me I needed to step away from the computer, that I was scaring him. Maybe he was right. Maybe I was losing perspective. But I could not shake the knowledge of what I had seen. The news broke on a Sunday morning in late April. A woman named Kendra Vogel had been reported missing from her apartment on Lomas Boulevard. She was 31 years old, a physical therapist last seen by a coworker on Friday evening. Her door showed no signs of forced entry. Her car was still in the parking lot. Her family said she would never leave without telling someone, that she was not the type to just disappear. I stared at the article on my phone, reading the name over and over again. Kendra, the letter K on the keychain. He had a copy of her key. He had been inside her apartment before she even knew she was in danger. I called Sergeant Orozco immediately and left a voicemail that probably sounded unhinged. I told him about the blog entry, about the keychain, about how I had tried to warn him weeks ago. He called me back that afternoon, and this time his tone was different. He asked me to come to the station and give a formal statement. He asked if I would be willing to work with their digital forensics team to try to reconstruct my search history from that night. He did not apologize for dismissing me before, but I could hear something new in his voice, something that sounded almost like fear. I told him I would be there within the hour. The next 3 months were a blur of interviews, forensic analysis, and waiting. The police tech team managed to recover fragments of my browsing history, enough to confirm that I had accessed something on the deep web that night, though the actual content of the site remained unrecoverable. They cross-referenced my notes with their case files and found details that had never been released to the public. The specific location where Felicity Dunn's earring had been found, the broken clasp on the Jane Doe's necklace, the exact time window when Brooke Ellison had last been seen. I had no way of knowing those things unless I had seen them somewhere, and the only place I could have seen them was that blog. Sergeant Orozco stopped treating me like a nuisance and started treating me like a witness. They brought in FBI consultants who specialized in online predators, people who understood how criminals use the dark web to document and share their activities. One of them, a woman with gray hair and tired eyes, told me that what I had stumbled onto was not unique. There were others out there, hiding in plain sight on forgotten corners of the internet, keeping records that no one would ever find unless they got very lucky or very unlucky. She said I was the first credible lead they had found in years. That did not make me feel any better. Kendra Vogel was found in early July, alive, in a storage unit on the edge of the city. A neighbor had reported a strange smell coming from the facility, and when police investigated, they found her dehydrated, malnourished, but breathing. She had been held there for almost 2 months. The man who took her was a 43-year-old electrician named Russell Embry, someone with no prior criminal record, someone who had lived in Albuquerque his entire life without attracting any attention. They caught him because he made a mistake. He used a credit card registered to his real name to pay for the storage unit, a lapse in judgment after years of careful planning. When they searched his house, they found a laptop with an encrypted partition containing hundreds of photographs, journal entries, and detailed notes about women he had watched, approached, and in some cases taken. The blog I had found was just one of several he maintained, rotating between addresses, deleting and recreating them whenever he sensed scrutiny. He had been doing this for over a decade. Felicity Dunn, Iris Calloway, Brooke Ellison. They found evidence connected to all of them. Some of them they found remains. I try not to think about that part too much. Russell Embry is currently awaiting trial on multiple counts of kidnapping, assault, and murder. The prosecutors say it will take years to work through all the evidence, to identify every victim, to build cases strong enough to ensure he never sees the outside of a prison again. Kendra Vogel survived, but from what I have heard, she moved out of state and does not speak to anyone about what happened to her during those 2 months. I understand that. Some experiences change you in ways that words cannot capture. I still work at the library, still spend my evenings cataloging old documents and preserving digital history, but I do not explore the deep web anymore. I cannot bring myself to open Tor or follow dead links or wonder what might be hiding just beyond the reach of normal search engines. Sometimes at night, when my husband is asleep and the house is quiet, I think about that blog and the plain white background and the photographs of objects that belong to women who would never come home. I think about how close I came to dismissing it as fiction, how easily I could have clicked away and never thought about it again. I think about the entry for Lomas Boulevard, about the keychain with the letter K, about the weeks I spent trying to warn someone while a woman sat in a storage unit waiting to die. The FBI agent told me I helped save a life, and maybe that is true. But I also know that I found that site by accident, that Russell Embry had been operating for over 10 years before anyone stumbled onto his records, and that there are others out there just like him, patient, careful, invisible, keeping their own journals in the forgotten corners of the internet, waiting for someone to make a mistake. I check my locks 3 times every night now. I installed cameras on every door, and I never, ever leave my blinds open after dark. Friday nights alone used to feel like a luxury. Ben, my husband, was away at a work conference until Sunday, and I had the whole house to myself at the end of Oakdale Drive, a quiet cul-de-sac in a small Michigan town where the most exciting thing that happens is someone getting a new mailbox. I had finished my shows, scrolled through every app on my phone, and was on my second glass of Cabernet when I remembered something my coworker Stephanie mentioned during lunch that week. Her brother had apparently been exploring the deep web and found some disturbing forums there. She made it sound like this forbidden corner of the internet that regular people never see. I got my laptop, started searching for tutorials, and after about an hour I managed to download a Tor browser and figure out how it worked. Most of the links I clicked were garbage, broken pages, stuff in languages I could not read. But then I found this one forum that loaded perfectly, and I wished to God it had been broken too. The forum looked ancient, like something from the early 2000s, with a dark background and plain white text. No fancy graphics, no logos, just threads and usernames that were random strings of numbers and letters. I scrolled through the main page and my curiosity turned into something else entirely. There were threads about things I do not even want to type out. Discussions about surveillance techniques on specific people, complete with photos that were clearly taken without consent. Guides on how to find personal information from social media profiles. One thread had a list of home addresses matched with daily routines of the people who lived there. I felt sick, but I kept scrolling, the way you cannot look away from a car accident. I spent maybe 15 or 20 minutes reading before I finally closed the browser, deleted it from my computer, and tried to convince myself that what I had just seen was probably fake, some kind of elaborate dark joke by edgy teenagers. I poured another glass of wine and told myself I was being paranoid. It could not have been more than 10 minutes after I closed everything. I was in the kitchen rinsing my wine glass when my phone buzzed on the counter. I figured it was Ben checking in or maybe Stephanie sending some meme, so I picked it up without thinking. The message came from a number I did not recognize, no name attached, just a string of digits with an area code I had never seen before. There was no text, just a photo. I tapped on it and my whole body went cold. It was the front of my house. My house. Taken from the street maybe 20 feet from the curb, showing the porch light on and my car in the driveway. The angle was slightly tilted, like someone had snapped it quickly while walking by. I stood there staring at my phone for what felt like a full minute, trying to come up with some logical explanation. Maybe it was a wrong number, some weird coincidence, a realtor sending photos to the wrong contact. But then the second message came through. 3 lights on inside. Kitchen, living room, upstairs bathroom. That was all it said. I read it twice because my brain refused to process what I was seeing. I looked up from my phone and realized the message was accurate. The kitchen light above my head was on. The living room lamp behind me was on. and I had left the bathroom light on upstairs when I came down earlier. Whoever sent this was not guessing. They were watching my house right now, at this exact moment, counting which windows were lit up from the outside. I felt my legs go weak and I grabbed the edge of the counter to steady myself. I wanted to run to the windows and look outside, but something told me that was exactly what they wanted me to do. I wanted to see who was out there, but I also did not want them to see me seeing them. I just stood there in my kitchen, frozen between the urge to look and the fear of what I might find. I grabbed my phone and tried to call Ben. My fingers were trembling so badly that I mistyped his number twice before finally getting it right. It rang once, twice, 3 times, and then went to voicemail. I hung up and tried again. Same thing. I sent him a text that probably made no sense, something like, "Call me now, someone outside the house, please call me." Then I tried 911. I dialed the numbers and pressed call, and the screen showed it was connecting, but nothing happened. No ring, no operator, nothing. I pulled the phone away from my face and saw that I had full signal, 4 bars. Everything looked normal. I tried again, and this time it rang once before cutting out completely. I do not know if it was the phone, the network, or something else entirely, but in that moment I felt more alone than I have ever felt in my life. I was standing in my own kitchen, in my own house, and I could not reach a single person who could help me. That is when I heard it. A soft rattling sound coming from the front of the house. It was subtle at first, almost like the wind pushing against the door, but then it got more deliberate. Someone was testing the handle. Not knocking, not ringing the bell, just slowly turning the knob back and forth to see if it would open. I held my breath and listened. The sound stopped for a few seconds, then started again. Turn, pause, turn, pause. Like they were being patient about it, checking if anyone would react. I backed away from the kitchen toward the hallway, trying to remember if I'd locked the door when I came home. I always lock the door. I always do. But in that moment, I could not remember, and the doubt was enough to make my chest tighten until I could barely breathe. The rattling stopped again, and the silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound itself. My phone buzzed in my hand and I nearly dropped it. Another message from the same unknown number. This one had no photo, just text. "You should not have visited." I stared at those 5 words and felt something click into place in my brain. The forum, the deep web. Somehow, in those 15 or 20 minutes I spent scrolling through that site, someone had tracked me. I thought I was anonymous, thought the Tor browser was supposed to hide everything, but clearly I was wrong. Maybe I clicked something I should not have. Maybe my computer gave away information I did not know it could give. I do not understand how any of it works. And standing there in my hallway with someone outside my door, I realized how stupid I had been. I was a 31-year-old woman who worked in insurance and barely knew how to update her own phone, and I thought I could just waltz into the darkest corner of the internet without consequences. I made a decision. I was not going to stand there like a sitting duck waiting for whatever was going to happen next. I moved as quietly as I could toward the back of the house, staying low, keeping away from the windows. Our house has a back door that leads out to a small patio, and then the yard, which connects to a strip of woods that separates our neighborhood from the next one over. If I could get outside without being seen, I could run to the Nelsons' house 2 doors down. They were an older couple, retired, and I knew they were home because I had seen their living room light on earlier. I reached the back door and put my hand on the lock. It was a sliding glass door, the kind that makes noise no matter how careful you are. I took a breath and started to slide it open, just an inch at first, then a little more. The cold night air hit my face and I was about to step out when my phone buzzed again. The message was a photo, my back patio, taken from somewhere in the yard, maybe near the tree line, showing the sliding glass door I was standing behind. I could see my own silhouette in the image, backlit by the hallway light, my hand on the door frame. The photo had been taken seconds ago. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then stumbled backward and fell against the kitchen island. They were not just at the front of the house, they were everywhere. watching the front, watching the back, taking photos and sending them to me like some kind of sick game. I crawled across the kitchen floor until I was in the corner between the refrigerator and the wall, the only spot in the house where no window could see me. I pulled my knees up to my chest and sat there shaking, my phone clutched in both hands. I tried 911 again. This time it connected. A woman's voice answered, calm and professional, asking what my emergency was. I started talking so fast I could barely get the words out. I told her someone was outside my house, that they were sending me photos, that they had been trying the door. She asked for my address and I gave it to her, my voice cracking on every syllable. She told me to stay on the line, that she was dispatching a unit to my location, that officers would be there in approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Sounds like nothing when you say it out loud, but when you are sitting on your kitchen floor with strangers circling your house, 8 minutes feels like 8 hours. I stayed in that corner, pressed against the cold tile, listening to every creak and groan the house made. The dispatcher kept talking to me, asking if I could hear anything, if anyone was trying to get in. I told her about the front door, about the rattling. She told me to stay away from the doors and windows, to keep the lights on so the officers could identify the house. I remember thinking that the lights were exactly what had given me away in the first place, but I did not argue. I just sat there and waited, counting the seconds in my head. The police arrived in 7 minutes, not 8. I heard the sirens first, distant and getting closer, and then the flash of red and blue lights through the kitchen window. 2 patrol cars pulled up in front of the house and 4 officers got out. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher until one of them knocked on the front door and announced himself. I got up on shaky legs and walked to the door, checked through the peephole to make sure it was really a uniform, and opened it. The officer was a tall guy, maybe in his 40s, with a calm face that made me feel like everything was going to be okay. I told him what happened, showed him the messages on my phone, pointed toward the backyard where the last photo had been taken. 2 of the officers went around the side of the house with flashlights, while the other 2 stayed with me. I watched their lights sweep across the yard through the trees along the fence line. After about 10 minutes, they came back. They had not found anyone. No footprints in the soft ground near the tree line. No signs that anyone had been standing there. Nothing. The officer who stayed with me, his name tag said Briggs, told me that whoever had been out there must have left when they heard the sirens. He said these things sometimes happen, that there are people who get a thrill out of scaring others, and that the connection to the forum I visited was probably not a coincidence. He explained that some of those sites have ways of tracking visitors that most people do not know about, scripts that can pull your IP address even through a VPN if you are not careful. He asked if I had clicked on anything, downloaded anything, and I told him I did not think so, but I was not sure. He took down all the information, made copies of the messages and photos from my phone, and told me they would look into it. He also suggested I stay somewhere else for the night, maybe with a friend or family member, just to be safe. I called Ben again, and this time he picked up. I could barely explain what happened without crying. He said he would leave the conference first thing in the morning and drive straight home. I spent that night at the Nelsons' house, sitting in their guest room with the lights on, unable to sleep. Ben got home the next afternoon and we went through the house together, room by room, checking every lock, every window, every corner. Nothing was disturbed. Nothing was missing. It was like that night had never happened, except for the photos still saved on my phone and the police report with my name on it. The detective assigned to the case called me twice over the following weeks, but he never had any real updates. The phone number that sent the messages was traced to a burner, purchased with cash somewhere in Chicago, already deactivated by the time they looked into it. The photos had no metadata, no GPS coordinates, nothing that could tell them where they came from or who took them. The forum I visited was gone too. I tried to find it again a few days later, just to show Ben what I had seen, but every link led nowhere. It was like it had been erased from the internet completely. The detective said that was common with those kinds of sites, that they appear and disappear all the time to avoid detection. He told me to let him know if anything else happened, but nothing ever did. That was almost 2 years ago, I still live in the same house, still drive down the same street, still wave at the Nelsons when I see them outside. Ben and I got a security system installed. Cameras on every corner of the property, motion sensors, the whole setup. I check the footage sometimes, late at night when I cannot sleep, scrolling through hours of empty driveway and still trees. I have never seen anything unusual. No figures standing at the edge of the yard. No shadows moving where they should not be. Whoever was out there that night, whatever they wanted, they got it and moved on. Or maybe they are still watching from somewhere I cannot see, waiting for something I do not understand. I do not know which possibility scares me more. What I do know is that I will never visit a site like that again, and I will never forget how it felt to see my own silhouette in a photo I did not take. Some doors, once you open them, you cannot close. You just have to hope that whatever came through decides to leave on its own. Boredom can make you do stupid things. At 16, with summer break stretching out like an endless desert and most of my friends away on family vacations, I found myself alone in our house in suburban Milwaukee more often than not. My parents both worked long shifts, Dad at a packaging plant, Mom as a nurse at the county hospital. So from June through August, the house was basically mine from 7 in the morning until 6 at night. I had a decent gaming PC in my room, a graduation gift from my uncle who worked in IT, and way too much unsupervised time on my hands. Most days I would just play online games, watch YouTube videos, or scroll through Reddit until my eyes burned. But that particular summer, around mid-July 2024, I got curious about something I had only heard whispers about in gaming forums and edgy corners of the internet: the deep web. It started innocently enough, or at least that is what I told myself. I downloaded Tor after watching a few videos about internet privacy and how journalists in dangerous countries used it to communicate safely. The first few sites I visited were boring, just forums about cryptocurrency, some libraries of old books, nothing exciting. But then I stumbled into the stranger corners. Not the illegal marketplaces or anything that extreme. I was curious, not suicidal. But forums where people discussed hacking, shared supposedly leaked documents, and posted cryptic threads about corporate surveillance. One forum in particular caught my attention. It was called the Null Archive, and it presented itself as a community of digital privacy advocates. The interface was ugly, all dark backgrounds and green text like something from an old movie about hackers. I created an account with a fake email and a username I thought was clever at the time: ShadowBiteCU16. I lurked for a few days, reading threads, never posting anything. I figured as long as I did not interact, I was safe. I could not have been more wrong. About 3 weeks into my little exploration phase, I got a private message. The notification icon turned red while I was scrolling through a thread about VPN vulnerabilities, and my first thought was that it must be some kind of automated welcome message or spam. The username that sent it was adminnull7, and the message itself was short, almost casual in tone. It just said, "You should be more careful, ShadowBite. Your OPSEC is terrible. Check your downloads folder." I remember staring at those words for a full minute, trying to convince myself it was a prank, some kind of hazing ritual the forum did to new members. But something in my gut told me to actually check. I minimized Tor and opened my downloads folder, and there it was. A text file I had never seen before, dated that same day, named helloshadow.txt. I had not downloaded anything. I had not clicked any links. The file had just appeared on my computer like it had always been there. I wish I could say I was smart enough to shut everything down right then, pull the plug on my PC, and never look back. But curiosity is a powerful drug, especially when you are 16 and think you are invincible. I opened the text file. Inside was a list, and when I started reading it, my whole body went cold in a way I had never experienced before. It was my browser history from the past month, not just from Tor, but from Chrome too. Every single site I had visited laid out in neat chronological order. Below that was a list of the photos saved on my computer, including the file names of pictures I had taken on my phone and transferred over. Then came my school schedule for the upcoming semester, pulled from an email I had received from Roosevelt High 2 weeks earlier. And at the very bottom, in plain text like it was nothing special at all, was my home address. My actual home address. The house where I was sitting alone at that very moment, reading words that a stranger had somehow planted on my computer. I slammed my laptop shut like it was on fire. My heart was beating so fast I could hear it pounding in my ears, and for a long moment I just sat there in my dim bedroom, staring at the closed computer like it might spring open on its own. The house felt different now, bigger and emptier than it had 5 minutes ago. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the air conditioning made me jump. I kept thinking about that address at the bottom of the file, how casually it had been placed there, like a signature at the end of a letter. Whoever this admin null 7 person was, they knew where I lived. They could be anyone, anywhere in the world, but they knew the exact street where I slept every night. I thought about calling my parents, but what would I even say? That I had been poking around illegal hacking forums and now someone was messing with me? I could already picture my dad's face, the disappointment mixed with anger, the lectures that would follow. So I did nothing. I just sat there in the growing dark, too scared to open my computer again, but too ashamed to ask for help. After maybe an hour of sitting paralyzed in my room, I finally worked up the nerve to open the laptop again. There was another message waiting in my null archive inbox, sent about 20 minutes after the first one. "Relax," it said. "I am not the one you need to worry about. I am the one warning you. Someone on this forum has been running a data harvesting operation for months. They target new accounts, especially ones with weak security like yours. Your device was compromised the moment you created your account. Keylogger, remote access, the whole package. I am an admin here, and I have seen what happens to people who ignore this. Delete your account, wipe your hard drive, and pray they have not already sold your information. This is not a joke." There was a second file attached to this message, and against every instinct screaming at me to stop, I downloaded it. It was a screenshot of a conversation in some other chat platform I did not recognize, all in a language that looked like Russian. But in the middle of the conversation, highlighted in yellow, was my username, ShadowBite16, followed by a dollar amount, $200. Someone was selling access to my computer, my files, my life, for $200. The next few hours were a blur of panic and frantic Googling. I searched for what to do if your computer has a keylogger, how to tell if someone has remote access to your PC, what happens when your personal information gets sold online. The answers I found only made things worse. Keyloggers could capture every password I had ever typed, my email, my social media, the Amazon account I used to buy video games with a prepaid card. Remote access meant someone could turn on my webcam without the light coming on, could watch me sitting in my room without me ever knowing. And once your data was sold, there was no taking it back. It could be copied, shared, resold 100 times over, passed around like trading cards among people who made their living exploiting strangers. I thought about all the things saved on my computer, family photos from vacations, pictures of my little sister's birthday party last year, screenshots of conversations with friends. Nothing illegal, nothing even embarrassing really, but all of it suddenly felt exposed, violated, like someone had gone through my dresser drawers and touched everything I owned. I unplugged my webcam with trembling fingers and put a piece of electrical tape over the built-in camera on my laptop for good measure. Around 9 that night, my phone buzzed with a text from a number I did not recognize. The message contained nothing but a photo, a picture of my house taken from across the street, the living room windows glowing yellow in the summer darkness. I could see the silhouette of our couch through the curtains, the flickering blue light of the TV my dad must have left on that morning. Below the image was a single line of text. "Nice place. You should really close your blinds at night." I dropped the phone like it had burned me. For a moment I could not breathe, could not think. Could not do anything but stand frozen in the middle of my bedroom with every light suddenly feeling too bright and every shadow too deep. Someone was outside. Someone had been standing across the street from my house taking pictures, and now they wanted me to know it. This was not some faceless hacker on the other side of the world anymore. This was someone close enough to see my living room, someone who knew I was home alone, and wanted me to understand just how vulnerable I really was. I ran through the house, closing every blind, locking every door, checking every window twice. My hands would not stop shaking as I pulled the curtains shut in the living room, and I kept imagining eyes watching me from the darkness outside, tracking my movements through the gaps in the fabric. When I finished, I sat on the kitchen floor with my back against the refrigerator, knees pulled up to my chest, phone clutched in my sweaty palm. I wanted to call my parents so badly it hurt, but the shame was like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. How could I explain this? How could I tell them that their son had been stupid enough to wander into corners of the internet he had no business visiting, and now someone was stalking him because of it? I thought about calling the police, but what would I even report? Someone took a picture of my house? Someone sent me a text message? I could already hear how ridiculous it would sound, could already see the skeptical look on some officer's face as I tried to explain the deep web and keyloggers, and data harvesting to someone who probably still used their birthday as a password. So I just sat there on the cold tile floor, watching the minutes tick by on the microwave clock, waiting for my parents to come home and trying not to cry. My mom walked through the door around 10:30, and the relief I felt at the sound of her keys in the lock was so overwhelming that I almost broke down right there in the kitchen. But I held it together, told her I was just getting a late snack, tried to make my voice sound normal, even though it felt like my throat was filled with sand. She looked tired from her shift and did not seem to notice anything wrong, just kissed the top of my head and went upstairs to shower. Dad came home about an hour later, and by then I had retreated to my room, lying in bed with the lights off, staring at the ceiling and jumping at every sound. I did not sleep that night. Every time I started to drift off, my phone would light up with another message from that unknown number. Sometimes just a single emoji, a smiley face or a waving hand. Sometimes a few words like, "Still awake?" or "Try to get some rest, big day tomorrow." They knew I was not sleeping. They knew I was lying there in the dark, terrified, and they were enjoying it. By the time the sun started coming up, I'd received 17 messages, and each one felt like a finger poking at an open wound, reminding me that there was nowhere I could hide. The next morning, I made a decision. I was too exhausted and too scared to keep carrying this alone, and the messages had made one thing very clear: whoever was doing this was not going to stop on their own. I waited until my dad was drinking his coffee at the kitchen table, my mom already gone for an early shift, and I sat down across from him and told him everything. I started from the beginning, from the boredom and the Tor browser and the forum with the ugly green text, and I watched his face shift from confusion to concern, to something that looked a lot like fear. When I showed him the text messages, the photo of our house, the file with our address in it, he went pale in a way I had never seen before. He did not yell at me, did not lecture me about being stupid or reckless. He just sat there for a long moment with his jaw tight and his hands wrapped around his coffee mug like he was trying to keep them steady. Then he picked up his phone and called the police. 2 officers came to our house an hour later, and I had to explain the whole thing again. Had to watch them exchange glances when I mentioned the deep web. Had to sit there feeling small and foolish while they took notes and asked questions I did not know how to answer. The investigation that followed lasted almost 3 months. It turned out that the person behind the harassment was not some shadowy international hacker. It was a 19-year-old college dropout named Brendan Lowe, who lived about 40 minutes away in Racine. He had been running a small-scale data harvesting scheme on the Null archive for over a year, targeting teenagers specifically because they were easy marks with poor security habits and parents who might pay to make problems go away. The photo of my house had been taken by someone he paid $20 to on a local gig app, just some random person who thought they were doing a harmless errand. Brendan had never actually been outside my house himself. He was not brave enough for that. but he had built a whole system designed to make his victims feel watched, hunted, completely alone. The police found files on his computer from dozens of kids like me, folders full of personal information he had collected and either sold or used for blackmail. I was lucky, they told me. I came forward before he had a chance to do any real damage with my data. Other kids had not been so fortunate. Some had paid him money to leave them alone. Others had their photos posted on revenge websites. A few had their identities stolen in ways that took years to untangle. Brendan was arrested and eventually pleaded guilty to multiple counts of computer fraud, identity theft, and cyber stalking. He got 6 years in federal prison, which felt like both too much and not nearly enough. It has been almost a year and a half since all of this happened, and I still think about it more often than I would like to admit. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer completely, deleted every social media account I had, and started fresh with new emails and new usernames. My parents installed better security software on all our devices and had a long conversation with me about internet safety that I actually listened to this time. But some things you cannot just delete or reset. I still get a jolt of panic whenever my phone buzzes with a text from a number I do not recognize. I still close my blinds before the sun goes down, every single night, even in winter when it gets dark by 5. And sometimes, when I am lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I think about how close I came to having my whole life ruined by a bored college dropout in Racine who saw me as nothing more than a username and a $sign. The internet is not some separate world that exists apart from real life. It is a door, and once you open it, you cannot always control who walks through. I learned that lesson the hard way, and I am sharing this because maybe someone reading this is sitting alone in their room right now, thinking about exploring some dark corner of the web just to see what is out there. Trust me when I say this. Whatever you think you might find, it is not worth what you might lose. At the time this happened, life felt predictable in a way that almost bored me. I was working remotely, renting a small place on the edge of a quiet Midwestern town, and spending most nights scrolling forums instead of talking to people. Curiosity had become a habit, especially anything involving obscure corners of the internet and the strange things people claim to find there. That's how I came across an ad for a dark web mystery box labeled "Authentic Unclaimed Items," written in sloppy text with no branding and no explanation. The price was low enough to feel reckless, but not stupid, which probably says more about my mindset than I'd like to admit. I told myself it was just leftover junk from storage lockers or abandoned mail. Nothing dangerous, nothing real, just something to break the routine and give me a story to read later. I placed the order late at night and closed my laptop, already forgetting about it. For a few days, life went on exactly the same. The package arrived wrapped in plain brown layers with no return address, heavier than I expected. Inside, everything was arranged carefully, almost respectfully, like someone packing memories instead of objects. There was a small spiral notebook with a cracked black cover, the kind sold at gas stations, its pages warped like they'd been near moisture. A cheap prepaid phone sat underneath, powered off with scratches along the screen that formed a faint crescent. At the bottom of the box was a plastic bag tied with a knot so tight I had to cut it open. Inside were clothes, dark jeans and a hoodie, stiff with dried soil and carrying a sour metallic smell that clung to my fingers. None of it felt random, and that realization crept in slowly. This wasn't clutter. This was a selection. I sat at my kitchen table flipping through the notebook, expecting rambling thoughts or nonsense entries. Instead, most pages were filled with short lines, repeated phrases, and odd notes about locations written in a careful, almost apologetic handwriting. One phrase appeared again and again, underlined each time as if it mattered more than the rest. On impulse, I typed that phrase into a regular search engine, expecting nothing. What came up made the room feel smaller in a way I can't properly explain. The phrase matched a line quoted in a local news article about a woman named Hannah Cole, who had disappeared several years earlier. The article mentioned a notebook found at her apartment with the same wording, described as something she wrote during bouts of anxiety. Photos showed her smiling awkwardly at the camera, wearing clothes disturbingly similar to what sat in my trash bag. I closed the laptop and just sat there, listening to the refrigerator hum like it was the only thing still working properly. Sleep didn't come easily after that, and the following days felt stretched thin, like time was dragging itself forward. I kept the box sealed in a closet, telling myself distance would make it feel less real, but it didn't help. Late one evening, a notification lit up my screen from an encrypted account I didn't recognize. The message was short and polite, thanking me for the purchase and asking if the items met my expectations. Attached was a single photo. It showed the front of my house taken from the street, porch light on, curtains drawn exactly the way I leave them at night. There was no explanation, no threat, just proof that the sender knew where I lived. That was the moment it became clear the box hadn't been a novelty at all. It was a message, and I had just confirmed that it had been delivered to the right person. I didn't reply to the message, but ignoring it didn't bring any relief. Every sound outside started to carry weight, like it was trying to tell me something. Cars passing too slowly, the scrape of wind against the siding, footsteps that might have been mine echoing in the wrong direction. The prepaid phone from the box sat powered off on my counter, and I couldn't stop staring at it, wondering if it would light up on its own. When I finally turned it on, the screen blinked to life without asking for a code. There were no contacts saved, no apps, just one photo in the gallery. It showed a patch of ground freshly disturbed, with the corner of fabric barely visible beneath the dirt. The image metadata had been stripped, leaving no clues except the quiet certainty that it wasn't meant for me to admire. It felt like an invitation I never asked for. That night dragged on in pieces. I tried distracting myself with television, then music, but everything sounded too loud or too empty. At some point, another message came through the same encrypted account, asking again for feedback, phrased almost cheerfully. The casual tone made it worse, like the sender enjoyed pretending this was a normal transaction. I noticed then that the account name matched a phrase written on the inside cover of the notebook, something I hadn't paid attention to before. That detail stuck with me more than the photo had. It suggested planning, patience, and a long awareness of how this would play out. Whoever sent the box hadn't acted on impulse. They had waited for someone like me to bite. I made the decision to involve the authorities the next morning, bringing everything with me in sealed bags. The reaction was measured but tense, the kind of calm that doesn't promise comfort. They recognized Hannah Cole's name immediately and asked questions I struggled to answer, like why I'd ordered the box in the first place and how much I'd interacted with the seller. The notebook and clothing were taken away, and the phone disappeared into an evidence locker. An officer advised me to stay with a friend for a while and keep my routines unpredictable, which sounded surreal coming from someone in uniform. Before I left, another message came through on my phone, unread by them. It simply said, "You weren't the first choice." That sentence followed me out of the building and all the way to the borrowed couch I slept on that night. Weeks passed without another message, and eventually the silence became its own kind of answer. The investigation didn't lead anywhere public, and I stopped checking forums altogether. The part that stays with me isn't the fear anymore, but the realization that someone out there used a missing person's life as leverage, as proof of reach. The box was never about shock value or entertainment. It was a test, a way to see who would look closely enough to understand what they were holding. I still don't know why I was chosen in the end, or what happened to Hannah beyond what's already known. All I know is that curiosity used to feel harmless to me, and now it feels like something that watches back. Eventually, I stopped waiting for another message and focused on doing something practical instead of spiraling. I moved out of that house entirely, not dramatically, just quietly, packing my things over a weekend and leaving no forwarding address tied to my name. I changed numbers, scrubbed old accounts, and abandoned the online spaces where I'd first found the listing. It wasn't about running away so much as removing myself from the path I'd unknowingly stepped onto. The authorities never told me outright to disappear. but their silence said enough. No updates, no reassurance, just the understanding that some doors, once opened, don't close cleanly. I told myself relocation was temporary, a pause until the anxiety eased. Deep down, I knew it was permanent. Months later, a detective contacted me once more, asking if I'd noticed anything unusual after the move. Nothing had arrived, no photos, no messages, no reminders. The seller's account had vanished, along with the listing, as if it had never existed. The case tied to the notebook remained unresolved, officially still open, unofficially stalled. They believed the box had been assembled years earlier and circulated deliberately, passed from seller to seller as a kind of credential, proof of proximity, proof of history, proof that the person behind the screen wasn't bluffing. Hearing that reframed everything. I hadn't been targeted for who I was, but for who I represented. Someone curious enough to open the box and careful enough to understand it. I still think about the moment I clicked buy, how casual it felt, how small the decision seemed. The unsettling part isn't the threat that followed, but the professionalism of it all. No rage, no urgency, just calm confirmation that access existed. Whoever sent that box didn't need to act further. The message had landed. I was aware now, and awareness was the point. Sometimes I imagine that box sitting on another kitchen table somewhere, opened by someone else, starting the same chain of recognition. That thought keeps me grounded in a strange way. It reminds me that survival isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's just knowing when to stop looking. These days, my life looks ordinary again from the outside. New routines, new surroundings, fewer late nights online. I don't chase mysteries anymore, and I don't open doors just because they're there. When people joke about dark web stories or mystery boxes, I stay quiet. There are things that exist solely to confirm they can reach you, not to entertain you. I learned that lesson without anyone knocking on my door or saying my name out loud, and I'm grateful for that. If this story sounds restrained or unfinished, that's because it is. Some experiences don't end with answers. They end with distance, and that's the best outcome I could have hoped for. Late nights had become routine for me during that period, mostly because my sleep schedule was wrecked, and the apartment felt quieter after midnight. I'm Jason, and at the time I lived alone in a small rented place above a closed-down bookstore, working remote tech support and barely seeing anyone in person. Most evenings ended the same way: cheap takeout, dim desk lamp, laptop open, headphones on. That night wasn't special in any obvious way, and that's probably why it stuck with me so hard later. I remember the faint hum of my old ceiling fan and the way the hallway light outside my door flickered every few minutes. I had been bouncing between forums out of boredom, clicking links without much thought. Curiosity won over common sense, like it usually does when you're tired and alone. Eventually, I ended up on an anonymous video chat site, buried deep behind a string of links I probably shouldn't have followed. The connection took longer than usual, showing a black screen and distorted audio pops before stabilizing. When the other person appeared, the feed was grainy and low-lit, just a vague outline of a head and shoulders. The voice came through clear, calm, and strangely relaxed, asking generic questions about music and work. I answered casually, leaning back in my chair, not giving away anything personal. A minute or two in, the tone shifted without warning. He mentioned the cracked mug on my desk, then the stack of unopened mail beside my keyboard. I hadn't said a word about my surroundings, and my camera light was definitely off. I laughed it off at first, assuming a lucky guess, but the way he described the peeling sticker on my laptop lid made my chest tighten. That detail wasn't visible unless you were in the room or watching from my end. The video started stuttering after that, freezing every few seconds while the audio kept going. His mouth would stop moving, but the voice continued, responding to things I hadn't finished saying yet. At one point, my screen locked completely on a distorted frame, yet he kept talking, commenting on the sound of my fan and asking why I never fixed it. I tried to close the tab, but my cursor lagged like it was dragging through wet cement. The temperature in the room felt heavier, not colder, just dense, like the air before a storm. I could hear my own breathing through the headphones, louder than it should have been. Then, abruptly, the screen went black and the site kicked me back to the homepage. No error message, no warning, just silence and my reflection staring back at me. I sat there longer than I cared to admit, listening to the building settle and trying to convince myself it was some elaborate trick. Eventually, I shut everything down and went to bed, though sleep came in short, shallow bursts. The next afternoon, daylight made the apartment feel less threatening, but the unease hadn't faded. While clearing space on my laptop, I opened a hidden system folder I didn't recognize, buried deep in my files. Inside were short video clips, all time-stamped weeks before that night. Each one showed me at my desk, from the exact angle my webcam would capture, sometimes typing, sometimes just sitting there staring at the screen. In one clip, I paused and glanced directly at the camera, like I sensed something, even though I remembered nothing about it. That was when the weight of it really sank in, and the fear stopped feeling abstract. Panic didn't hit all at once. It crept in slowly as I opened each file and realized how far back they went. Some clips showed early mornings, sunlight barely cutting through the blinds. Others caught the room lit only by my desk lamp late at night. The most unsettling part was how ordinary I looked in them, completely unaware. In one video, I adjusted the webcam slightly, something I don't remember ever doing. Another, I leaned in close to the screen, squinting like I was reading something specific. My throat felt dry as I checked the metadata and saw the files had been accessed repeatedly, not just created. Whoever did this didn't just watch once and disappear. They came back. That evening, every small sound in the apartment felt amplified. The fan hummed unevenly, the pipes clicked behind the walls, and footsteps from the stairwell lingered longer than usual. I covered the webcam with tape, unplugged it, then unplugged the laptop entirely, even though part of me knew that might already be pointless. Opening my router settings revealed unfamiliar login attempts from addresses that didn't match anything local. One device name stood out, labeled with a string of characters that looked almost intentional, not random. I reset passwords, changed settings, and shut down anything I didn't recognize. Still, the sense of being watched refused to leave, like a thought you can't shake no matter how hard you try. Later that night, curiosity pushed back against fear, and I checked the site again from a different device. The homepage loaded, but my username history was gone, wiped clean. No record of the session, no trace I had ever been there. As I scrolled through my files once more, I noticed something I had missed earlier. A short audio clip saved separately from the videos. It was just background noise at first, the fan, my typing, a faint city sound through the window. Then a second voice came through, quiet and close, speaking words that matched what had been said during the call. Hearing it outside the context of the chat made it feel much more real, much more intentional. By the end of that day, I stopped trying to explain it away. I contacted a specialist through my job, someone who dealt with security breaches, and handed over everything without keeping copies. The advice was blunt. Wipe the system completely, replace hardware, move on. I followed it all, relocated a few weeks later, and rebuilt my routines from scratch. Nothing like that ever happened again, at least not in a way I could prove. Still, sometimes late at night, I catch myself lowering my voice around devices, aware of how easily access can happen without permission. That one night didn't just scare me, it permanently changed how safe alone feels. Months passed, and the fear dulled into something quieter but heavier. Life looked normal on the surface again. New apartment, new laptop, new routines. Still, certain habits never left. I positioned screens away from where I slept, avoided mirrors reflecting monitors, and shut devices down completely instead of letting them rest. Friends noticed I flinched when video calls lagged or audio desynced, but I never explained why. Talking about it felt pointless, like trying to describe a sound you only hear in dreams. Part of me hoped that by staying silent, whatever had happened would lose interest. Another part knew silence had never really stopped anyone before. One evening, curiosity pulled me back to my old backups, the ones I'd stored on an external drive and sworn not to touch. I plugged it in, half expecting nothing to load, half expecting something worse. Most of the data was gone, corrupted during the wipe process, but one folder remained intact. Inside was a single text file I didn't remember creating. The contents were short, written like notes, describing my habits in unsettling detail. When I stayed up late, how often I paced while thinking, which nights I talked to myself without realizing it. At the bottom was a line mentioning the video chat, phrased like an observation rather than a memory. That was the moment I understood this wasn't random curiosity on someone else's part. It was study. I deleted the file, formatted the drive, and destroyed it physically this time. Not out of panic, but decision. There was no winning by trying to understand the person behind it. No closure waiting in more evidence. I reported what little I still had through proper channels and accepted that I might never get answers. What mattered more was reclaiming some sense of control, even if it was symbolic. I started leaving lights on, keeping curtains open at night and refusing to let fear dictate every choice. The feeling of being observed slowly faded into the background. Never gone, but no longer consuming everything. Toggle. Now, when people talk casually about anonymous platforms or joke about webcams watching them, I don't laugh along. I listen. I know how ordinary that night felt before it turned strange, how easily curiosity slipped into vulnerability. Nothing dramatic ever followed. No knock at the door. No final message explaining it all. It simply stopped. And somehow that silence is what unsettles me most. Whatever crossed into my life that night didn't need to announce itself again. It already knew enough. Running a small independent channel online had always felt like shouting into a tunnel and listening for an echo. The content was slow-burn investigative stuff, mostly disappearances people stopped talking about years ago. At the time, life was quiet and repetitive, split between editing late at night and working a day job that barely paid the bills. The channel wasn't big enough to matter, but it was just visible enough to attract strange emails. Messages from armchair detectives, grieving relatives, and trolls blended together until they all sounded the same. I answered some, ignored most, and learned to trust my instincts about which ones felt genuine. That routine made it easy to miss the moment when things shifted. Looking back, the warning signs were there, just subtle enough to brush aside. The day everything happened started like any other upload day, with coffee gone cold beside the keyboard. Message didn't come through the usual channels. It arrived from an address made of random letters and numbers. No name attached, no signature at the bottom. The sender claimed to have real evidence connected to a disappearance I had covered months earlier, one that never sat right with me. They referenced details I had never made public, including a misfiled report number and a witness statement that vanished from public records. That alone was unsettling, but curiosity has a way of pushing past caution. The tone wasn't dramatic or threatening, just blunt and strangely formal. There was a link included, pointing to a dark web mirror, along with instructions to use encryption software I'd only read about. I stared at the screen longer than I want to admit, weighing the risk against the chance that this was real. Eventually, curiosity won. Accessing the files felt like stepping into a room with no windows. The material itself looked authentic. Scans with consistent metadata, audio clips with background noise that matched known locations, and timestamps that lined up too well to fake easily. One folder contained raw footage that clearly hadn't been edited for public eyes. There were moments where the camera shook as if the person filming hesitated, unsure whether to keep recording. Even without understanding the full context, the implication was disturbing. It wasn't sensational or cinematic, which made it worse. The kind of evidence that feels heavy just sitting on your hard drive. I closed everything and disconnected from the internet, heart racing, trying to process what I had just seen. That was when the first sign of retaliation hit. Within hours, accounts I rarely used began locking me out. Password reset emails flooded in, followed by notifications that my content had been flagged en masse. Then came messages from strangers accusing me of crimes I'd never heard of, using my real name instead of my handle. Someone submitted false emergency reports tied to my address, the kind meant to provoke a dangerous response. The anonymous sender resurfaced with a new tone, no longer neutral, laying out demands with cold precision. They didn't want money or silence. They wanted control over the story itself. Publish their version of events. Frame certain people as unreliable, omit specific details, or watch everything I'd built collapse under coordinated pressure. I realized then that the evidence wasn't just information. It was leverage, and I was already trapped inside the narrative they designed. Sleep didn't really happen after that. Every sound in the apartment carried weight. Every notification felt like another escalation. I spent hours reading the demands over and over, trying to decode what they really wanted me to erase. They sent a rough outline of the story I was supposed to publish, complete with suggested phrases and timestamps. It wasn't fan fiction or speculation. It was surgical, rewriting motives and shifting timelines just enough to redirect blame. What scared me most was how confident they sounded, like they already knew what I would do next. They referenced private drafts from my editing software, sentences I had deleted and never uploaded. That meant they had been inside my system longer than I realized. The sense of being observed didn't come from paranoia anymore. It came from receipts. I tried reaching out for advice carefully, using devices that hadn't been connected to my home network. A journalist friend responded cautiously, urging me to stop engaging and preserve everything. Before I could even reply, my phone lit up with calls from unknown numbers, one after another, until it overheated in my hand. Voicemails followed, robotic at first, then unsettlingly human, accusing me of interference. Online, threads popped up dissecting my personal life with eerie accuracy, listing old addresses, relatives, even a photo taken through a window I never remembered posing for. None of it asked for ransom. It was all pressure, tightening minute by minute, designed to isolate me until compliance felt like relief. I understood then that this wasn't about hiding the truth, but reshaping it. The breaking point came when a patrol car showed up outside my building after a fabricated welfare check. Watching through the blinds as officers knocked on my door was surreal, like seeing a scene from my own channel play out in real time. I managed to explain enough to avoid escalation, but the message was clear. They could reach into the physical world whenever they wanted. Another encrypted message arrived shortly after, acknowledging the visit with disturbing casualness. The sender reminded me that narratives don't need to be true to be effective, only consistent and loud. I felt backed into a corner where every option carried risk. Publishing their version meant becoming a mouthpiece, while refusing meant losing control entirely. I made a decision that afternoon, driven less by bravery and more by exhaustion. Instead of posting their script, I released a short video stepping away from the case altogether, citing safety concerns without details. Simultaneously, I handed copies of the files and communication logs to a legal advocate recommended by my friend, using a chain of custody I hoped would protect me later. The retaliation didn't stop immediately, but it lost momentum, like a storm running out of fuel. Accounts quieted, false reports ceased, and the anonymous messages slowed to silence. The evidence never saw daylight in the way I once imagined, and that still bothers me. What stayed with me was the realization that truth can be treated like contraband, traded and threatened, not for profit, but for power over the story itself. Days passed in a strange half-normal rhythm, where grocery trips and emails coexisted with the lingering sense that the walls had ears. Work on the channel slowed to a crawl, not because of fear alone, but because trust in the process had fractured. Editing software felt hostile, like a room that had already been searched. Even harmless comments under older videos carried a new weight, every username a question mark. Friends noticed the distance in my voice when we talked, the way I deflected simple questions. There was no dramatic climax after that decision, just a long exhale where nothing else happened. Silence became the loudest outcome, and part of me wondered if that had been the goal all along. Eventually, the legal side moved forward quietly, without spectacle or updates I could share. The files went somewhere beyond my reach, sealed into procedures I didn't fully understand. That brought a measure of relief, but also a hollow feeling, like handing off a truth and never learning where it lands. Online, the smear attempts faded into the background noise where they belonged. New rumors replaced the old ones, and attention drifted, as it always does. The attackers never confirmed retreat or defeat, only absence. That uncertainty lingered longer than the threats ever did. It taught me that power doesn't always announce itself when it leaves. Months later, confidence in technology never fully returned. New habits formed without conscious planning, small changes meant to reduce exposure. The channel survived, smaller and quieter, but still mine. Viewers noticed a shift towards safer topics, though few questioned it openly. Those who did received vague answers, because specifics still felt dangerous to share. The experience stripped away the illusion that independent creators operate outside influence. Influence just wears different clothes at smaller scales. Control doesn't need a headline to function. Looking back, the most unsettling part wasn't the hacking or the intimidation. It was how easily information became a bargaining chip, reshaped to serve whoever held it last. Evidence that should have clarified a disappearance instead became a weapon to rewrite it. That realization changed how I see every unresolved case now, every leak, every exclusive. Some truths aren't buried because they're lost, but because someone is actively deciding which version survives. Stepping away kept me safe, but it didn't bring closure. The story still exists, just fragmented, living in places I no longer follow. That's the part that stays with me, even now. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The cruise was supposed to be our fresh start. Just me and my 6-year-old son Noah, sailing away from the messy divorce that had consumed the last 18 months of our lives. I'd saved for this trip for almost 2 years, picking up extra shifts at the hospital where I worked as a nurse, squirreling away every overtime dollar into a jar labeled New Beginnings. We boarded the ship in Miami on a humid Saturday morning in July 2018, and I remember thinking how massive the vessel looked from the dock. 12 decks of gleaming white metal and glass, with pools and restaurants and enough activities to keep Noah entertained for our 7-day Caribbean adventure. The other passengers seemed like typical cruise folks, families with kids, elderly couples celebrating anniversaries, honeymooners taking selfies against the railings. Noah was practically vibrating with excitement, clutching his little backpack with his Nintendo DS, and asking me every 5 minutes when we could go to the water slides. The first day was perfect, exactly what I'd imagined when I booked this trip. We explored the ship from top to bottom, Noah's eyes going wide at the rock-climbing wall, the mini golf course, the ice cream parlor that stayed open until midnight. We ate dinner at the buffet where he piled his plate high with mac and cheese and chocolate cake. And I didn't even scold him about vegetables because we were on vacation, damn it. And he deserved to just be a kid after everything he'd witnessed during the divorce proceedings. That night, after tucking him into the bottom bunk in our tiny interior cabin, I stood in our bathroom the size of a closet and looked at myself in the mirror. My brown hair was already getting lighter from just one day in the sun, and for the first time in forever, the bags under my eyes didn't look quite so dark. I actually felt hopeful. The ship's gentle rocking was soothing, and the hum of the engines created white noise that made Noah sleep deeper than he had in months. I fell asleep thinking about the snorkeling excursion we'd booked for Grand Cayman, imagining Noah's face when he saw tropical fish for the first time. Everything shifted on day 2. It started with something small, an announcement over the ship's PA system during breakfast. "Attention passengers, would young Sofia Martinez please report to guest services on deck 4? Sofia Martinez to guest services." Noah was busy drowning his pancakes in syrup while I sipped my coffee, watching the ocean through the dining room's massive windows. 10 minutes later, another announcement. "Christopher Johnson, please report to guest services." Christopher Johnson, 8 years old, wearing a blue Captain America shirt. That detail stuck with me. Why would they describe what the kid was wearing? I figured maybe the child was lost and they were helping the parents locate them. But then 20 minutes passed and another name was called. Isabella Thompson, 7 years old, last seen near the splash zone on deck 11. The woman at the table next to us, traveling with her 3 kids, caught my eye and shrugged. "Busy morning for lost kids," she said with a nervous laugh. I nodded, but something was gnawing at me. In my 12 years working pediatric nursing, I'd developed a sixth sense for when things weren't right with children. By lunchtime, they'd called 6 more names, always children between ages 5 and 9, always with those specific details, what they were wearing, where they were last seen. But here's what made my pulse quicken. I never saw any of these kids being reunited with their families. Not once did I witness a relieved parent hugging their lost child near guest services. I started paying attention, really watching. The pool deck was packed with families, kids running around with soft-serve cones dripping down their arms, parents lounging on deck chairs slathered in sunscreen. But I began noticing other things too. There were staff members who didn't quite fit, men in cruise uniforms who weren't serving drinks or cleaning or leading activities. They were just watching. One guy in particular, tall and thin with acne scars across his cheeks, kept walking the same route around the main pool, his eyes scanning the crowd. He wore a legitimate crew badge, but something about how he moved set off every alarm in my head. When Noah asked if he could go down the water slide alone, it was just a short walk from where I was sitting. I heard myself saying no, even though normally I would have let him. "But Mom, I'm not a baby," he whined. I pulled him closer and told him we'd go together in a few minutes. That afternoon, we were at the kids' club entrance on deck 7. Noah wanted to join the treasure hunt activity, and I figured it would be safe. It was a supervised program in an enclosed space with security check-in. While I was filling out the permission form, a man approached us. He was maybe 40, clean-shaven, wearing the cruise line's bright yellow kids' club staff shirt with a name tag that read Kevin. But his shirt was too new, still had the fold creases from the package, and his name tag was slightly crooked. "Hey there, buddy," he said to Noah, completely ignoring me at first. "You here for the treasure hunt? Actually, we moved it to the arcade on deck 12. Way cooler prizes up there. Want me to take you?" Noah's face lit up. He'd been begging to go to the arcade since we boarded. He took a step toward the man, and that's when my body reacted before my brain. I grabbed Noah's shoulder, probably harder than necessary. "We'll go together," I said, my voice coming out sharp. The man's friendly expression flickered for just a second, a flash of irritation, maybe anger, before the smile returned. "Oh, parents aren't allowed in this special event, insurance reasons, but I promise he'll have a blast." The real kids' club supervisor, a young woman with a Brazilian accent, looked up from her desk. "Kevin? I don't know any Kevin, and the treasure hunt is right here, ma'am, in our main room." The man didn't run. That's what chilled me the most. He just walked away, casually, like nothing had happened. The supervisor called security, but by the time they arrived, he'd vanished into the maze of corridors and decks. Security took my statement, said they'd look into it, but their tone suggested this was just another paranoid parent overreacting. Noah was upset that we left without doing the treasure hunt, but I couldn't get my heart rate back to normal. I kept replaying the moment. How quickly Noah had been ready to go with this stranger. how the man knew exactly what would appeal to my son. We went back to our cabin, and I locked the door, putting the chain on, even though I knew it was probably useless. I let Noah play his DS while I sat on my bunk, trying to process what had almost happened. The announcements continued over the PA system. Madison Walker, 9 years old, please report to guest services. Every time I held Noah a little tighter. I started a list in my phone, writing down every name they called, the times, the descriptions. By dinner time, I had 14 names. 14 children whose names echoed through the ship's speakers, but who never seemed to materialize anywhere. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the ship, every footstep in the hallway outside made me sit up in the dark. Noah was out cold, but I kept checking on him, making sure he was still there in his bunk. Around 3 a.m. I heard voices in the corridor, hushed but urgent. I pressed my ear against the door and caught fragments. Cozumel tomorrow, easier at the port, the Mexican contact. Then footsteps moving away. I wanted to open the door, see who it was, but I couldn't risk leaving Noah alone, not even for a second. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor between his bunk and the door, my phone in one hand and the cabin phone in the other, ready to call security at the slightest sound. The next morning I was exhausted but wired on adrenaline. At breakfast I started talking to other parents, casually at first. Hey, did you hear all those announcements yesterday? So many lost kids. Most hadn't really noticed. They were on vacation, drinks flowing, kids in various programs. But one mother, a pediatrician from Dallas named Jennifer, had noticed. She pulled me aside near the omelet station. My daughter's friend from the teen club said she saw security footage being reviewed yesterday. 3 kids who were called over the PA were seen leaving the ship at Nassau Port with adults who weren't their parents. The staff told her it was a custody dispute thing, but she glanced around nervously. Those kids' families never reported them missing. I asked at guest services. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. These weren't just announcements. They were shopping lists. Someone was using the PA system to mark targets, maybe to signal accomplices. The more I thought about it, the more it made horrible sense. International waters meant murky jurisdiction, ports in developing countries where documentation might be lax, a ship with thousands of passengers where kids naturally wandered off from parents. It was a perfect hunting ground. Jennifer and I exchanged numbers, promised to watch each other's kids, but I knew that wasn't enough. We were heading to Cozumel that day, the words I'd heard in the hallway suddenly taking on new meaning. I made a decision. We weren't leaving the cabin. I told Noah I wasn't feeling well, and miracle of miracles, he didn't argue much. Maybe he sensed my fear. We stayed locked in that tiny room, eating room service, watching movies on my laptop. But the announcements continued. Timothy Brooks, 6 years old, blue swimsuit, last seen near the mini golf course. Each name felt like a countdown to something terrible. The breaking point came on day 4. We'd stayed holed up through the Cozumel port day, but Noah was getting restless, crying about missing everything fun. Against my better judgment, I agreed to take him to the breakfast buffet early when it would be less crowded. We were there at 6:30 a.m., the dining room mostly empty except for a few elderly early risers. Noah was eating cereal when I noticed him, the acne-scarred man from the pool deck, now wearing a server's uniform, standing by the juice station but not actually working. He was watching us. When our eyes met, he didn't look away. Instead, he smiled and started walking toward our table. I stood up so fast I knocked over my coffee cup. "Noah, we're leaving. Now." But when I turned, another man was behind us, younger, muscular, wearing a maintenance uniform. "Your son dropped this," he said, holding out a toy that wasn't Noah's. It was a distraction technique. I knew it instantly. The scarred man was now only 3 tables away. I grabbed Noah's hand and basically dragged him toward the nearest exit, but a third man appeared in the doorway. The fake Kevin from the kids' club. They were coordinating, boxing us in. That's when I did something I'm not proud of. I screamed. Not a help me scream, but a completely unhinged, "My child is having a seizure," scream that made everyone in the dining room turn. Noah looked at me in shock, but I pushed him to the floor and held his head, shouting for people to call medical. The elderly passengers rushed over, creating a crowd, and in the chaos, the three men melted away. They couldn't grab us with 20 witnesses surrounding us. Ship medical arrived with a wheelchair, and I kept up the act, saying Noah had childhood epilepsy, that I was a nurse, that we needed to get to the medical center immediately. Once we were in the medical bay with actual security present, I broke down and told them everything. The doctor, an older British woman named Dr. Whitmore, listened to my story while checking Noah over. She exchanged looks with the security chief, then quietly said, "You're not the first parent to report this. We've had 3 families leave the cruise early at previous ports after similar incidents." She pulled up something on her computer, then turned the screen away from us. "I'm going to recommend immediate disembarkation for medical reasons. There's a flight from Cozumel to Miami this afternoon. Security will escort you to pack and get off the ship." Her eyes were deadly serious. "Don't stop anywhere. Don't talk to anyone. Just pack and go." 2 security officers walked us to our cabin. Real security, with radios and serious expressions, not like the dismissive ones from before. While I threw our belongings into suitcases, one of them stood inside our room while the other guarded the hallway. Noah kept asking what was happening, why we were leaving, and I had to lie. "Mommy's really sick, baby. We need to go home." My hands shook as I zipped up the bags, remembering all those children's names called over the speakers. How many had actually made it home? The security officers took us down a service elevator I didn't even know existed, through corridors that passengers never see. Bare metal walls, exposed pipes, the underbelly of the floating city. We emerged at a crew exit on Deck 2, where a van was already waiting. The younger security officer, a Filipino man who'd been silent the whole time, suddenly grabbed my arm as we were about to get in the van. "Ma'am," he whispered, "delete any photos from the ship. Don't post about this online. These people, they have connections everywhere. Just go home and forget this cruise happened." His fear was so genuine it made my knees weak. During the ride to the airport, I held Noah so tight he complained he couldn't breathe. But I couldn't let go. I kept thinking about that fake Kevin, how he'd known exactly what my son wanted, how prepared they all were. We made it home to Ohio that night. The cruise line refunded our entire trip without me even asking, which told me everything I needed to know about how much they wanted this buried. For weeks after, I had nightmares about those announcements, about children's names echoing through speakers while their parents searched frantically. I called the FBI, filed a report, but the agent who took my statement seemed unsurprised, tired even. "International waters," he said, like that explained everything. "We're aware of the situation. Thank you for your report." That was it. No follow-up, no investigation that I ever heard about. Jennifer, the pediatrician from Dallas, texted me once to say they'd made it home safely too. Then her number was disconnected. I never found out what happened to the children whose names were called. Sometimes I Google them. Sophia Martinez missing. Christopher Johnson disappeared. But nothing ever comes up. It's like they never existed. Noah doesn't remember much about the cruise now, thank God. He just knows we came home early because Mom got sick. But I remember everything. The way those men moved through the ship like they belonged there. The casual efficiency of their hunting. The perfect cover of thousands of distracted tourists. Sometimes, when I'm at a crowded mall or amusement park and hear a child's name called over the loudspeaker, my whole body goes cold, and I find myself scanning the crowd, looking for men who are watching too closely, smiling too widely, wearing uniforms that don't quite fit. The Atlantic was rougher than usual that September, and most passengers had already retreated to their cabins by the time everything went sideways. I'd been on the ship for 3 days, one of those mid-sized vessels that runs the New York to Southampton route. Nothing glamorous but comfortable enough. My cabin was on the 7th floor, just a small room with a porthole that stayed fogged up from the temperature difference between the ocean air and the ship's heating system. After 8 years with Boston PD and another 2 running my own security consulting firm, I'd gotten pretty good at reading people, noticing patterns that didn't belong. My sister had practically forced this trip on me after my divorce papers came through, told me 7 days at sea would help me reset, stop obsessing over surveillance footage and threat assessments for corporate clients who paid too much for peace of mind. She wasn't wrong. The first couple days had been exactly the kind of mindless relaxation I needed. Mediocre food at the buffet, a comedy show that made me laugh exactly once, and long hours sitting on the deck watching the horizon bob up and down. Everything changed on night 3, right around 11:30 in the main lounge. I'd been sitting at the bar with a glass of bourbon, watching the bartender, a Romanian kid named Anton who couldn't have been older than 25, juggle drink orders from increasingly drunk passengers. That's when the shouting started near the casino entrance. 2 men, both in their 40s, expensive clothing but wearing it wrong, like they'd bought it specifically for this trip. The bigger one had shoulders that stretched his navy blazer to its limits, and when he shoved the smaller guy, it wasn't just anger. It was calculated, theatrical even. The smaller man crashed into a table where 4 women were playing cards, sending chips and drinks flying everywhere. Then I noticed something that made every instinct from my police days light up. 3 other men, scattered throughout the lounge, all stood up at exactly the same moment. They weren't rushing to help or gawking like everyone else. They were moving with purpose, converging on the scene like they'd rehearsed it. The next 60 seconds turned the lounge into complete chaos. While everyone was focused on the 2 men fighting, the 3 others who'd stood up pulled out knives. Not kitchen knives or pocket knives, but ceramic blades, the kind that don't set off metal detectors. One of them, a wiry guy with a shaved head and a scar that ran from his left ear to his jaw, went straight for the purses and jewelry the card-playing women had left on their table. Another moved behind the bar where Anton stood frozen, and the third positioned himself at the main exit. The big guy who'd started the fight suddenly had a knife too, pressing it against the smaller man's throat while rifling through his pockets. That's when I realized the smaller man wasn't random. He was wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth at least 40 grand, and his wedding ring had a diamond that caught the light like a disco ball. The attackers had marked him earlier, probably watched him winning big at the casino or flashing cash at dinner. Nobody was screaming yet. It happened too fast for anyone to process what they were seeing. I'd left my service weapon at home, obviously. You can't bring guns on cruise ships. But I still had my tactical pen clipped to my pocket, a habit from the job. Without thinking it through, which was probably stupid, I stood up and moved toward the guy threatening Anton. He had the bartender's tip jar in one hand, and his blade in the other, sweeping it back and forth to keep Anton pressed against the wall of bottles. I grabbed a heavy glass ashtray from the bar, they still had them even though nobody could smoke inside, and brought it down hard on the attacker's wrist. The crack was audible even over the growing panic in the room. His knife clattered across the floor, and Anton, bless him, didn't hesitate. He grabbed a bottle of vodka and smashed it over the guy's head, dropping him instantly. But that's when I made a mistake. I bent down to grab the ceramic knife, and when I stood back up, the scarred one was already moving toward me. His blade held low and professional, like someone who'd done this before. The lounge had erupted into full panic now. Passengers scrambling for exits, tables overturning, glass breaking everywhere. The scarred man lunged at me with a boxer's footwork, quick jabs with the blade that forced me backward toward the windows overlooking the dark ocean. I managed to parry twice with the knife I'd picked up, but this guy knew what he was doing. He feinted left, then slashed right, catching my forearm and opening a gash that immediately soaked my sleeve with blood. The pain was sharp and hot, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind him, I could see the big guy dragging the rich passenger toward a service door, still pressing the blade to his throat while his partner stuffed jewelry and wallets into a canvas bag. They were working fast, methodical, like they'd done this exact thing before. I kicked a chair into the scarred man's path, buying myself 2 seconds to grab a champagne bottle from an abandoned table. When he came at me again, I swung it like a baseball bat, connecting with his shoulder and spinning him sideways into the piano. That's when ship security finally showed up. Two officers in white uniforms who looked like they'd never dealt with anything worse than a drunk passenger falling in the pool. They had batons but no guns, and they hesitated at the entrance, trying to make sense of the scene. The attackers didn't hesitate at all. The one at the exit whistled, sharp and loud like calling a dog, and suddenly they were all moving, abandoning their victims and loot, heading for different exits with practiced efficiency. The scarred one rolled away from the piano, clutching his shoulder but still mobile, and disappeared through a door marked crew only. The big guy shoved his hostage to the floor and vanished through the service entrance he'd been heading toward. Within 15 seconds, they were all gone, leaving behind a lounge that looked like a hurricane had hit it. Blood on the carpet, broken glass everywhere, passengers huddled behind overturned furniture, and me standing there with a slashed arm and a bloody champagne bottle, trying to explain to security that this wasn't just a bar fight gone wrong. The ship's medical center was on deck 3, and the doctor, a Hungarian woman named Dr. Kovac with gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, stitched my arm while I tried to convince the head of security that we had a serious problem. Captain Morrison, finally someone who seemed competent, showed up 20 minutes later, still buttoning his uniform jacket. I laid it out for him. The ceramic weapons, the coordinated movements, the crew-only door escape routes, the fact that they'd targeted specific wealthy passengers. These weren't opportunistic thieves or drunk troublemakers. They'd studied the ship's layout, identified marks, and planned their exits. The captain's face went pale when I mentioned the ceramic knives. "Those don't show up on our scanners," he said quietly, more to himself than to me. Dr. Kovac paused mid-stitch when I described how they'd moved through the lounge, each man knowing exactly where to go. "How many passengers boarded in New York?" I asked. Morrison pulled out a tablet, scrolled through some files. 837, he said. "But we don't photograph passengers, only check passports against the manifest." I convinced Morrison to pull the security footage from embarkation day, and we spent the next 3 hours in a cramped office behind the bridge, watching grainy video on monitors that looked like they hadn't been upgraded since the 90s. Anton, who'd insisted on helping after his shift ended, turned out to have a photographer's eye for faces. He spotted them first, 5 men who'd boarded separately but all within the same 30-minute window, each carrying similar black duffel bags, each walking with that same controlled gait I'd noticed in the lounge. They'd spread out immediately after boarding, no acknowledgement of each other, but the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. We tracked them through the ship's cameras over the next 2 days. They ate at different restaurants, used different pools, never appeared together in public. But Anton noticed something I'd missed. They all had cabins on deck 2, the cheapest interior rooms, all in the same corridor. "Who books 5 separate interior cabins on a transatlantic crossing?" Anton asked, and that's when it clicked. I asked Morrison to check the booking records. All 5 reservations had been made on the same day, 6 weeks ago, all paid with prepaid credit cards, all using different travel agencies, but with sequential booking reference numbers. Morrison wanted to search their cabins immediately, but I stopped him. "They know we're onto them now," I said. "If we spook them, they might do something desperate. We're in the middle of the Atlantic, nowhere to run, but that also means nowhere for passengers to escape to either. Instead, I suggested we monitor them, figure out their next move." The captain agreed, assigning his 2 best security officers to shadow the corridors near their cabins. But these guys were smart. For the next 18 hours, none of them left their rooms. No room service orders, no bathroom breaks that we could detect, nothing. It was like they'd vanished inside those cabins. Then Anton, who'd been checking the dining records on his own initiative, found something interesting. Over the past 2 days, someone had been ordering massive amounts of food from the midnight buffet, enough for 15 people, and charging it to a cabin belonging to an elderly couple from Vermont, the Andersons, who'd been eating in the main dining room every night. When we checked the security footage from the buffet, we saw one of our suspects, the big guy from the fight, loading up multiple plates at 2 in the morning, then disappearing toward the service elevator. The pieces started coming together when Morrison pulled up the ship's blueprints. The service elevator from the buffet area connected to a maintenance corridor that ran along Deck 2, right behind the row of cabins where our 5 suspects were staying. But here's what made my spine tingle. That same corridor led directly to the ship's storage hold, where passenger valuables were kept in safety deposit boxes. The cruise line marketed it as a secure service for travelers carrying expensive jewelry or large amounts of cash. Morrison's face went white when he realized what I was suggesting. "There's probably $3 million worth of items in that hold," he whispered. The attack in the lounge hadn't been the real crime. It was a distraction, a test run to see how security would respond, how long it would take, what kind of resistance they'd meet. They were planning something much bigger, and we were already on day 4 of a 7-day crossing. The next port was Southampton, but we had a brief stop in the Azores in 36 hours to refuel. If they were planning to rob the storage hold, they'd do it right before the Azores, then disappear into the Portuguese islands before anyone realized what had happened. We had less than 36 hours to stop them, and Morrison was already talking about alerting the Coast Guard, requesting a military escort, all the official procedures that would take too long and probably alert our suspects that we were onto them. I proposed something different. "Let them think they're invisible," I said, "but we set a trap." The plan was risky but simple. We'd move all the real valuables out of the storage hold that night, replace them with fake jewelry and empty boxes, then wait for them to make their move. Morrison hesitated. The liability issues alone could end his career. But he knew we didn't have many options. That night, while most passengers were at the captain's formal dinner, Morrison, Anton, 2 trusted security officers, and I quietly emptied the storage hold. We packed everything into the captain's personal safe and 3 secured crew lockers, photographing each item for insurance purposes. Anton had a cousin who worked in the ship's theater, and we borrowed costume jewelry, spray-painted rocks to look like gold bars, even filled some boxes with poker chips from the casino. By 4 in the morning, the storage hold looked exactly the same, but contained nothing worth more than a few $100s. The waiting was the worst part. 28 hours passed with no movement from their cabins. I started to doubt myself, wondering if maybe I'd misread the whole situation. Then, at exactly 3:15 a.m. on our last night before the Azores, the ship's fire alarm went off in the kitchen, a grease fire that required all available crew to respond. Except I'd been watching the kitchen cameras, and there was no fire. Someone had triggered the alarm manually. Morrison and I stayed hidden in a maintenance closet near the storage hold, while chaos erupted above us. Through the door's vent, we heard footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast, but quiet. They had a key card that shouldn't have existed, opening the hold like they owned the place. We waited until all 5 were inside. Then Morrison hit the emergency lockdown he'd rigged earlier. The magnetic locks engaged with a solid thunk, trapping them inside with their worthless haul. When security opened the door 20 minutes later, the 5 men were standing among scattered costume jewelry and spray-painted rocks, their canvas bags half filled with fake gold bars. The scarred one actually laughed when he realized what had happened, shaking his head like he appreciated the play. Portuguese police were waiting when we docked in the Azores 6 hours later, and the FBI met us in Southampton with a warrant for the whole crew. Turns out these guys were part of a Romanian crime ring that had hit 3 other cruise lines in the past 2 years. Always with the same method. Board with fake identities, create a distraction, then clean out the ship's valuables before vanishing at port. The FBI agent told me they'd stolen over $12 million total, always picking transatlantic routes where security was lighter and passengers carried more cash and jewelry. The ceramic knives were custom-made in Prague, designed specifically to beat ship security. What really got me was finding out about the inside help. A crew member in reservations had been feeding them information about wealthy passengers and cabin assignments for a cut of the profits. They caught him trying to board a flight to Bucharest the day after we docked. Morrison offered me a job as the cruise line's new head of security, but I turned it down. The ocean's beautiful and all, but I'll stick to land where criminals can't trap you in a metal box for 7 days. Anton ended up testifying at the trial and used the reward money to open his own bar in Boston. He named it the Ceramic Knife, which I told him was terrible marketing, but he didn't care. Sometimes I stop by for a drink and we talk about that night, how close those guys came to pulling off the perfect heist. My arm healed up fine, just left a thin white scar that aches when it rains. Every time I see a cruise ship advertisement now, I wonder how many people realize they're basically volunteering to be locked in a floating city with complete strangers, hoping everyone's exactly who they claim to be. The afternoon sun was beating down on the pool deck when everything changed. I was 38 then, managing a hardware store in Phoenix, and we'd saved for 2 years to take this cruise. Me, my wife Lisa, our teenage daughter Madison, and my dad Walter. He'd just turned 65 and retired from his job at the post office after 40 years. The man never took vacations, always said he'd travel when he retired, so we surprised him with this trip for his birthday. We were somewhere between Florida and Jamaica, second day at sea on a 7-day cruise that was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Dad was actually enjoying himself for once, laughing at Madison's attempts to teach him how to play shuffleboard, his face red from the sun despite the SPF 50 Lisa kept slathering on him. I remember the exact moment because Madison had just scored her first point and was doing this ridiculous victory dance when Dad's shuffleboard stick clattered onto the deck. His right hand was clutching his chest, fingers digging into his Hawaiian shirt, the ridiculous one with the parrots that Madison had bought him specifically for this trip. His face went from sunburn red to this awful grayish color in seconds. He tried to say something, but all that came out was this strangled gasp before his knees buckled. I caught him before he hit the deck, and his weight nearly took me down with him. His eyes were wide, terrified, and he kept grabbing at his chest like he was trying to tear something out. Lisa started screaming for help, while Madison stood there frozen, still holding her shuffleboard stick like she didn't understand what was happening. A crew member in a white uniform appeared within maybe 30 seconds, felt like hours, and immediately called for medical on his radio. They brought a wheelchair, but Dad couldn't even sit up properly. He kept slumping forward, his breathing coming in these horrible wheezes. We ended up carrying him, me under his arms, the crew member taking his legs, while Lisa ran ahead, clearing the path through the crowds of sunbathers who were all staring now. The medical center was down on deck 2, tucked behind the photo gallery where they try to sell you overpriced pictures of yourself boarding the ship. The smell hit me first, not the antiseptic hospital smell you'd expect, but this weird mixture of mildew and air freshener, like they were trying to cover up something. The waiting area had 3 plastic chairs and a water cooler that was empty, just the blue bottle sitting there collecting dust. The doctor, though I'm still not sure he was actually a doctor, introduced himself as Dr. Petrov, speaking with a thick Eastern European accent. He was maybe 28, 30 at most, with acne scars on his cheeks and medical scrubs that looked like they'd been washed too many times, all faded and thin. The nurse with him, a woman named Carla from the Philippines, at least seemed to know what she was doing. She got Dad onto the examination table, which was really just a padded bench bolted to the wall, and started checking his vitals. Dr. Petrov listened to Dad's chest with a stethoscope that looked older than me, then turned to us with this expression that made my stomach clench. "Is probable cardiac event," he said, like he was telling us Dad had a cold. "We give aspirin, monitor. Next port is 10, maybe 12 hours, he's stable enough." But Dad didn't look stable. His lips had this bluish tinge, and he kept clutching at his chest, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lisa lost it then, and I'd never seen my wife like that in 16 years of marriage. She grabbed Dr. Petrov by his faded scrubs, actually grabbed him, and started shouting about helicopters, about calling the Coast Guard, about doing something real instead of just watching her father-in-law die. The doctor just stood there, blinking rapidly, while Carla gently pried Lisa's hands away. "Ma'am, please understand," Carla said quietly, her voice steady but her eyes showing she knew exactly how bad this was. "The helicopter evacuation costs minimum $50,000. Insurance usually no cover, and we need approval from corporate office first. Can take 4 or 5 hours just for paperwork. She showed us the medical supply cabinet then, probably trying to reassure us they had equipment, but it was pathetic. Some bandages, basic medications in bottles with labels so faded you could barely read them, an oxygen tank that looked like it belonged in a museum, and an EKG machine with a cracked screen held together with medical tape. Dad started vomiting then, this violent heaving that had him crying out in pain with each spasm. Dr. Petrov seemed genuinely surprised, like this wasn't in whatever manual he'd memorized. He fumbled with the oxygen tank, trying to get the mask on Dad's face, but the elastic strap snapped the moment he stretched it. He had to hold it manually while Carla searched for tape. I asked about nitroglycerin, about clot-busting drugs, about anything I'd heard of from medical shows, and Petrov just shook his head. We don't stock such things. Too expensive, expire too fast, corporate policy. That's when I noticed the defibrillator in the corner, covered in dust with a note taped to it that said, "Out of order, awaiting parts." Madison was sobbing in the corner, calling her grandfather's name, while Dad's breathing got more labored, each breath sounding like he was drowning in his own lungs. The next 3 hours were the longest of my life. We took turns holding that oxygen mask to Dad's face because they only had one roll of medical tape, and it wasn't strong enough to hold the weight. Carla kept checking his pulse manually because the heart monitor's battery was dead, and the replacement was on order from corporate. Dr. Petrov disappeared for an hour, and when he came back, he smelled like cigarettes and wouldn't meet our eyes. Around hour 2, Dad started having what Carla quietly called episodes. His whole body would go rigid, eyes rolling back, lasting maybe 20 or 30 seconds each time. After the third one, even Petrov looked scared. He finally admitted he'd only been working cruise ships for 3 months, that he'd been a general practitioner in Romania for just 2 years before this, mostly dealing with colds and stomach bugs. The cruise line had hired him because he'd work for a third of what American doctors wanted. I'll never forget the conversation with the cruise director who showed up around hour 4. Gregory something or other, this spray-tanned guy in his 40s with veneers so white they hurt to look at, wearing a uniform with more fake gold than a costume shop. He walked in while Dad was mid-episode, waited for it to pass like it was just an inconvenience, then launched into this rehearsed speech about liability and international maritime law. "Your father signed a waiver when he boarded," he said, pulling out his phone to show me the terms and conditions nobody ever reads. Section 47B clearly states that medical facilities are limited and guests travel at their own risk. When Lisa started crying harder, he offered us a 20% discount on our next cruise and free drink packages for the rest of this trip. I wanted to throw him through the porthole, but I couldn't leave Dad's side. His skin had gone from gray to almost translucent, and I could see the veins in his temples pulsing irregularly, sometimes racing, sometimes barely moving at all. By hour 6, other passengers had started gathering outside the medical center. Word had gotten around the ship, and people were recording with their phones through the small window in the door. Some woman from Kansas City actually knocked and asked if we could keep it down because they were trying to enjoy the comedy show next door. That's when I snapped. I stormed out into the hallway and told everyone exactly what was happening, how the defibrillator was broken, how they wouldn't call for evacuation, how the doctor admitted he wasn't qualified, everything. People started posting it on social media immediately. Within an hour, Gregory was back, this time with the captain, a Norwegian man named Eriksson who at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. They offered to call for evacuation now, but only if we signed papers absolving the cruise line of all responsibility, and agreed to pay all costs up front. They had a credit card machine right there, ready to charge us the $50,000 deposit. Madison was the one who thought of calling the news. While Lisa and I argued with the captain about the evacuation, she used the ship's Wi-Fi, $15 for 30 minutes, because even in an emergency they were nickel and diming us, to email every news station she could find. She sent them videos of the broken equipment, recordings of Gregory's speech about liability, pictures of the out-of-order defibrillator. CNN actually called back within 20 minutes, and suddenly Captain Erickson's phone started ringing non-stop. The cruise line's corporate office was in full panic mode. They approved the helicopter evacuation, but by then we'd been in that moldy medical center for 7.5 hours. Dad had stopped having episodes, which Carla said wasn't necessarily good news. He was barely responsive, his pulse so weak she had to check it at his neck because she couldn't find it at his wrist anymore. The helicopter arrived at hour 9, and getting Dad up to the landing pad was a nightmare I still dream about. The ship's elevator to the upper deck was undergoing maintenance, so 6 crew members had to carry him up 4 flights of stairs on a stretcher that was held together with duct tape on one corner. One of the handles actually broke midway, and this kid who couldn't have been older than 19 had to bear Dad's weight on his shoulder. The wind on the top deck was brutal, the helicopter hovering but unable to land because the cruise ship's landing pad hadn't been certified in 3 years, another cost-cutting measure. They had to lower a rescue basket, and watching them load my unconscious father into it, his body limp as a rag doll while the basket swayed in the wind 30 feet above the deck, was the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Lisa couldn't watch, and Madison filmed everything, later telling me she did it because she wanted evidence if something went wrong. Dad survived, barely. The doctors at the hospital in Fort Lauderdale said another hour, and he would have been gone. He'd had a massive heart attack, and the lack of proper treatment for those 9 hours had caused additional damage. His heart function was down to 30%. He spent 3 weeks in the ICU, had to have triple bypass surgery, and now, 2 years later, he still can't walk up a flight of stairs without stopping to rest. The medical bills hit $400,000, and the cruise line fought us on every penny, claiming we'd refused their initial treatment plan and created the delay ourselves by involving the media. We're still in litigation, but at least Dad is alive. The cruise line never admitted fault, just quietly settled the CNN story with a statement about reviewing their medical preparedness protocols. Dr. Petrov still works for them, just on a different ship. I know because Madison found him on social media, posting pictures from the crew deck, smiling like nothing ever happened. They did fix the defibrillator, though. That made it into their press release about their commitment to passenger safety. "22 years old, and I'd never been on anything bigger than my uncle's fishing boat back in Colorado. But there I was, standing on deck 7 of this massive ship, watching the Mexican coastline fade into darkness, while 4,000 other passengers partied around me. I'd saved for 2 years waiting tables at a greasy diner in Denver, pulling double shifts every weekend, telling myself it would all be worth it once I finally got on that ship. My roommate Ashley thought I was crazy to go alone, kept saying I should wait until we could go together after she saved up, but I needed this trip. I needed to prove to myself that I could do something big without anyone holding my hand. The first 2 days had been incredible, snorkeling at our port stop, meeting other solo travelers at the poolside mixers, eating more shrimp at the buffet than any human probably should. That third night, I decided to splurge on the steakhouse, the one where you had to make reservations and pay an extra $70 just to walk through the door. The dining room had these floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, candle-lit tables with actual cloth napkins, and servers who remembered your name after hearing it once. My waiter, this guy named Dominic with a thick Italian accent, recommended the ribeye with herb butter, said it was the best cut they'd gotten in weeks. When that plate arrived, I'm not gonna lie, I took like 5 photos before even picking up my fork. The steak was thick as a dictionary, charred black on the edges but bleeding pink inside, swimming in this green butter that had chunks of garlic and rosemary. First bite tasted a little metallic, kind of sharp on my tongue, but Dominic assured me that was just the dry aging process, something about enzymes breaking down the proteins. The couple next to me, the Brennans from Wisconsin, were celebrating their 40th anniversary, and Mr. Brennan kept joking that his steak was so good he might leave his wife for the chef. We laughed, shared travel stories, and I cleaned my entire plate, even sopping up the leftover butter with the complimentary bread. Around midnight, I woke up to my stomach doing these weird flips, like when you miss a step going downstairs and your whole body lurches. The room was pitch black except for this thin strip of moonlight coming through the balcony door, and the ship was rocking more than usual, making everything worse. I tried to ignore it, told myself I'd just eaten too much too fast, maybe mixed too many foods at once. But then came this sharp, twisting pain right below my ribs, like someone was wringing out my intestines like a wet towel. I barely made it to the tiny bathroom before everything came up. The steak, the potatoes, the 3 mojitos I'd had at the pool bar earlier. All of it burning my throat on the way back up. The vomiting wouldn't stop. These violent waves that left me hugging the toilet, my whole body shaking and covered in cold sweat. Between episodes, I noticed something that made my chest tighten with panic. The vomit had this dark, almost coffee ground texture to it, and there were these red streaks that definitely weren't from anything I'd eaten. I tried calling guest services from the phone next to the bed, but the line just rang and rang. No answer. My roommate for the cruise, this girl named Bethany from Oregon who I'd been matched with through the solo traveler program, wasn't in her bed, probably still at the nightclub on deck 12. I grabbed my room key, shoved my feet into flip-flops, and stumbled out into the hallway. One hand pressed against my stomach, the other trailing along the wall for support. The corridors were empty, just these endless stretches of identical doors and that weird cruise ship carpet, with the swirling patterns that made my nausea worse. Every few steps, I had to stop and lean against the wall, breathing through my nose, trying not to throw up again. The infirmary was on deck 2, according to the map I'd studied on the first day, which meant taking the elevator down 5 floors. While waiting for it to arrive, I heard someone else retching behind a nearby door, then another door further down, these horrible gagging sounds echoing through the hallway. The elevator took forever, and when it finally opened, there were already 3 people inside, all of them looking as rough as I felt. This middle-aged man in a Disney cruise shirt was bent over, gripping the handrail, his face this greenish-gray color I'd never seen on human skin before. A woman, maybe in her 30s, was sitting on the floor in the corner, holding a plastic ice bucket that reeked of bile. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. A teenage boy was slumped against the back wall, his legs shaking so bad his knees kept knocking together. Nobody said anything. We just stood there in our misery as the elevator crawled down, stopping at every single floor to pick up more sick passengers. By deck 4, we were packed in like sardines, 12 or 13 of us, the air thick with the smell of sweat and vomit and fear. This elderly woman next to me kept whispering, "This isn't right, this isn't right," over and over, clutching a rosary in her trembling fingers. When the elevator doors opened on deck 2, I thought I was hallucinating. The hallway leading to the infirmary was packed with people, a line stretching all the way back to the crew quarters. There must have been 60, maybe 70 passengers, all in various states of distress. Some were sitting on the floor with their backs against the walls, heads between their knees. Others were standing but swaying, using the walls or their companions for support. I saw Mrs. Brennan from dinner, the sweet lady from Wisconsin, throwing up into a trash bag while her husband rubbed her back, his own face pale and sweaty. There were parents carrying limp children, a pregnant woman crying while her partner fanned her with a cruise brochure, and near the front of the line, a man had actually passed out, lying flat on that ugly carpet while his wife screamed for help. The smell hit me like a physical force, human waste, vomit, and underneath it all, this metallic scent that reminded me of the steak from dinner, making my stomach clench all over again. I took my place at the end of the line, sliding down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my knees pulled up to my chest. The woman next to me, still wearing her evening dress from whatever fancy event she'd attended, told me she'd been waiting for 2 hours already. 2 hours. She said the infirmary only had 1 doctor and 2 nurses for the entire ship, and they were completely overwhelmed. People who'd made it inside were coming back out saying the doctor was just giving everyone the same medicine, some generic anti-nausea pills, and sending them back to their rooms. No IV fluids for dehydration, no real examination, just pills and a pat on the back. The woman's husband had gone to find water somewhere, she said. because the crew had stopped responding to room service calls, and the nearest working water fountain was 3 decks up. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and when she tried to stand up to adjust her position, her legs gave out completely, sending her crashing back to the floor. After another hour of waiting, barely moving forward in line, I watched a crew member in a white uniform push through the crowd, heading for the infirmary doors. People were grabbing at him, begging for help, for water, for information, but he just kept his head down and pushed forward. When he reached the doors, I heard him speaking rapidly into his radio in what sounded like Filipino, and I caught a few words in English: containment, corporate, and media blackout. The doors opened just long enough for him to slip inside, and in that brief moment, I glimpsed the chaos within: gurneys lining the walls with people hooked up to IVs, a nurse running between patients, and the doctor, this exhausted-looking Indian man, arguing with someone in a suit who was definitely not medical staff. The suit was waving papers around, pointing at the sick passengers, shaking his head violently. Then the doors closed again, and we were left in the hallway with our suffering, the line not moving at all anymore. My dehydration was getting dangerous. I could feel it in the way my vision kept going dark at the edges, how my tongue felt like sandpaper against the roof of my mouth. The woman in the evening dress had stopped responding when people talked to her, just staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes. I knew I needed fluids desperately, but when I tried to stand up to go search for water, the hallway tilted sideways and I crashed into the wall, my legs like jelly. That's when this crew member, a young Filipino guy who couldn't have been older than 19, knelt down next to me. He looked around nervously, then pressed a half-empty water bottle into my hands, whispering in accented English that I needed to get back to my room immediately. He said the restaurant on deck 7, the fancy one where I'd eaten. Their freezer had broken 2 days ago, but management made them serve the meat anyway. Over 300 people had eaten there in the last 48 hours. He said corporate was flying in their own doctors tomorrow morning, but tonight, they were under strict orders to minimize treatment, to avoid creating a paper trail that could lead to lawsuits. Before I could ask him anything else, his supervisor appeared, barking at him in Tagalog, and he scrambled away. But his words kept spinning in my head as I sipped the precious water. Broken freezer, 300 sick people, minimizing treatment. I started noticing things I'd missed before in my misery. The crew members weren't drinking the ship's water. They all had sealed bottles from some external supplier. The security guards at the end of the hallway were wearing medical masks, something I'd never seen on a cruise before. And most telling of all, I spotted 2 passengers from first class, the ones who'd been at the captain's table that first night, being escorted through a side door directly into the infirmary, bypassing the entire line. The woman next to me saw it too and started crying, not from pain but from rage, realizing that even here, even in this nightmare, money determined who got saved first. She tried to scream about it, to alert the others, but her voice came out as barely a whisper, her throat too damaged from hours of vomiting. Around 5 in the morning, after I'd been in that hallway for nearly 5 hours, something shifted. The man in the suit came out of the infirmary with 2 security officers, and they started moving through the crowd, checking room numbers on people's key cards. When they got to me, the suit looked at his tablet, frowned, and told the security guards to escort me back to my room. I tried to protest, told him I needed medical attention, that I could barely stand, but he just smiled this cold corporate smile and said the doctor had determined I was well enough to recover in my cabin. The security guards lifted me up by my arms, and I was too weak to fight them. As they half-carried, half-dragged me toward the elevator, I heard the suit telling others the same thing, clearing out the hallway by force. The pregnant woman was sobbing, begging for help, but they just kept moving people out. The man who'd been unconscious on the floor was being loaded onto a luggage cart, his wife stumbling along behind, and nobody was even pretending to provide medical care anymore. They dumped me in my room and told me to stay there until further notice. That room service would bring me electrolyte drinks and crackers within the hour. Of course, nothing came. Bethany, my roommate, was in her bed, curled up in a ball, her sheets soaked with sweat. She'd been sick too, had tried to get help around 3 in the morning but never even made it to the infirmary, collapsing in the elevator. Another passenger had dragged her back to our room and left her there. We spent the next 18 hours taking turns in the bathroom, sharing the last of our bottled water, listening to the chaos in the hallway as more and more people got sick. I found out later when we finally docked in Mexico that 43 passengers had to be hospitalized immediately, 7 ended up in intensive care, and 2 elderly passengers actually died during that nightmare night at sea. The cruise line offered us a 25% discount on a future cruise as compensation, made us sign papers saying we wouldn't talk to the media, wouldn't post on social media, wouldn't sue. Most people signed just to get off that floating petri dish. I didn't sign anything, which is why I can tell you this story now, why I'm naming the cruise line Royal Atlantic Ventures, ship designation Paradise Queen, sailing out of Galveston on March 15, 2022. I spent 22 years fighting fires in Chicago, but nothing in all that time prepared me for what happened last April aboard the Celestial Dream. My daughter Megan had convinced me to take that Mediterranean cruise about 6 months after I retired. Kept saying I deserved it after all those years of service, that I needed to finally relax and see the world beyond smoke and sirens. She'd found this deal online, 10 days through the Mediterranean, and basically wouldn't take no for an answer. Even drove me to the airport herself to make sure I actually went. The ship was massive, one of those floating cities with 8 restaurants, 3 pools, and enough activities to keep 2,000 passengers busy for weeks. We'd been at sea for 4 days, had just left Barcelona that morning heading toward Nice, and I was actually starting to enjoy myself, learning to play shuffleboard with a group of retirees from Michigan who'd adopted me into their morning coffee club. The weather had been perfect the entire trip. That kind of Mediterranean sunshine you see in travel magazines, calm seas that barely made you remember you were floating on thousands of feet of water. That afternoon started like any other. I'd just finished lunch at the buffet on Deck 7, grilled salmon with those fancy little potatoes they served every day, and was heading down to my cabin for a quick nap before the evening's entertainment. The first sign something was wrong came around 3:30 when I noticed the horizon through my porthole window had this strange dark purple color, like a fresh bruise spreading across the sky. Then came the announcement from the captain, very calm, very professional, telling us we might experience some rough seas and suggesting passengers secure any loose items in their cabins. I remember thinking it was odd how the crew members I passed in the hallway were moving with this urgent efficiency, not quite running, but definitely not strolling, their faces tight with something I recognized from my firefighting days, that controlled concern professionals get when they know something civilians don't yet understand. Within 20 minutes, the ship started this slow, unnatural rocking that made my coffee mug slide across the desk in my cabin. I went out to the balcony, and what I saw made every instinct from 2 decades of emergency response kick in. Waves that looked like moving buildings, white foam spraying up higher than our deck, and that purple sky had turned into something biblical, clouds so black and low you could almost touch them. Other passengers were still walking around, some taking photos, completely oblivious to what was coming. But I started gathering my important stuff, passport, wallet, medications, and put them in a waterproof bag I always travel with, old habits from the job. I tried calling Megan, but the satellite connection was already getting spotty. Managed to send her a quick text saying we hit rough weather, but everything was fine. Didn't want to worry her. By 4 o'clock, they'd closed all the outdoor decks and the captain came back on. This time his voice had lost that casual tone, telling everyone to return to their cabins immediately and wait for further instructions. I couldn't stay in my cabin though, not with what I was seeing through that porthole. Waves that would disappear the entire view, then drop away to show nothing but angry gray water in every direction. I made my way up to Deck 5 where the main dining hall was, figuring if things went bad, I wanted to be somewhere with multiple exits, not trapped in a metal box 7 floors down. The dining hall was this massive space with floor-to-ceiling windows, crystal chandeliers. Must have had seating for 500 people easy. And right now, it had maybe 30 confused passengers sitting at tables, trying to eat dinner while plates slid around despite the staff's attempts to steady them. That's when the first big wave hit. Not just rough seas anymore, but something that made the entire ship lurch sideways so hard that a grand piano on the stage broke free from its restraints and slid across the floor like it weighed nothing, crashing into the wall with a sound I'll never forget. Everything changed in seconds. Tables flipped, glass shattered everywhere, and people went tumbling across the floor mixed with food, broken dishes, and furniture that had become deadly projectiles. An elderly woman near me got thrown from her chair and slid 15 feet before hitting a pillar, her husband crawling after her while the ship tilted at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The emergency alarm started blaring, this piercing electronic shriek that mixed with human screams and the sound of everything that wasn't bolted down, crashing from one side of the room to the other. I managed to grab onto a support column, helped pull a young couple behind it just as another wave hit from the opposite side, and this time I heard something structural give way, a deep groaning of metal that you feel in your bones more than hear. The lights flickered and went to emergency power, casting everything in this sick yellow glow, and through the windows all you could see was water, not sky and horizon like normal, just solid walls of black water rushing past like we were underwater. A crew member, this Filipino kid who couldn't have been older than 25, came stumbling through the chaos with blood running down his forehead, screaming for everyone to put on life jackets, pointing toward an emergency station near the entrance. Half the passengers couldn't even stand up with the ship rolling like it was, and I watched in horror as another massive wave visible through the window seemed to pause at the glass for a moment before smashing through, sending freezing seawater flooding across the dining hall floor. People were sliding in the water now, tables floating, and I heard someone yelling that water was coming up from the lower decks through the stairwells. The ship would tilt so far to one side that you were basically standing on the wall, then slam back the other way, and each time it happened, you could hear things breaking deep in the ship's belly. Expensive things, important things, maybe vital things. I managed to reach the life jacket station, started throwing the orange vests to anyone I could reach while trying to keep my footing on the floor that had become a river of seawater mixed with broken glass and debris. There was this family from somewhere in the Midwest, parents with 2 teenage kids, all 4 of them huddled together behind an overturned table. The father's arm bent at an unnatural angle, the mother holding a cloth napkin against a gash on her daughter's leg. I helped them into their life jackets, showed them how to pull the straps tight, and that's when the captain's voice came over the speakers again, except this time he was shouting the words nobody wants to hear on a ship. This is not a drill. All passengers and crew to muster stations immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. The way he said it, you could hear the fear underneath the training, and that scared me more than the waves or the tilting or even the water rushing in. We tried to move as a group toward the muster station, but another wave hit, and suddenly the lights went out completely for about 10 seconds that felt like hours. Just total darkness, with invisible water sloshing around your legs, and people screaming from every direction. When the emergency lights kicked back on, I saw that the water in the dining hall was now waist-deep and rising fast, and through what was left of the windows, these waves that had to be 40, maybe 50 feet high, just mountains of water with white peaks that would lift the entire ship up like a toy before dropping it into the next valley. An older man next to me was having a panic attack, couldn't breathe, kept saying his wife was still in their cabin on deck 3, and I had to physically hold him back from trying to go down there because we could all hear it now. The sound of water rushing through the lower parts of the ship, doors banging open and closed, the deep creaking of a massive structure being pushed beyond what it was designed to handle. Getting to the muster station became like something out of a nightmare, where you're trying to run but can't move fast enough. We were basically climbing along the walls when the ship tilted, then sliding back down when it righted itself, all while fighting through water that was getting deeper by the minute. I saw a woman get swept away from her husband's grip, carried by the water toward the shattered windows, and 3 of us formed a human chain to pull her back, her face white with terror, coughing up seawater. The crew members who were supposed to be managing the evacuation looked just as terrified as the passengers. These young people who'd probably only ever done this in calm water drills, now faced with a ship that felt minutes away from rolling over completely. One of them, a girl with a thick Eastern European accent, was crying while she tried to do a head count. Her clipboard dissolved into wet pulp, mascara running down her cheeks as she kept repeating the evacuation protocols like a prayer. By the time we reached the muster station on Deck 4, the situation had gone from dangerous to apocalyptic. The lifeboat area was chaos, with crew members trying to lower boats while the ship pitched so violently that the boats would swing out over the water, then come crashing back into the side of the ship. I watched one lifeboat get crushed like an aluminum can against the hull, just destroyed in seconds, and realized with this cold certainty that we might not have enough functional boats left, even if we could launch them. People were fighting to get closer to the remaining boats, families getting separated, and I saw a man push an elderly woman down to get ahead, the veneer of civilization disappearing as fast as our chances of survival. The wind was howling so loud you had to scream to be heard, rain coming sideways like bullets, and every few seconds another wave would sweep across the deck, taking anyone who wasn't holding on to something and washing them toward the railings or worse. That's when I heard it, the sound that made even the crew members stop what they were doing. This tremendous metallic shriek from somewhere below, followed by a shudder that ran through the entire ship like it had been punched by God himself. The floor beneath us suddenly tilted past 45 degrees and stayed there, people sliding down the deck in a tangle of bodies and life jackets, some going straight over the rail into the black churning ocean below. I managed to wrap my arms around a support pole, holding on while my feet dangled in the air, watching in absolute terror as the horizon through the rain seemed to be rotating, the ship beginning what felt like a slow-motion roll that would flip us completely. Water was pouring in from everywhere now, not just waves but from inside the ship itself, geysers shooting up through drain grates, cascading downstairs, and I could hear the engines making sounds they should never make, like dying animals trapped in the engine room. For 30 seconds, that lasted a lifetime. We hung there on the edge of capsizing, 2,000 people holding their breath, prayers in a dozen languages mixing with the storm's roar, waiting to see if we'd complete that roll into the Mediterranean. Then, impossibly, the ship started to right itself, fighting back against the storm with whatever was left of its stabilizers and the captain's desperate maneuvering, the deck slowly becoming horizontal again, though nothing felt stable or safe. A crew member with a radio was yelling that the Greek Coast Guard was 8 miles out, helicopters already in the air, and rescue ships pushing through the storm toward our position, but 8 miles in seas like this might as well have been 800. We spent the next 3 hours in pure survival mode, helping injured passengers, forming human barriers to keep people from getting washed overboard, bailing water with anything we could find while the ship limped along, lower in the water with each passing hour but somehow still floating. When the first helicopter appeared through the rain, its searchlight cutting through the darkness like salvation itself, people started crying, collapsing with relief, though we all knew it would take dozens of trips to evacuate everyone, and the ship was still taking on water faster than the pumps could handle. They evacuated the injured and elderly first, winching them up into helicopters that danced in the wind like leaves, and I stayed until almost the end, helping load people into rescue baskets, keeping panicked passengers calm while water lapped at our feet on what used to be the upper deck. It took 14 hours to get everyone off the Celestial Dream, and I was in one of the last groups to leave, watching from the rescue ship as our cruise liner, lit up by emergency floodlights from the Greek vessels, finally gave up its fight and slipped beneath the surface just after dawn. Nobody died that night, which the news kept calling a miracle, though 43 people ended up hospitalized and hundreds more with injuries that didn't make the statistics. They flew us to Athens, put us up in hotels, and cruise line representatives with practiced sympathy and liability waivers came around offering compensation and free future cruises that nobody in that room would ever take. I got home to Chicago 2 days later. Megan meeting me at O'Hare with tears streaming down her face, holding me like I might disappear if she let go. She'd seen the news coverage, those helicopter videos of the ship tilting at impossible angles, passengers clinging to railings while waves swept the decks, and she kept apologizing for pushing me to take the trip, which broke my heart because none of it was her fault. The official investigation blamed it on a rare meteorological phenomenon, a sudden pressure drop that created hurricane-force conditions in minutes, something that happens maybe once a decade in the Mediterranean. But knowing the science behind it doesn't stop the nightmares where I'm back on that tilting deck, watching people slide toward the rails, hearing that metal shriek that meant we were seconds from becoming another maritime disaster documentary. I still can't watch cruise ship commercials, and when friends talk about their vacation plans, I just nod and change the subject. Because how do you explain that 22 years of running into burning buildings didn't scare you half as much as one afternoon when nature decided to remind 2,000 tourists that the ocean doesn't care about your shuffleboard schedule or dinner reservations? "5 months ago, I was just another burned-out ICU nurse desperately needing a break from 12-hour shifts and the constant beeping of monitors. After watching 3 patients code in a single week at the hospital in Houston where I worked, I finally cashed in 2 years' worth of savings and booked myself on a 7-day cruise through the Eastern Caribbean. The Ocean Jewel was one of those massive ships you see in commercials. 16 decks of pure escapism with pools, restaurants, and enough activities to make you forget that the real world even existed. I remember standing at the port in Port Canaveral, staring up at this floating city and thinking that for once in my life, I was going to completely disconnect and just let myself breathe. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. Morning yoga on the upper deck, afternoon margaritas by the pool, and dinner at restaurants where I didn't have to eat standing up between patient rounds. Everything changed on the 3rd night, somewhere between the Bahamas and our next port. I'd gone to bed early after too much wine at the captain's dinner, one of those fancy affairs where they parade the officers around and everyone pretends they're not already sunburned and exhausted. My cabin was on deck 7, nothing special but comfortable enough, with a tiny balcony where I could sit and watch the dark ocean roll by. Around 2:47 a.m., I know the exact time because I'd developed that nurse habit of always checking the clock when something wakes me. I heard what sounded like someone running full speed down the corridor outside my door. Then came the screaming, not just one voice but several, the kind of raw, terrified sounds that make your whole body go rigid. In the ICU, you learn to differentiate between types of screams, and these weren't drunk party guests having too much fun. These were people in genuine distress, and before I could even think about it, my feet were on the floor and I was pulling on the jeans I'd thrown over the chair. The corridor was chaos when I cracked open my door. 3 cabins down, a middle-aged couple stood in their doorway, the woman clutching a torn nightgown to her chest while her husband had blood running from a gash above his eyebrow. Their cabin door hung at an odd angle, the lock mechanism completely destroyed like someone had taken a crowbar to it. Further down, I could see at least 2 more cabin doors standing wide open, and there was this weird chemical smell in the air, sharp and medicinal, that reminded me of the chloroform we'd studied in nursing school but haven't used in decades. A younger woman, maybe early 20s, was sitting on the floor against the wall, her wrists marked with deep red lines where zip ties had clearly been, and she kept repeating the same thing over and over. They had master keys. They had master keys. The emergency lighting had kicked on, casting these harsh shadows that made everything look even more nightmarish than it already was. What really made my gut twist was seeing the crew members who responded. 2 security officers showed up after what felt like forever, but was probably only 4 or 5 minutes, and instead of immediately calling for backup or starting to document the scene, they began ushering people back into their cabins, almost aggressively insistent that everyone needed to return to their rooms for their own safety. One of them, a tall guy with a Baltic accent and a name tag that read Dmitri, kept telling us there had been a minor disturbance and that everything was under control. but I could see into the Hamiltons' cabin. I'd met them at the pool bar the day before. A retired couple from Arizona celebrating their 40th anniversary, and their entire room had been ransacked. The safe had been pried open, clothes were everywhere, and Mrs. Hamilton was sitting on the bed with her hands still bound behind her back with those white zip ties that left deep marks in her skin. The security officer actually tried to block my view when he saw me looking, physically stepping between me and their doorway while insisting I needed to go back to my cabin immediately. Against every instinct screaming at me to help, I let them push me back toward my room, but not before I caught sight of something that made everything click into place. Near the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, there was a maintenance cart, one of those gray rolling things the housekeeping staff use, except this one had what looked like electronic equipment piled on top, the kind of signal jammers I'd seen demonstrated at a hospital security conference about protecting patient data. The cart was partially covered with a standard cleaning tarp, but I could see the corner of what was definitely a commercial-grade lock-picking gun, the expensive type that can open most hotel-style card readers in seconds. When Dimitri noticed me staring, he actually grabbed my upper arm, not hard enough to bruise but firm enough to make his point, and walked me back to my cabin personally. His partner, a shorter woman whose badge I couldn't read in the dim light, was already on her radio speaking in rapid Portuguese, and I distinctly heard her say something about damage control in English before switching back. I spent the next hour sitting on my bed with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle, listening to the sounds outside gradually die down. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in the middle of the ocean, but the ship's Wi-Fi was mysteriously undergoing maintenance when I tried to connect. Around 4 a.m., an announcement came over the PA system from someone claiming to be the hotel director, explaining that there had been an unfortunate incident involving a disturbed passenger who had been apprehended and confined. And they assured everyone that the situation was completely under control and that counseling would be available in the morning for anyone affected. But here's what that announcement didn't explain: why I could hear at least 5 different cabins reporting thefts when I pressed my ear to the door, or why the couple from cabin 7043 was describing 3 attackers, not 1. It definitely didn't explain why I heard that same security officer, Dimitri, telling someone on his radio to make sure the service elevator cameras stay off until we're done cleaning up. The next morning, the main dining hall was eerily normal, like someone had hit a reset button on the entire ship. Waiters smiled and poured coffee. The breakfast buffet gleamed under warming lights, and that same cheerful cruise director who'd been leading poolside games was making announcements about the day's activities in St. Thomas. But at least a third of the tables were empty, and those of us who did show up kept exchanging these knowing looks, like survivors of something we weren't supposed to talk about. I found the Hamiltons sitting in a corner booth, Mrs. Hamilton wearing long sleeves despite the warming morning sun, probably to hide the marks on her wrists. When I approached them, Mr. Hamilton immediately tensed up, but his wife grabbed his hand and nodded for me to sit. She leaned in close and whispered that they'd lost everything: passports, cash, her grandmother's wedding ring, about $12,000 worth of jewelry they'd brought for their anniversary. The security team had taken their statement at 5 a.m., she said, making air quotes with her fingers, and told them they'd be compensated through insurance if they signed some papers and agreed not to discuss the incident with other passengers to prevent panic. That's when things got really interesting. A man at the next table, close enough to overhear, turned around and introduced himself as Paul, a cybersecurity consultant from Seattle. He pulled out his phone and showed me something he'd managed to capture before the ship's Wi-Fi went down. A crew member's Facebook post from 2 days earlier, written in Tagalog but which he'd translated, joking about easy targets and big score coming. The crew member worked in guest services, had access to the passenger manifest, and knew exactly which cabins had elderly couples traveling with valuables. Paul had also noticed something I'd missed. 3 crew members had suddenly fallen ill that morning and been confined to quarters, including one from the security team. He'd overheard the staff captain telling another officer that they needed to contain this before we dock, and that corporate would handle it internally. Paul had been trying to reach the FBI through a satellite phone he'd borrowed from another passenger, but mysteriously, all outside communications were being blocked, supposedly due to technical difficulties. By noon, our little group of aware passengers had grown to about 15 people, all comparing notes in hushed conversations around the ship. A woman named Janet from cabin 7039 revealed that she'd actually seen her cabin steward, a guy she'd been tipping generously all week, standing in her doorway at 2:30 a.m. with two other men she didn't recognize. When she screamed, they'd run. But not before she noticed one of them carrying what looked like a master key card on a lanyard marked "Security Override." Another passenger, a retired cop from Philadelphia named Frank, had done some investigating of his own and discovered that the cameras on Deck 7 had been undergoing maintenance for exactly the window when the attacks occurred, from 2:30 to 4 a.m. He'd also noticed that several of the crew members who'd been most friendly and chatty during the first 2 days were suddenly nowhere to be found, and when he'd asked about one particular room steward, he was told the man had been transferred to another deck just that morning. The pattern was becoming undeniable. This wasn't some random crime of opportunity, but a coordinated operation that required inside knowledge, master keys, and the ability to manipulate the ship's security systems. The breaking point came when we reached St. Thomas that afternoon. As the ship prepared to dock, Paul and I watched from the upper deck as 3 crew members were quietly escorted off through a service gangway, not the main passenger exit. They were wearing civilian clothes and carrying duffel bags, trying to blend in with the dock workers, but I recognized one of them. It was the woman who'd been with Dimitri the night before, the one speaking Portuguese on the radio. When a group of us tried to disembark to file a police report with local authorities, we were told that due to administrative issues, passengers from Deck 7 were temporarily restricted from leaving the ship. The hotel director himself came down to explain that this was for our protection while they worked with proper channels to investigate. But Janet had managed to slip out through a crew exit and made it to the police station, only to be told that the cruise line had already contacted them about a minor theft that was being handled internally, and that maritime law meant they had no jurisdiction unless we could prove physical assault had occurred on U.S. territory. The officers seemed strangely uninterested in taking her statement, and she overheard one of them mention something about not wanting to disrupt tourism relations with the cruise company that brought millions of dollars to their port. That evening, as we sailed away from St. Thomas, Frank organized what he called a documentation party in his suite. About 20 of us gathered with whatever evidence we'd collected: photos of damaged doors, recordings of suspicious radio chatter that some passengers had captured on their phones, screenshots of crew social media posts, and written accounts of everything we'd witnessed. A woman named Dorothy, who worked as a paralegal back in Indiana, helped everyone write detailed statements with times, dates, and specific descriptions. We used Frank's military-grade satellite phone, which he'd hidden in a locked Pelican case, to upload everything to a cloud server and email copies to the FBI, Coast Guard, and several news outlets. The ship's administration must have figured out what we were doing because suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the hotel director appeared with 4 security officers, including Dimitri, claiming they'd received a noise complaint and that gatherings of more than 10 passengers in a single cabin were against safety regulations. They tried to confiscate our phones and cameras, saying they needed them as evidence for their internal investigation, but Frank stood his ground, reminding them that they had no legal authority to seize personal property without a warrant, and that any attempt to do so would be considered theft. Ironic considering the circumstances. For the remaining 3 days of the cruise, it was basically a standoff. They couldn't throw us off the ship without creating an even bigger incident, and we couldn't force them to properly investigate their own crime ring. But here's what ended up happening. When we finally docked back in Port Canaveral, there were 2 FBI agents and a Coast Guard investigator waiting at the gangway, thanks to Frank's connections and the evidence we'd transmitted. 17 passengers from Deck 7 filed official complaints, and the local news picked up the story after Paul leaked it to a tech journalist friend who had a huge Twitter following. The cruise line initially tried to spin it as an isolated incident involving a single rogue employee. But when the FBI found over $200,000 in stolen goods in a crew storage area and detected that the security system had been deliberately sabotaged using admin access codes, they had to open a full investigation. 3 months later, I got a call from a federal prosecutor telling me that 11 crew members had been arrested, including 2 security supervisors and a guest services manager who'd been running this racket on multiple cruise lines for years, specifically targeting elderly passengers with valuable anniversary or retirement gifts. The cruise line quietly settled with all the victims out of court, paying way more than what was stolen just to keep us from talking to more media outlets. Though obviously that ship has sailed, pun intended, since I'm sharing this story now. I was fresh out of high school when my closest friends and I decided to book a cruise as a graduation trip. There were 5 of us: Ethan, Claire, Jordan, Emily, and me. And we figured a week at sea would be the perfect way to mark the end of one chapter and the start of another. My life back then was simple: part-time job at a grocery store, college applications hanging over my head, and that restless energy of wanting something bigger. The cruise was supposed to be our escape, one last stretch of freedom before responsibility caught up with us. The ship itself felt like a floating city: bright casinos, all-night buffets, pools stacked on different decks. We spent the first couple of days bouncing from one activity to another, barely sleeping, drunk on the novelty of it all. But the vibe shifted late one night when Claire and I wandered past a staff corridor near the lower decks. We weren't supposed to be there, but the door to a service stairwell had been left propped open. That's where we heard 2 crew members talking in hushed voices. Their accents were different, but one phrase cut through clear: "The morgue compartments are already too full." At first, I thought I'd misheard. A morgue on a cruise ship wasn't something I'd ever considered. Claire grabbed my arm, eyes wide, and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We stood frozen in place, listening. One of the men sighed and said, "We'll have to mark the rest as medical incidents. No space left." They moved farther down the hallway before we could catch more. Claire wanted to bolt back upstairs immediately, but I convinced her to act normal. We told the others what we heard, and Ethan laughed it off, saying every ship had a morgue for emergencies. Jordan, though, looked unsettled and muttered, "Too full? That doesn't make sense." The strangeness turned into something darker a couple of nights later. Emily got into a heated argument with a bartender after she accused him of shortchanging her. She wasn't drunk, just stubborn and loud when she felt wronged. A supervisor stepped in, a tall man with slicked back hair and an expression that stayed unreadable no matter what Emily said. The fight fizzled out eventually, but not without her muttering she'd report him to guest services. That was the last time we saw her. The next morning, her bed was empty, her phone left charging by the nightstand, and none of her belongings looked disturbed. We reported Emily missing right away, but the response from the staff felt rehearsed. The supervisor she argued with claimed she'd been seen leaving a lounge with new friends around midnight, even though none of us remembered her saying anything about meeting anyone. The ship's security assured us they'd make announcements and check surveillance, but no announcement ever came. When we pressed again, they insisted she must have disembarked during a port stop, something that didn't add up, since all of her things were still in the cabin. It felt like we were being pacified instead of helped. That night, Ethan suggested we split up and quietly look around the restricted areas. He was half joking, but the longer we sat in that tiny cabin staring at Emily's untouched shoes by the door, the less like a joke it felt. Jordan managed to charm a cleaning lady into pointing out where the crew's access elevators went. Claire and I took one of them down, timing it between staff runs. The air grew colder the deeper we went, the carpet giving way to plain steel floors. When the doors opened, the smell hit us first. Industrial cleaner mixed with something metallic and sour, faint but undeniable. We didn't get far. A man in uniform rounded the corner, eyes narrowing the second he saw us. He asked what we were doing there, his voice calm but with an edge that made it clear we weren't welcome. Claire blurted something about being lost. and he walked us back up without another word. The silence on that elevator ride was suffocating. He didn't scold us, didn't threaten us, just stared straight ahead like we didn't exist. When we returned to the cabin, Ethan and Jordan were waiting, pale-faced. They claimed they'd overheard 2 crewmen talking by the loading bay about moving another one before morning. By the following day, rumors started circulating among passengers. Someone said a young woman had fallen overboard. Another insisted it was a medical evacuation. None of it matched what we knew. When we asked security again about Emily, they repeated the same vague line about her choosing to leave. Jordan lost his temper and shouted at them, only to be threatened with confinement for disrupting order. That's when it clicked for all of us. Emily wasn't coming back, and whatever was happening below deck was being carefully hidden behind official-sounding excuses. Ethan insisted we had to get proof, even if it meant risking being caught again. That night, we waited until the hallways were quiet and slipped back toward the service elevators. Jordan had swiped a room key left unattended on a cart, which surprisingly worked on the lower levels. We kept our phones ready, flashlights off, hearts pounding so hard I could feel mine in my ears. The air down there wasn't just cold, it felt heavy, the kind of atmosphere where every sound echoes too loudly. Behind one locked door, faint humming of machinery mixed with what sounded like refrigeration units. When we reached the end of a narrow corridor, we saw a metal door slightly ajar. Ethan nudged it open just enough for us to peek inside. Stainless steel drawers lined the walls, and in the dim light we caught the unmistakable sight of toe tags. There were more than I could count in those few seconds. Claire let out a gasp that she couldn't stifle, and the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the frame. A shadow moved in the reflection of the steel. Someone had been inside. Without saying a word, we bolted back to the elevator, praying the stolen key still worked. It did, but just barely. The next morning, security knocked on our cabin door. They claimed an incident report had been filed against us for trespassing in restricted areas. We played dumb, insisting we'd been in the casino all night, but the officer's eyes lingered on each of us long enough to make it clear we were being watched. The rest of the cruise blurred into paranoia. We stuck together constantly, avoided staff, and barely spoke above a whisper in case someone was listening. Emily's name never appeared in the daily bulletins. It was as if she'd been erased. When the ship finally docked, we packed up and walked off without looking back. No one contacted us, no investigation followed, and her disappearance was eventually dismissed as a runaway case. Even now, years later, the sound of those crew members whispering about compartments too full hasn't left me. I can still see Emily's phone, screen glowing with a half-written message she never sent. We told her parents everything, but without proof, it sounded like wild paranoia. And maybe that's what the ship counts on, that people like us go home, too scared and powerless to fight back. I booked that cruise because it was the cheapest way to see a bit of the world during my college break. The ship wasn't fancy by any means. Paint chipped in a few places, corridors narrow enough that 2 people had to shuffle sideways to pass each other. But I figured it didn't matter. My cabin was small, with a single bed pressed against the wall, a desk with a loose drawer that squeaked when I opened it, and a porthole that looked out onto nothing but endless gray water. It wasn't glamorous, but for someone traveling alone on a tight budget, it felt like enough. I spent the first day exploring, eating at the buffet, and reminding myself this was supposed to be relaxing. On the second night, I returned to my cabin after dinner and noticed a small folded piece of paper lying just inside the door. At first, I thought maybe housekeeping had left a note about towels or something trivial. But when I unfolded it, the words were handwritten in shaky block letters. "Don't trust the crew." That was it. No signature, no explanation, nothing else. I remember staring at it for several minutes, trying to decide whether this was some stupid prank, or if it was even meant for me. The handwriting looked rushed, like whoever wrote it was in a hurry. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I slipped the note into my backpack and tried to brush it off. but the thought of it followed me around the ship. Every time a crew member smiled and asked how my day was, I wondered if they knew something I didn't. I tried to act normal, but I found myself scanning faces, watching body language, noticing details I would never usually notice. A man polishing glasses at the bar who never once looked up. A steward in the hallway who seemed to hover outside certain cabins for longer than necessary. It felt like I'd been pulled into some secret I wasn't supposed to know. By the next morning, another note appeared under my door. This one said, "They'll deny everything. Stay quiet." That rattled me more than I want to admit. I finally worked up the nerve to take both notes to the purser's desk, thinking someone would take it seriously. Instead, the woman behind the counter gave me a polite laugh, said passengers sometimes imagined things at sea, and told me not to worry. She slid the notes back toward me as if she didn't even want to hold them. Walking away, I felt embarrassed, like I'd been dismissed as paranoid, but a part of me couldn't shake the warning. After that encounter, I tried convincing myself it was just someone's idea of a joke, but things started to feel different around the ship. During breakfast, I noticed a guy I'd chatted with the day before, a student from another state traveling solo too, wasn't at his usual spot. I figured he overslept, but then at lunch he wasn't there either. By dinner, his chair remained empty, and no one mentioned him. No announcement, no casual. He disembarked early. He was just gone. The next day, it happened again with a woman I'd seen frequently reading by the pool. She always wore this wide-brimmed hat, easy to spot in a crowd. Suddenly, she wasn't there anymore. Her lounge chair stayed empty, her towel never picked up. I remember walking the deck in circles, half expecting to catch sight of her somewhere else, but she had vanished just as completely as the first guy. At that point, I started paying closer attention to who was traveling alone. A few of them simply stopped appearing. That night, I returned to my cabin and found a third note pushed under the door. My chest tightened the moment I picked it up. This one read, "You're not next, yet. Stay alert." That word, "yet," sat in my head like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. I barely slept, and every time I heard footsteps outside my door, I stared at the crack of light under it, waiting to see if another shadow paused there too long. The hum of the engines that once felt comforting now sounded like a warning, constant and heavy. I tried reporting it again, this time to a different officer at the reception desk, but he just brushed it off as seasickness messing with my head. "People get restless out here," he said, practically ushering me away. I walked off, clutching the notes, feeling both foolish and terrified. If the crew wouldn't believe me, who was I supposed to trust? The ship felt huge, but suddenly it was shrinking around me. Every hallway another place someone could be waiting. Every closed door a reminder of those passengers I never saw again. By the fifth day, I stopped trying to convince myself I was imagining things. The dining hall felt emptier, though no one else seemed to acknowledge it. Families laughed, couples posed for photos, and the crew kept smiling like nothing unusual was happening. I kept scanning for familiar solo travelers and coming up short. The absence was deafening. My own meals turned mechanical. I barely tasted the food, too focused on counting who was still around. Late that evening, I caught sight of two crew members guiding a young man I'd noticed traveling alone toward a stairwell at the far end of a corridor. He didn't look drunk, but his steps were unsteady, like he was reluctant to follow. When he glanced back, his face carried something I'll never forget, like he wanted to call out, but knew it wouldn't matter. Before I could react, the crew ushered him around the corner and out of sight. That was the moment I knew the notes weren't just warnings. They were facts. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my cabin, dragging the desk and even the chair against the door. Every creak in the hallway made me hold my breath. No new note appeared, but that almost made it worse. The silence pressed down harder than the scribbled threats ever had. I didn't sleep until the sun filtered faintly through the porthole, turning the ocean pale blue. The ship docked 2 days later, and I walked off with nothing but my backpack, barely stopping to breathe until I was on solid ground again. To this day, I don't know what happened to those missing passengers. No official report, no news stories, nothing I could find afterward. It's like they were erased, I still have the 3 notes tucked inside a notebook at home, the handwriting uneven and smudged where my fingers clutched them too tightly. Sometimes I wonder why whoever wrote them chose to warn me at all. Maybe I was just lucky. Or maybe I was one step away from being the next name nobody ever mentioned again. I signed up for that cruise because it was the cheapest option my friends and I could find. And honestly, it felt like the kind of spontaneous trip college kids are supposed to take. We weren't chasing luxury, just a chance to be out on the water, sharing a cramped cabin, splitting costs and pretending we were adults on vacation. I remember the ship looking older than I expected when we boarded. The paint dull, the metal railings already showing patches of rust, but we laughed it off. At that point, the only thing on my mind was how surreal it felt to be out at sea with my friends, away from assignments and campus noise. The first 2 days were uneventful, just sun, crowded buffets, and awkward conversations with strangers at shared tables. I spent most of that time with my roommate for the trip, Leah, who had this restless energy, always darting off to explore different decks, always dragging me along to see the view from up here, or what's happening down there. She kept saying it felt like something was brewing, pointing out how the sky never seemed fully clear, even when everyone else was sunbathing. I shrugged it off, assuming she was just overthinking. We were young and convinced nothing serious could touch us out there. Everything shifted on the 3rd night. Dinner had just ended when an announcement crackled over the speakers, cutting through the usual chatter. The captain's voice was steady but clipped, telling us that a storm had taken an unexpected turn. It wasn't supposed to be anywhere near our path, but now it was heading straight for us. People laughed nervously at first, but when the crew started handing out instructions with tight expressions, the tension spread fast. Leah gave me this sharp look like she'd been right all along, and for the first time, I felt the air in the ship thicken with dread. By midnight, the ship was no longer gliding, it was groaning. Each swell hit us like a giant hand shoving the entire vessel sideways. Hallways tilted, plates shattered somewhere below us, and every wall seemed to rattle in protest. The lights flickered on and off until eventually they cut out completely. Imagine hundreds of passengers stumbling in total darkness, the sound of water rushing where it shouldn't be, and the metal around you straining with every wave. I clutched the railing outside our cabin door so hard that my knuckles went numb, convinced the next crash would split the ship in half. Leah and I tried to make our way toward the stairwell, but the floor pitched so violently that we slid into the wall more than once. People were shouting in the dark, voices echoing off the narrow corridors, some calling for family members, others just screaming with each jolt. A crew member passed us with a flashlight, barking instructions that were lost under the crash of water slamming against the hull. For a moment, I could smell the seawater before I felt it. Cold, rushing under the cabin doors, spreading fast across the carpeted hallway. We finally reached a railing near one of the main decks, clutching it alongside dozens of strangers who all wore the same expression of raw fear. The ship tilted so far that the horizon outside looked vertical, a wall of water looming higher than anything I thought possible. Every impact made the metal under our feet shriek, like the vessel itself was crying out. I remember gripping Leah's arm so tight that she yelped, but neither of us dared let go. It felt like the only thing keeping us tethered to reality was that railing. The blackout stretched on, broken only by the weak glow of emergency lights that flickered sporadically, never enough to see clearly. Somewhere deeper inside, alarms wailed in uneven bursts, then cut out abruptly. I kept thinking about how no one had prepared us for this. Cruises had safety drills, sure, but nothing about standing in darkness while waves tossed the ship like a toy. Each second felt like it might be the last before something gave way, before we were all swallowed whole. Hours blurred together in that chaos. Time didn't move normally. It stretched and warped with every groan of the ship's frame. At some point, Leah whispered, "We're not making it out of this." And I couldn't bring myself to argue. I just pressed my forehead against the cold metal railing and listened to the water slam and recede, over and over like the countdown to something final. I thought about my parents, about the ridiculous decision to save money on this trip, about how no one on land even knew what we were going through in that exact moment. When the storm finally eased, it wasn't a gradual calm. It was like the sea suddenly exhaled. The violent shudders became dull tremors. The crashing turned into uneasy lapping, and for the first time in hours, silence spread across the decks. Emergency lights flicked back on, revealing pale faces and soaked clothes. People clung to each other like survivors of a shipwreck, even though we were technically still afloat. I remember releasing the railing and being surprised my arms still worked, every muscle stiff from holding on. The crew eventually guided us back toward the interior, though most of the hallways were ankle-deep in water. Cabin doors hung crooked on their frames, and belongings floated past like debris in a flooded basement. Leah and I stumbled into our room to find our beds overturned, the ceiling tiles sagging from leaks. The air smelled like salt and diesel, sharp and heavy, sticking to my lungs with each breath. I don't think I slept at all that night. I just sat upright, waiting for the ship to start shaking again. The next morning, we learned that the storm had changed course so suddenly that the captain had no choice but to ride it out. Some people called him reckless, others called him a hero, but none of that mattered to me. What mattered was that the ship had held barely, and that I had stared at the ocean in its most violent form, and lived to tell about it. I remember watching the sunrise from the deck, the horizon calm and golden, as if the nightmare hours before had been a hallucination. But the warped metal railings and shattered windows were proof it had been real. Even now, years later, I can still feel that night whenever I hear strong winds outside my apartment, or when I walk past a building creaking in bad weather. It's not just the memory of fear, it's the helplessness, the realization that you're at the mercy of forces far bigger than yourself. That trip was supposed to be carefree and cheap, just another story from college. Instead, it left me with a memory I can't shake, of clinging to cold metal in the dark, waiting for the sea to decide whether I would live or not.